Bonjour, bonjour, and welcome to Fiction After Lunch. I'm Sam, and I'm going to talk about Good Omens stuff today. I've made a presentation which I wanted to show to Mindy, but since it's over 300 slides right now, I decided that I will record the video on my own and show it to Mindy later, and also upload it so everyone else can look at it. There are some things I want to say beforehand. Well, first of all, stuff is including theories, headcanons, fun facts, memes, Easter eggs, analysis, etc. And I want to say this video is strictly good vibes only. I saw some videos in which people got really mean about headcanons and theories, and I just want to say I collected a lot of posts and tweets and stuff like that, and it's very important to me that every opinion, every headcanon is valid, and it's important to me that you, the viewer, don't go to anyone and harass them, because that's not very polite to do. And I'm crediting every post I took for this presentation, so you know which person had which ideas. And I mean, feel free to go to a person you agree with and tell them that they made a great point, but please don't go anywhere and harass anyone. It's not nice. Please be nice. So now that that's out of the way, I will talk about Good Omens without being asked, and I might also swear, just so you know, because there's some swearing in the posts, and I will read them out loud. And cover your ears, kids. Also, another important thing, because as of today, 9/11/2023, the strikes are still going, and we have not yet received the go for a new season. Good Omens has not been renewed yet, so I'd like to point out again, hashtag pay your writers, pay your actors, renew Good Omens, and give me season 3 or give me death. So here's your reminder. Season 3 of Good Omens cannot be renewed until after the strike. Mr. Gaiman can't agree to any new projects with Amazon, including season 3, until after. He may have already been offered season 3 for all we know, but he can't agree right now. So there's no reason to panic, at least I hope so, but still it's important for the strikes to end, of course in favor of the writers and actors. I just wanted to draw more attention to it before I start the presentation. Well, since I'm not a writer and I'm also not American, the way I understood it, I'm free to make this presentation and talk about Good Omens. But still, I want people to know they have to support the writers and actors. And there will be a whole section about how to support the Writers Guild of America and so on later in the presentation, which I think I've mentioned it before, is 300 slides long. So we'll have a lot to talk about. But let's start with the table of contents. First, I will talk about season 1. After season 1, I will talk about season 2. After season 2, I will talk about season 3. One thing I'd like to mention first is the main focus is on season 2, because I started making this presentation with the intention of only it being about season 2, but then I thought, well, there are some fun things about season 1 as well. Then I made a section about season 1, but a lot of things that happen in season 1 are talked about in season 2, and yeah, I try to have some kind of order in it. There are a lot of things to talk about, but you'll see. I will also, at the end of the presentation, talk about the connection to other fandoms, which you probably already know about if you're not on the internet like me. I will talk about conclusion, and I will say a thank you. So, here's a spoiler warning. You have been warned of the spoilers. Here is another spoiler warning, just to be sure. And this is your last warning of spoilers. If you're still here and you don't want to be spoiled, you're in the wrong place. Please go away. Everyone else, please enjoy. This disclaimer before we start. I want to say again, please be nice to each other. Everyone's take and opinion is very, very valid. I've seen some hate happening on X, which I do not understand. I'm not in very much contact with anyone who's... I don't really see people spreading hate. I see people reacting to it. And it always makes me kind of sad. I think a lot of the time, since the age range of the fans is pretty big, there are some elderly fans, there are some very young fans, and sometimes we have different ways to communicate with each other, and sometimes things come across the wrong way and things are heard a way they are not intended to be heard. Because I really feel like that we are, this fandom, the Good Omens fandom, is a nice fandom. And sometimes people just misunderstand each other, which is just my opinion. I've been on a lot of Discord servers, and I've talked to very old people, old in quotation marks, and very young people, and sometimes it's weird because although we are all speaking English, we have different ways of using it. This just I wanted to say first. So please be kind to each other. And also one thing I wanted to read out first is a question Neil Gaiman got, which was, "Hi Neil, I doubt you will even see this, but this topic is somewhat important to me. Obviously, you know about the widespread ridiculous hate with the queer representation in Good Omens, and unfortunately that includes people getting mad at fans for using different pronouns on genderless characters, which has gotten out of hand lately, especially when it comes to Crowley. It's perfectly fine to use whatever pronouns we prefer on genderless characters, right? Was hoping to hear it from you, since people go so overboard with that hate about things that make others happy. Either way, I thank you so much for the amount of representation in Good Omens. It constantly makes my day better when I think about it. Have a nice day." First of all, I agree. It's horrible when people spread hate, and it's a thing that should just make people happy, especially since it's a fandom and we should make each other happy and escape from the horrible, horrible reality that is happening around us right now and continues to be happening. So Neil Gaiman replied, "I didn't know that there was any hate. Anyone using Good Omens to spread hate is missing the point and needs to stop. Angels aren't humans or mortals. They don't have genders. There isn't a pronoun you can use for them that's wrong, and unless you can speak in the tongue of the angels, there's not a pronoun you can use for them that's actually right. Ditto demons. Anyone who is spending their time telling other people they are somehow fanning Good Omens wrong should take a deep breath and go and make some fan fiction or some art or organize a meetup or do something that's fun instead and makes people feel better. So yeah, one thing is I'm using the pronouns that for the characters that will feel right to me. And also, again, this presentation, it's good vibes only. Don't spread hate. All opinions are valid. I just wanted to say it again. I really enjoyed making this presentation, and I just had to start recording at some point because I just continue to add things and even more things, and it's over 300 slides right now, and I think I will be talking for hours. So please enjoy the ride. Let's go. Season 1. Since the dawn of time, the forces of hell and heaven have been preparing for the last great battle between good and evil, set to happen during Armageddon. So, what do we know about the first season? According to Wikipedia, the first series, set in 2018, follows the demon Crowley, David Tennant, and the angel Aziraphale, Michael Sheen, longtime acquaintances who have grown accustomed to each other's company and to a pleasant life on Earth as representatives of heaven and hell, and who have agreed not to let the conflict between their sides prevent their friendship. When told that Armageddon is about to happen, the final battle between heaven and hell, they team up to prevent the coming of the Antichrist and the end of the pleasant existence they enjoy on Earth. Then I chose some quotes from Tumblr, which summed it up very well. One is, "Our two gay uncles put on costumes and badly attempt to raise the wrong kid. The wrong child." So that sums it up pretty well. Also, multiple adults ranging in age from their 20s to 6,000 plus years old attempt to ruin a young boy's 11th birthday. Hashtag give me season 3 or give me death. Hashtag renew Good Omens. That's a good one. A bunch of shit that is ultimately inconsequential to anything other than the interpersonal relationships of the characters occurs, and then an 11-year-old saves the world because he loves his dog. Pleased with the result, an angel and demon get lunch at the Ritz, and a nightingale sings in Berkeley Square. Also, it's gay. This particular comment made me really think, since if you really think about it, Aziraphale and Crowley did not help stop Armageddon. Not really. I mean, Crowley stopped time for a bit, and they gave Adam a motivational speech, but afterwards, I mean, it was all Adam, really. Adam and his awesome parents who raised him well. So, yeah, season 1, that's season 1. Here's a summarization from Neil Gaiman. Summarize Good Omens in a sentence. And he replied, "Stuff happens." Which is true. Stuff did, in fact, happen. Now, Prime Video UK, they sum it up as, "He was punk and she did ballet." I like tweets like that. I'm not sure, I think as of now, as I'm recording this on 9/11/2023, I think it's called Xeed. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. It's a formerly known tweet. So, let's talk about the season 1 petition. Hashtag cancel Good Omens season 1. Hashtag / joking, please don't cancel Good Omens Season 1. For those of you who don't know, but I'm pretty sure most of you know, I just want to say it again. In the year 2019, thousands of Christians petitioned Netflix to cancel Good Omens for being blasphemous. Who would have thought? Here's a wonderful article by Alison Ford from Thursday, the 20th of June, I think it's June, 2019. This article is more than 4 years old. US Christian group condemns Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett's story as making Satanism appear normal, but petition wrong company. Group admits error in petitioning Netflix about Good Omens. I just want to read a little part from the article because it made me laugh. More than 20,000 Christians have signed a petition calling for the cancellation of Good Omens, the television series adapted from Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman's 1990 fantasy novel, unfortunately addressing the petition to Netflix when the series is made by Amazon Prime. Gaiman responded to the petition on Twitter, writing, "I love that they are going to write to Netflix to try and get #Good Omens cancelled. Says it all, really. This is so beautiful. Promise me you won't tell them." The publisher and science fiction critic Cheryl Morgan tweeted, "Miraculously, God has already done it. Don't tell them she put it on Amazon instead." It's a beautiful article. Go look it up. Yeah. So there's that. It was just this whole train wreck was so much fun to watch when it happened, because for a moment you are scared, but then you're okay. So this happened. Now let's talk about the theme for a moment. Here's just one tweet I really liked. Someone wrote, "I was today years old when I realized that the main theme of #Good Omens is a waltz." David Arnold, the person who composed, I think the right word is composed, replied, "Technically, it's an old-fashioned waltz, meaning it's faster than a regular waltz. It's a little more out of control and it sweeps you away, so you have to hold on tight to whomever you're dancing with." And I find this tweet so beautiful because, I mean, there's also the picture and it shows Aziraphale and Crowley, and they're very close to each other and they have to hold on to each other, and yeah, I mean, in season 2 we did have the dancing scene, and sorry, I'm just damn, I like the dancing scene, and I like the how's it called, the hold on tight to whomever you're dancing with. In the intro for season 2, you do see them dance and dance very fast, and it's just a beautiful thing, and the music is so beautiful. Very recently, the whole I'm not sure what it's called, all the music made by David Arnold for Good Omens was published and can now be listened to on Spotify, on YouTube, and so on, and all the Amazon things. And I've listened to it a lot, and it's really nice for background music. If you haven't done so already, give it a listen. It's so nice. For season 1, I also want to talk about Crowley's flat, because very recently I saw a tweet that made me laugh so much, because it's quite a new one. It's from the September 10th, 2023. Again, today, as I'm now recording this, it's 9/11, 2023. And someone tweeted, "I think I found Crowley's flat on Google Maps." Someone replied, "How bad is the rent?" And someone else replied, "Yeah, bro, it's not hard. Across the street, it has the name of the opposite buildings. Current Google Maps photo. Saw a one bed for almost £2,000 for the building. So Crowley's massive flat is definitely hella expensive." And someone else replied, "Gotta put my geoguesser skills to find this for myself. Laugh my ass off." I don't know. I found this so fun when I saw it. It shows this humanity of the fans, of wanting to know where Crowley lives. Again in quotation marks. But I don't know. It's just really impressing to me, since I'm not good at GeoGuessr. I'm not good at all. And I found it great that people could actually find out where the flat is. I mean, I didn't put the address right now. If you can do it, GeoGuess it yourself. But yeah, we know it's possible. Another thing regarding Crowley's flat is the statue in Crowley's flat. It represents, said the production designer Michael Rolfe, good and evil wrestling with evil triumphing. And Neil Gaiman asked to that, "Are you certain that they are wrestling?" Again, this is one thing of my favorite things in Crowley's flat, and I'm quite sad that we didn't see it again in season 2. Hopefully it will make a return in season 3. I mean, we've not been to Crowley's flat in season 1. This is why I put it in the presentation, because we don't talk about the flat enough, and how Shax is living in the flat. And I saw a very fun Good Omens comic which shows that Crowley's flat is just full of pictures of Aziraphale, and Shax has to live there, and it all was very fun. And yeah. Hashtag bring back the statue, please, in season 3. So then someone asked, "Dear Mr. Gaiman, please explain one moment in the Good Omens when Aziraphale was imprisoned during the French Revolution. Why he could not free himself from the chains? Why did Crowley do it? Is Aziraphale that vulnerable?" So this was a recurring theme we already saw in season 1, about Aziraphale having to be saved from saved by Crowley, and it gains so much importance when you watch season 2. So Neil Gaiman answered, "Not at all. He could have miracled away the paint gun stains too, if he'd wanted to. But you saw the expression on Aziraphale's face when Crowley turned up in the prison cell, and when Crowley vanished the paint stains. It was the happiest he had been in ages." And here is a quote from season 2. "But rescuing me makes him so happy." This is when the demons are attacking the bookshop. "Let's talk about it." Someone replied, "I knew it. I fucking knew it. When he said that, I felt so vindicated that Aziraphale gets into these situations and doesn't get out of them specifically, so Crowley would have to save him. Would save him. It happened too many times for it to be a coincidence. He knows Crowley likes playing the knight in shining armor. Acts of service is really his love language. And Aziraphale probably likes being the damsel in distress. And considering how attached Aziraphale was to the idea of book romance, it's even more on brand now. A message just popped up. I hope you didn't see it. Let me repeat the last sentence. And considering how attached Aziraphale was to the idea of book romance, it's even more on brand now. So this is about the moment when he wanted to make Nina and Maggie fall in love with each other because of a Jane Austen novel. This is what it's referring to, in case you forgot. But I bet you didn't. So, again, the parallels. Have I said it before? I don't think so. The parallels. Look at the parallels. Damn, season 1 was pretty. It all was so pretty. But we will get back to that later on. I just wanted to show this because one of my favorite shots, two of my favorite shots. Before we go to season 2, we have the lockdown episode, because the lockdown was happening between season 1 and 2. Here's another article. This one's in the in Entertainment by Devon Cogan from May 1st, 2020. David Tennant, Michael Sheen, reunite for Good Omens quarantine special. Even celestial booksellers and serpentine demons are doing their best to flatten the curve. The 3-minute audio clip follows Aziraphale and Crowley as they check in with each other in lockdown. Crowley is losing his mind with only his houseplants for company, and he can't even bring himself to spread fear and discontent amongst the masses when the pandemic is already doing such a good job of that. We all remember that. Meanwhile, Aziraphale is perfectly thrilled to sit in his closed bookstore all day, reading and baking bundt cakes. After all, when you've successfully shut down the apocalypse, a pandemic is no sweat. So the episode you can watch on YouTube. It's free. You can find it. The series director, Douglas McKinnon, also returned to help assemble the short video, which features a few familiar Easter eggs from throughout Aziraphale and Crowley's very long lives. This is our present to all of you, Gaiman wrote on Twitter. It's to make people happy because too many of us are sad. I want to say again, it's so important that Good Omens is there to make people happy and not sad if you don't look at the last 10 minutes of season 2. So, one of my favorite quotes from it is Crowley saying, "I could hunker down at your place, slither over and watch you eat cake." Someone said, "You can't tell me that wasn't going to be his attempt at moving in since he was living in his car during that call." And you just have to keep in mind while watching the lockdown. At this point, Crowley is already living in his car. We didn't know that yet. We didn't know that when the lockdown episode happened, because you only learned about him living in his car in season 2, or to be fair, we learned about it when they did some of the promotional work for season 2, and it was mentioned that, I'm not sure if it was mentioned, but it was clear that he was living in his car because of the way Shax brought him his letters and his bills and and all of that. And if you've already watched the lockdown episode a while ago, you have to go back to it and watch it again, knowing that at this point he is living in his car. Crowley is living in his car while he calls Aziraphale, and I'm about to cry right now. It's very late, I had a lot of coffee, and I'm crying right now. So, okay. Here's another tweet where someone screenshotted a post Mr. Gaiman liked on Tumblr, which was, "Personally, I like to imagine that Crowley started spiraling about what he'd do if Aziraphale asked him to move in, then started spiraling about what he'd do if Aziraphale didn't ask him to move in, and then he just laid face down on the front seat of the Bentley for 24 hours straight, and at the end of that he was like, yeah, I could just live here actually." And first of all, I can relate to that. I think I would rather live in my car than having to confront my feelings and having to confront someone about them having to accept me to live at their house. And I can relate. Yeah, I can. And also this is relatable, and also it's spot on Crowley and probably what happened, and that might be why it's in Mr. Gaiman's likes, Tumblr likes. We do not know if it's canon, but it's probably pretty close. And one more thing before we go to season 2 is I'd like to talk about the authors, which are Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman. They brought us this amazing work which brought so many of us together and made so many of us create their own things. And I mean, you know what happened, you are in the fandom. Here are two of my favorite pictures of Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett. To the first one, Neil Gaiman said, "It was taken in Kensal Green Cemetery in February. Terry borrowed the white jacket from our editor, Malcolm Edwards, and grumbled that it did nothing to keep him warm on a very cold day. Sometimes you have to be cold to look cool, I told him. It's all right for you, he said. You are wearing a leather jacket. You could wear a leather jacket too. I'm wearing white, said Terry, pointedly. That way, when they come after us for writing a blasphemous book, they'll know I'm the nice one." And I wanted to point this Tumblr post out specifically because Terry Pratchett basically predicted the season 1 petition. I hope the petitioners knew he was the nice one. So, and here's another asked on Tumblr, which Mr. Gaiman got. A person asked, "Is it just a major coincidence that the photos of you and Mr. Pratchett almost always represent your characters, Crowley and Aziraphale? Or were the characters based off of you two? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised either way." And Mr. Gaiman replied, "If we were going to be photographed together, Terry always tried to be wearing white. This was, he said, so that people would think he was the good one, and if anyone was going to get a brick through the window, it would be me, the one in black. Many people, especially people who didn't know Terry well, thought he was joking. I like how that seems to sum up Sir Pratchett and Mr. Gaiman, but also I feel like that's something Aziraphale would do. He would be like, "You're the bad one. You're wearing black." I don't know. It really has Aziraphale vibes. But yeah. Thank you to the authors for writing Good Omens. And I think now it's time to continue with Season 2. Season 2. According to Looper.com, though only 6 episodes make up Season 2, this season is a roller coaster ride of emotions, especially for Crowley and Aziraphale shippers. The cliffhanger ending likely had die-hard fans screaming at their screens in frustration as Aziraphale and Crowley appear to be once more on opposite sides. I chose this summary because it sums up Season 2 perfectly. I did scream. I did scream at the screen in frustration, and I did scream at it again as I rewatched it. I don't know. You can rewatch the season as often as you like. It won't change the ending. It won't change the last 10 minutes. So there's that. But let's look at one old post I really liked, because it didn't age well, and then again it kind of did. So someone made a post about, so I've seen a total of 3 posts that mention they filmed a kissing scene today, so you know what that means. And then there's a photo of a person with clown makeup, which means for those of you who are unaware, clowning means like you clown when you think the kiss will happen, but it's obvious that it won't happen. But now we know it did happen, but also we know it happened but also we know under which circumstances it happened. So it's like double clowning. It's double clowning. We've been double clowned. Imagine that. They did kiss, but they also divorced. Imagine that. That's the post I wanted to start the Season 2 section with. Now let's look at the poster. So, someone tweeted, "Guys, I just realized something. The poster is not just a heart, it's a broken heart. The way the shoulders and arms interlap together make a zigzag line that seems like the break of the heart in half." And here it's shown. Here is the breaking heart. You can see it very clearly. Someone replied, "It's funny how, with the wings, it looks literally like Aziraphale broke Crowley's heart and Crowley Aziraphale's. But also, how it can be seen as Crowley is in Aziraphale's heart and Aziraphale is in Crowley's. I'm gonna cry, by the way. I don't know if I explained myself." You explained yourself perfectly fine, and I'm also crying. I'm also crying again. Can you imagine that? I'm crying for the second time. Damn. My cheeks are wet. My cheeks are wet. Okay. But listen how this poster perfectly shows a broken heart. Can you imagine that it was there the whole time? We were so excited about this post, and now we think we know it's a broken heart. I do like this theory. As far as I know, it hasn't been confirmed yet, but yeah. Someone replied, "You're so fucking right," and it makes so much sense, because they love each other so much, and each one thinks the other one left them. And I really felt that, you know. I watched season 2 many times, and I'm feeling this right now. So that's a great start to the season 2 presentation, isn't it? But also, here is a post about the reveal that Good Omens 2 is like a bridge season between two massive plots is so fucking funny. Like part 1, dozens of people in a literal race to stop Armageddon 15 minutes before it happens, with heaven, hell and humanity all battling out with flaming swords and Kraken and Brian Cox as the personification of death. Part 2, we are forced to have a conversation about our relationship after being yelled at by the lesbians across the street. This one also sums up Good Omens 2 perfectly. Imagine getting yelled at by the lesbians across the street. This is what happened to Crowley and Aziraphale, because they did not communicate. But we will talk later about communication. Let's talk about this post first. Here again, the theme. You remember we talked about that in season 1 already. Now we talk about the theme of season 2. Someone wrote, "I just wanted to put this out there for anyone who may not have noticed." So the theme for series 1 has 2 very distinct themes. There's the angelic singing and the thumping bass for hell. Then, of course, the bonus theme that got left in the car with electric guitar. So to my mind, guitar, low bass, hell's theme. Angelic singing, general top melody, heaven's melody. And for season 1, they are very separate. A set of bars for heaven's melody, then for hell's, and then the 2 together. But season 2, in season 2, there's the angelic theme played by bass guitar. There's low bass sung by angelic voices. There's lots of interchanging of themes with a far less obvious set structure. Because Crowley and Azzy and Gabriel and Beelzebub and forming their own sides. Good and evil aren't so clear-cut. They are literally mingling in the theme, and I just think that that's really freaking cool. So do I. It's awesome. When you are rewatching Good Omens for the next time, listen to the music. Pay attention to the music. It's so cool to rewatch it and then see all the little details, and I like music. Next slide. So, someone wondered why in season 2 the snake tattoo wandered. And Mr. Gaiman replied, "The snake wanders, otherwise it would be underneath the sideburns, and it wouldn't like that." And a tweet I wanted to add to this slide is, every plot hole in Good Omens can be explained with 1, because they're idiots, Second, the power of love. Or third, God is quirky. I wouldn't necessarily call it a plot hole, the fact that the snake tattoo wanders, but as we go through the season, and we may or may not be confronted with plot holes, I love the three explanations because they are kind of what makes Good Omens so special. The idiots, the power of love, and God is quirky. So now to the real reason I made this presentation, which is I am not okay. I'm really not. I've watched both seasons so many times, and season 1 really was my comfort show, and now season 2 is not my comfort show anymore. And still I like to rewatch it, and still I love it very much, which are two things that can coexist. So here's just a spread of people not feeling okay. One of my favorite extracts from another article, sadly I couldn't find out where the original article is from, but someone wrote on Twitter at IsolatedBug, described the final few seconds where the credits roll as both Crowley and Aziraphale leave their familiar lives behind as the most awfully devastating closing sequence in the history of television. And this person was absolutely right. Still, someone else wrote, "Me as a scholar of literature, this is a very common narrative arc which allows characters to evolve and to find a more meaningful end. I'm fine, everything is fine. Me right now, I am dead inside. Ed, Neil himself and co killed me. I will now retreat into my shell and wither away." And I also really felt this Tumblr post. It makes sense that it is the way it is, but also, I am not okay. Next question. These are two memes that spoke to me, so I just wanted to share. This is exactly how I look right now recording this, and this is why I don't see video footage of me, because I'm not okay. Also, okay. Someone asked Mr. Gaiman, "I just finished Good Omens Season 2. I have one question. Why?" And Mr. Gaiman replied, "I'm happy to answer. Come back when you can make a whale and we'll talk." And I love this reply so much because, listen, I mean, if you watch the series, you probably know. This is basically what God tells Job in season 2. And damn, the parallels. Look at the parallels between this post and season 2. But also, I saw someone else commenting on that very post, but I did not screenshot it because I have so many screenshots already. But they basically said that if we don't lose our faith, just like Job, if we still believe in God, or if we still believe in Neil Gaiman, he will reward us with twice the, I hope, kisses, and twice the dancing, and twice the goats. Hopefully. I really do hope so. So please, everyone, behave so we can get twice the kisses. Okay. And then again, there was a post someone wrote, yeah, season 2 of Good Omens was like having a nice relaxing bubble bath with scented candles and bath bombs and shit, and you're just enjoying it so euphorically that it leaves you super vulnerable for when someone throws a fucking toaster in. That's also sums up my feelings. Yeah, I think we all felt the same, didn't we? And I should have put more tweets by the official Good Omens account, but I only do have so many slides, so this is a rare one of the Amazon Good Omens account. And they actually fucking wrote, a quick reminder that we are not responsible for any therapy bills incurred from viewing Good Omens content. And then they just posted these 2 last shots. And it's horrible. How could they? Just this tweet is giving me stuff to talk about in therapy, if I could afford therapy, which I don't. Listen. Ah. Look at this tweet. But they also wrote, Aziraphale is playing with fire here. And this is just a scene where they drive away from the bombed church. And Aziraphale asks Crowley if he could do something for him in return. And yeah, this is just the Good Omens account slut-shaming Aziraphale. And I think that's very wonderful. So, and another tweet of them was where they saved another tweet where someone wrote, no, but seriously, what if Good Omens 2 ends with Crowley and Aziraphale separated? And they just wrote, been saving this one since we saw it in June. How you doing? Kissy smiley. It's fuck off. I don't know who is responsible for all the psychological damage we are receiving, but kudos to them. I'm having so much fun. Okay, next slide. Here is a fun fact. General trivia. The singing of Flower of Scotland was an unscripted improv from David Tennant. We are saying that Crowley actually composed the song in this moment, as it wasn't published officially until 1967. I just wanted to have this in the presentation because when I first watched the season, I don't know much about history, but it kinda did feel wrong that he was singing Flower of Scotland that early on. And but I didn't know, I didn't look it up. And then I rewatched it with Mindy and her boyfriend, and her boyfriend Mac actually pointed out the exact year in which it was composed, and I was like, what the fuck? Imagine just knowing that. But if someone asks you, now you know. Okay. And here's another little fun fact. Here someone took a picture of Dorian Gray, and it kind of looks like Crowley. And someone said, guys, why does it look like Crowley? Laugh my ass off. And someone replied, okay guys, Freddie Mercury wrote song about Aziraphale for Crowley. Oscar Wilde wrote books and poems about Crowley for Aziraphale. Which makes sense. And I like this theory very much, and there are several theories about how Aziraphale knew Oscar Wilde, and there are also some other theories about, not really theories, but some headcanons about Aziraphale's relation to Oscar Wilde, since there is a movie in which Michael Sheen, who plays Oh, don't ask me which character he plays, but his character gets very, very close to Oscar Wilde, and yeah, watch it if you can handle this. I didn't watch it because I knew I couldn't handle this, but yeah, everyone has their own cup of tea. Look it up yourself and decide if you can watch it or if you will spontaneously combust, which I would probably do if I watched Michael Sheen like that. Anyway, next slide. BBC Studios tweeted some very nice reviews. Someone said, oh, it's very small, I can't read it right now. But someone said Good Omens 2 is a biblical buddy comedy of epic proportions. Someone else said it's everything I wanted. And sorry, I'm still crying. Oh, my eyes are actually burning. It's also very dark in here, but as I said, I had a lot of coffee and also wine and some tea. So here we are. Someone replied, my favorite tit-touching, dancing, dining and kissing buddy comedy. Someone else said, haha, maybe. Anyone else ever feel personally victimized by the ending of a show? And let's talk about what a buddy film is first, because I again visited Wikipedia. Also, please support Wikipedia if you can. They said, a buddy film portrays the pairing of two people often the same sex, frequently men. A friendship between the two people is the key relationship in a buddy film. The two people often come from different backgrounds or have different personalities, and they tend to misunderstand one another. Though through the events of the buddy film, they gain a stronger friendship and mutual respect. And I think that checks, actually. They do have different backgrounds and different personalities, and they do get closer and gain a stronger friendship. And nowhere in the Wikipedia article it says that they are not allowed to kiss. You are allowed to kiss your buddy. Yes. Then, one of my favorite Easter eggs on this slide, the angel and demon on the shoulders, symbolism, oh, I'm sick. So am I. Someone said, only difference is the demons inviting you to a nice little drink while the angel's trying to fucking steal your car. Yeah. This really... I mean, someone else also pointed it out, but this really reminded me of Kronk from The Emperor's New Groove, which used to be my favorite movie when I was very young. When I was very, very young, I watched it so many times on DVD. Back then we still had DVD. Can you imagine that, how old I am? But therefore I did love this tweet, and that this person pointed out that there is a angel and demon on the shoulder symbolism. Beautiful. Now, another post that I find very, very important is that someone pointed out, I might be reaching here, or am I? Obviously, the naked man conversation is meant to make us laugh, but a lot of people are commenting on Crowley's jealous face. I don't think he's jealous. Neither do I, actually. I'm not good at reading faces, and in the moment and the next rewatches, I didn't feel like he was looking jealous. Let me continue to read. This is the demon who said Aziraphale is too pure of heart to be anybody's side piece, so he knows there's something else going on. But let's talk about Aziraphale. He gives Crowley this ashamed, embarrassed look as Crowley stares at him in confusion. Aziraphale is a huge romantic. Aziraphale is definitely not a one-night stand type. Most likely he's a virgin. Most likely he's the save yourself for marriage mentality like religion keeps on banging on about. Only with your soulmate. So here he is, in front of a demon he knows that he is in love with, and is planning to spend the next days flirting with and dancing and confessing to him. He gives Crowley this ashamed, embarrassed look as Crowley stares at him in confusion. Aziraphale is a huge romantic. Aziraphale is definitely not a one-night stand type. Just let me emphasize this, only with your soulmate. But right now, someone is asking him if he's shagging some random dude on the side, in front of his crush, in front of the love of his life, that he is planning to make realize that they've been in love for a very long time. Poor Aziraphale. Poor Aziraphale indeed. And this one also, this sums up exactly what I felt when watching this. I never said it out loud, which you don't know because you don't know me. Mindy knows me. She's watching this. But listen, many people theorize that Aziraphale shagged a lot of people, and these headcanons are also valid. But I have to say, I really do love this take, because from a religious point of view, and me, for example, I was raised with religion, it makes sense that you only bang your soulmate. Yeah, so there's that. Next slide. So, this post says, without the pressures of either heaven or hell, we've seen that actually Crowley is the more natural angel of the two. I mean, he takes extra care making sure the bookshop hostages get out safely. Meanwhile, Aziraphale is like, oh, lonely female hitchhiker in the middle of the road at nighttime, sorry, stepping on the gas and sending good vibes. We will go back to an extra full section of this presentation being about how Crowley is a good demon, how he's good with a capital G. Look at him. Also, my boy Aziraphale, I love that scene so much, how he just kept driving by the hitchhiker and was just sending good vibes. I mean, imagine that. He's an angel and he really didn't want to help her. Okay. Here's another ask. Sorry, again, it's late. Hello, Mr. Gaiman. I wonder, don't people think it's weird that Aziraphale wears the same outfit for decades? I mean, it's not like he's wearing a uniform that he could tell is from his bookstore, or he's wearing some sort of black suit that the change might go unnoticed. Thanks for everything. And Mr. Gaiman replied, I've been wearing the same outfit since 1987 and I don't think anyone has noticed yet. This is also a fun fact I just wanted to point out. you can just admire Mr. Gaiman for all this, how do you even say it? That he never gets bored of asking, answering questions. Unlike God, which he compared himself to in an earlier post, or at least drew a parallel to, very metaphorically. I like that he does answer questions. It's very nice. Next slide, the Season 2 petition. Let's talk about the Season 2 petition. It might be a hoax, but it's still funny as heck. If you go to change.org, you might see a petition to ungay Good Omens 2, and you can sign the petition. It already has 8 signatures, and it started on August 11th, 2023. It was started by Christian Good Omens fans. They say, "We are a group of concerned Christians who are angered by the decision to turn the 2 protagonists of Good Omens gay after a bona fide heterosexual first season. We were blindsided into watching a show that lied. We are not homophobic, we just believe in truth, and those truths are..." Prepare for this. Angel and Crowley are supposed to be friends and brothers, not lovers and bum chumps. Angel and Crowley were not gay in the book. Angels can't be gay, for they are holy missionaries of God. David Tennant is too hot to be gay. Why would women watch this show if they knew they had no chance of being with him? Sorry, I can't even be serious reading this. It has to be a hoax. But still, it's very, very funny. They continue to write. Here are our demands. A formal apology from Neil Gaiman, Terry Pratchett, David Tennant, and Martin Sheen. Refilm and release a non-gay version of Good Omens 2. Remove all the gay scenes from Good Omens 2. Hashtag release the straight Good Omens 2 cut. I'm afraid there won't be a lot left if they remove all the gay shit. Basically nothing's left, especially in season 2. We had so many wins in season 2, and yet we lost it all, didn't we? Yeah, but anyway, they continue. Give Angel and Crowley girlfriends in Good Omens 3. Include scenes of Angel and Crowley renouncing their gayness in Good Omens 3 and becoming straight again. Hashtag make Angel Crowley straight again. Make a promise to not feature gay scenes between Angel and Crowley in Good Omens 3. That includes... Sorry, I'm crying again. Okay. That includes no hand-holding, no kissing, no flirting, no cross-dressing. Crowley, stop! No characters calling them a cute couple. No handjobs, no blowjobs, no innuendo, no anal sex, graphic sex scenes, etc. No 69ing. He can't be gay. Too hot, not allowed. Thank you for signing the petition. Wait a second, I'm crying again. And here again, no stressing. Crowley, stop. Imagine writing a petition like that. I mean, I think it's slide back. I think it's pretty clear that it should be a hoax, since they misspelled Neil Gaiman. They demanded an apology from the late Terry Pratchett. They demanded Martin Sheen to apologize formally. There are some other things. I mean, calling them bum chums, and I mean, the demands. It's so over the top. It's so over the top. It actually could be real. I guess we'll never know. Yeah. Next slide. So, this is why Crowley Stop is trending on my Twitter feed. Sorry, I can't stop laughing. What a fabulous piece of trolling. Sorry, still crying. Okay. If you want to see links to the source on Twitter, they are over here. Yeah, I did look at it. One is of shorting. I need more tea. ETA. I know that the jury's out on whether the people posting this on Twitter were trolling or not. At Peter Morwood's take on it convinced me. Too good-humoured for real Christians of that particular stripe. Not enough venom. I agree with that. But then again, if it's not trolling, the right thing to do is laugh at it. And if it is trolling, the right thing to do is laugh at it. So we may as well invoke Korzybski's stipulation. A difference that makes no difference is no difference. And just go back to laughing. To sum it up, Crowley, stop. Here's a bonus. If you ever need to laugh, just go look through the 1-star reviews for Good Omens. Story seems interesting, but I couldn't understand the British accents. Not very like Doctor Who at all. How do I play this on my TV? Blasphemous content. May the Lord have mercy on you. Makes a mockery of Christianity. Marxism. Just this, absolutely nothing else. And my personal favorite, David Tennant's hip wiggle makes me uncomfortable. Yeah. Look at the 1-star reviews. Please do not add any 1-star reviews. But look at those that are already there. And when you are already there, please remember to give a good rating and a review to Good Omens, because this will increase the possibility of getting a season 3. So, yeah, I rated and reviewed wherever I could. I rated and reviewed on Amazon, on Rotten Tomatoes, IMDb, Letterboxd, and I think I also did it somewhere else. So, just to name a few, if you can, and you should be able to, you can sign up to most platforms where reviewing is possible via your Gmail account, and I just assume most people have a Gmail account, and who doesn't have a Gmail account probably has a normal email address. So take your time and rate and review, because this really helps. And we will wait and see for season 3. But before season 3, we did wait and sorry. We did wait. We did wait it for season 2. If you've been on Tumblr, you might have seen so many great questions regarding season 2, before season 2 aired, of course. And Mr. Gaiman had a lot of great answers to it. Here are a few. My personal favorite being, what is something that does not happen in season 2 of Good Omens? The wilder and more unrelated the answer, the better. And he replied, see and wait. And yeah, it really became a meme on Tumblr, and it was so much fun to wait. And then we saw. Another thing that happened on Tumblr was Dottie and Sadie, which were Crowley and Aziraphale's wives. For a while I did believe that Dottie and Sadie might actually be a thing, because I easily get convinced by stuff I see on Tumblr. But as we now know, they did not appear in season 2. We can still pray for them to appear in season 3. But yeah, this one, look at this. Good Omens 2, Ineffable Boogaloo. Look at them. Just look. The person who did this did an amazing job. This is how I imagined Dottie and Sadie. So, someone asked, as one who's seen the season 2 trailer of Good Omens one too many times, I'm getting the feeling that Gabriel is up to something that heaven and hell don't know about. I feel as though he became human on purpose to find out what Aziraphale's weakness is, to get rid of him as well as Crowley. Correct me if I'm wrong. Still crying? Okay. Mr. Gaiman replied, Gabriel came to Earth to go on holiday to Spain with Aziraphale and Crowley and their wives Dottie and Sadie. He's working as an art critic, and when he sees the picture hanging in Crowley's bed and breakfast bedroom, he realizes it's an original painting by Jerry Picasso, Pablo's baby brother, and resolves to steal it on the same night that the neighborhood dress as a burglar and win a fridge competition is held. Hilarity ensues. And someone replied, I'm going with the headcanon that it's Aziraphale and Crowley dressed as each other's wives, and we humorously never see them at the same time. And that's a hashtag special spoiler. Here's Mr. Gaiman's reply. I found it awfully funny. For a moment I believed, but again, we did see what did happen. And yeah, now I need a whole series about just Dottie and Sadie, please. And thank you. Here's another ask. I know if I get an answer to this, it's most probably gonna be wait and see, but I'd like to try the odds. In the trailer, when Aziraphale draws the magic circle, not sure if it's called that exactly, is he trying to contact God again? Or is he maybe trying to contact some sort of healing angel? Or is it some sort of healing ritual? Mr. Gaiman replied, he's trying to summon a magic gorilla in order to obtain one of the 4 fruits of the apocalypse, in this case the banana of doom. Just let that sink in for a moment. And again, for a moment, I did believe. But it's a hashtag special spoiler, so Mr. Gaiman was just having a bit of fun. Unless it is happening in season 3. Then who's laughing then? No one. Or perhaps we all are. We don't know. Another ask. Hi, Neil. I'm wondering if you can give us more crumbs and confirm or deny that there will be some shift in the dynamic between Aziraphale and Crowley. In the first season, we mainly saw the pining demon. Will we see more of infatuated and smitten angel this time around? And Mr. Gaiman replied, no, we'll spend a lot more time with their wives Dottie and Sadie, though especially in the Girls' Night Out episode. And the pie fight scene at the inflatable gorilla factory will clarify a lot. Look at it. The inflatable gorilla factory. Just let that sink in for a moment. It really made the wait for the next season so much more fun. I hope we will have something similar to this when season 3 is about to air. So, yeah. Next slide. Hey Neil, did Sadie and Crowley get divorced amicably, or was it a messy breakup? Mr. Gaiman replied, it was fine until they had to decide on who got custody of the twins. This was also a special spot. Ah. Next slide. Someone asked, hi Neil, you've answered a few asks now referencing Crowley's wife. I'm still not sure if she's Dottie or Sadie. I was wondering, were there any bits of awkwardness during filming the scenes between her and Crowley, or were the Fennec Foxes all well behaved? Mr. Gaiman replied, obviously somebody got bitten. I'm not at liberty to tell you who, but you'll laugh like a drain when you see Michael Sheen clutching the toilet plunger and shouting this new season 2 catchphrase, oh heck, it's the wife. I'm still laughing. Yeah, so another fun thing was going around in which people were saying in season 2, not David Tennant, but Crowley will be played by just a bunch of Fennec Foxes instead of David Tennant. And there was, or better, there is a whole Twitter account dedicated to posting pictures with David Tennant and Fennec Foxes side by side every day. And if you scroll through it, you start to really see it. You can already see it in that example I put here. And yeah, look at it. Go look at it. There's so much to look at. But yeah, since this was a lot of fun, here is a summary made by Meatball Lady, and beautiful summary of everything that was supposed to happen. Good Omens Season 2, What We Know So Far, Dottie and Sadie edition. All of the info about Good Omens Season 2, especially Dottie and Sadie, in one place. Note, this is satirical and there are no actual spoilers in this post. I don't know what this abbreviation means. Okay. For the most up-to-date details, check out the hashtag special spoilers on Neil Gaiman's Tumblr. So, cast. Returning. Fennec Fox's Various as Crowley. Michael Sheen as Aziraphale. And instead of John Hamm, we have Chinchilla, name unconfirmed, as Gabriel. Note: there have been no official announcements regarding the casting of the following new characters. Michael Sheen as Dottie, unconfirmed. David Tennant as Sadie, unconfirmed. Michael Sheen as the Master Spy, unconfirmed. Also, Giant Pretzel, Sadie's brother, Aziraphale's mother-in-law, Sadie's kittens. Then we have the plot. First, a detailed plot summary of Season 2. Crowley and Aziraphale, who in this season are both undertakers in Birmingham, and their wives, Dottie and Sadie, go on holiday together to the south of France. The boys get very drunk at a wine tasting, and their wives have to bring them home to the hotel, where Aziraphale, still drunk, puts on the gorilla costume he finds in a closet. Imagine Crowley's shock when he sees a gorilla climbing out of the window of the hotel. Now, it just so happens that a master spy who looks exactly like Aziraphale hid the microfilm plans for a missile in Crowley's bathroom and has returned to obtain the microfilm, which is hidden in a book of naughty seaside postcards that Dottie found earlier and threw out of the window. When the police turn up looking for the gorilla, they find the master spy but think it's actually Aziraphale. Fortunately, Sadie realizes that the pineapple-shaped birthmark has vanished from Aziraphale's left elbow, which means that he's an imposter, and she and Dottie set out to rescue him in his gorilla costume from the circus that he's been sold to by an unscrupulous Animal Welfare Center operative. And then there are lots of cats and horses. The end. Again, very, very beautiful. Beautiful story. That's what happened. And here is Michael Sheen's wife, Anna Lundberg, replying to the tweet, Neil, make Sadie and Dottie real for season 2 and make them a queer couple too, extra points if they're Anna and Georgia. And Anna replied, as long as I get to make out with @Georgia E. Tennant, I'm happy. And I think that's a very beautiful tweet. We can still make this happen in season 3. Okay. And here are some additional plot details to the Dottie and Sadie arc. Crowley and Aziraphale and their wives will go on their honeymoons at the same time in the same little French town during the annual Marmalade Convention. Aziraphale will have a new Season 2 catchphrase. Oh heck, it's the wife. At one point he will shout this while clutching a toilet plunger. Several stories will be set in the tomato sauce factories they all work in. Dottie's phone will be broken at the outing to Blackpool. In episode 4, it will be revealed that Dottie and Sadie and their husbands have unknowingly all been booked in the same hotel room. There will be a pie fight scene at the inflatable gorilla factory, which will clarify a lot about Aziraphale and Crowley's interpersonal relationships. Aziraphale will attempt to summon a magic gorilla in order to obtain one of the 4 fruits of the apocalypse, for example, the banana of doom. The giant pretzel will give Crowley a magic peach. There will be a very moving scene when Dottie thinks that Sadie is pregnant, but actually Sadie is planning to get a kitten. The detail about kittens. The arrival of the kitten will also be delightful, but I'm not promising it doesn't mean that the season won't end with a patter of tiny feet. Let's just say that 2 sets of twins would mean double the fun for everybody. Aziraphale will be dead by the time Crowley goes on his secret mission. Aziraphale's wife will inherit the bookshop, which she runs with her brother. At this point, I'm starting to cry again. This detail about Gabriel's story arc. Gabriel came to Earth to go on holiday to Spain with Aziraphale and Crowley and their wives, Dottie and Sadie. He's working as an art critic, and we already read this earlier. So the flashback scenes will be of where Crowley and Aziraphale both met their wives. Season 2 will end with a dance-off mix-up on a French nudist beach with several enormous inflatable animals and Aziraphale's mother-in-law dressed in a gorilla costume. And on Goncharov's influence on Season 2, the whole of Season 2 of Good Omens was inspired by Goncharov. Dottie and Sadie, Aziraphale and Crowley's wives, were basically my take on Perdita and Brigitte, the 2 tourists who worked in the condom factory and the whole Goncharov helium balloons and clowns sequence. For that matter, without Goncharov, it would never have occurred to me to have made the comedy in episode 4. The fact that Dottie and Sadie and their husbands have unknowingly all been booked in the same hotel room, or to have had the Archangel Gabriel played by a chinchilla. So let's take a little excursion to Goncharov, in case you're not on Tumblr. This is a Goncharov excursion. Goncharov lore thus far. Based on the Tumblr post results, main cast are Goncharov himself, his wife Katya, nee Mikhailov, and Andrei. One side character is named Mario Ambrosini. He is described as a sad boy and is involved in gambling. Set in Naples and involving a drug ring mafia, the plot seems to involve Russian organized crime attempting to get a foothold in Italy. There is a boat scene. Katya survives via resourcefulness. Andrei and Goncharov have a substantial amount of homoeroticism. Andrei also has an interest in Katya. This forms a true love triangle. Yes, it does, actually. This is a true love triangle. They all have to love each other. Okay. At some point, Katya threatens to shoot Goncharov. This is framed as a girl boss moment. There's also a beer bottle scene, and Katya fakes her death. And here we have another post. Here. The reason Goncharov 1973 is such a hit is because it allows Tumblr to unironically participate in its national sport, lying. And here you have the actual background for the Goncharov meme. Goncharov is an internet meme surrounding a non-existent 1973 gangster film of the same name. Goncharov was imagined by users on Tumblr as a joke, often with the tagline, "The greatest mafia movie ever made." It is usually described as a mafia film set in Naples with the involvement of movie director Martin Scorsese. Those discussing the film have devised and fictionalized cast list that includes Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, John Cazale, Gene Hackman, Sybil Shepherd, and Harvey Keitel. Goncharov initially originated when a Tumblr user posted a picture of a pair of knockoff boots that featured details suggesting the film's existence in place of a brand label. This post was reblogged in August 2020 with the joking allusion that Goncharov was a real film. This reblog is generally regarded as the genesis of the meme. The meme went viral in November 2022 after a poster of Goncharov was created and shared online. This sparked an elaborate fiction of its narrative, content, and production described in posts on Tumblr and elsewhere as if the film were real. Goncharov has inspired an online fandom, received significant coverage in the media, and garnered responses from notable individuals, including Scorsese generally playing along with the meme. This was incredibly fun. The very moment, I think it was Scorsese's daughter who saw the meme, and then she made her dad record a TikTok to confirm he did in fact make the movie Goncharov. If I'm not mistaken. Don't have screenshots of that, but yeah, if I remember correctly. Also, another fun thing I wanted to mention about it was, I can go back in the slides here again. You can see the poster. I was on Tumblr when it happened, when the posts happened, and I saw a lot of posts, and I don't know, I read something about homoeroticism, and I thought, yeah, I will watch that movie, and then it turned out this movie does not exist. But if you go to AO3, actually, this movie has more fan fictions written about it than Avatar, the Avatar movie, the one with the blue people, if I remember correctly, actually. But it does have a lot of works on AO3. For a movie that doesn't exist, it does have a lot of works on AO3. So yeah, here's to Goncharov, which inspired season 2 of Good Omens. But before we continue with season 2 of Good Omens, we will talk about the June 12th spoiler. Let's continue with the June 12th spoiler. The June 12th spoiler was the fracture of a second in a promotional video Amazon posted. It took literally days before people realized it was even there, because, as I said, it was only shown for the fracture of a second in a video posted for Pride Month by Amazon Prime. It was a video which just showed a lot of people kissing. And yeah, the Azure Crow kiss was one of those kisses that were shown, but very, very shortly shown. This is the only frame seen, and it's covered by the word every. So someone wrote, I was actually spoiled like 3 weeks before the premiere of season 2, but if any of us were spoiled for every, we should be entitled to emotional, financial, and spiritual compensation. Someone else wrote, I think the craziest thing about every is just as soon as Neil said he was upset, this picture vanished from Earth like, everyone just respected and didn't spread the leak, which isn't normally what happens. So let that one sink in for a moment. Actually, I am also a victim of the June 12th spoiler. Not really a victim, but I did see that it happened, and I was scrolling through Tumblr sometime at night, and I saw this every picture you can see right now in the presentation, and my first thought was that this is one horrible edit. I was thinking, oh, I've seen people editing the two of them together so much better. For example, there is one picture where David Tennant is playing Richard II in a Shakespeare play, and someone edited the him kissing someone else into him kissing Aziraphale, looking like Richard II. And this one, I don't know if you know it, but it's an incredible edit, and this looked so fake to me. Every picture looked so fake to me. I couldn't even believe it until I saw Neil Gaiman's reaction. I saw that Mr. Gaiman was very, very upset, and then I just scrolled back and saw, oh, it is real. So that's something that happened. Yeah, as soon as I saw that there was a spoiler, I needed to find out what actually happened. I managed to find someone who had the actual video saved, the promotional video, which was very quickly taken down as soon as people realized, and Mr. Gaiman got angry. And yeah, I saw it when or right after it happened, basically. Because I did want to be spoiled, I did want to know what happens. I know some people didn't want to be spoiled, and I thought it wasn't going to be a real spoiler. I thought it was just a thing that happens, that they have a really romantic scene and are very happy, since it is a comedy. I think I also wrote a post, of course, tagged accordingly with a Good Omens spoiler and so on. And I did write about Good Omens being a comedy, and it is a very happy show, and everyone needs to calm down who is suspecting that this was going to be a very sad thing, and people were already freaking out and saying, of course Mr. Gaiman is getting so mad because it is going to be a sad thing, or it's not a real kiss, or it's not even them, it's they switched bodies with someone else, or it was a mistake and they didn't kiss on purpose, and I don't know, you see this hand here, it doesn't really look like it's not on purpose, right? But yeah, people were really freaking out, and I thought it was going to be a happy thing, but I was wrong. My post didn't age very well, which is why I'm not showing it to you. And yeah, next slide. Here is a screenshot of the tweet Good Omens News sent, since they also posted the spoiler. They wrote, "We sincerely apologize for posting that spoiler." Someone replied, "I don't know why, but I feel like Neil's just playing." And Neil replied, "Neil is fucking furious." So, yeah, since everyone could tell that Mr. Gaiman was fucking furious, it disappeared, it vanished from the internet, and I haven't seen it since. Or at least, it did get posted again about 2 weeks after the season was officially aired, and yeah, people talked about, like you can see here, what they were doing and what happened when the leak happened. What were people doing when the leak happened? And yeah, everyone remembered that day very well. But there were also some people who just didn't know that it happened at all, which just shows how behaved everyone was in the fandom. As soon as they found out, of course. Yeah. But also someone tweeted, and this tweet is cited quite often, or at least I saw it quite often. Neil Gaiman's reaction is like, if this had happened to Destiel, Misha would already have tweeted the photo and tagged Joe Biden. And of course, the first, my first impulse was, yeah, that's exactly it. But now, after watching the kiss scene with the every scene with the with everything around it, knowing what happened before and what happened after, I think we can finally understand why Mr. Gaiman was so fucking furious. Because people had hope. At least some of us, some people were very negative and pessimistic, and I suppose they were right. Or at least were right in being pessimistic. I don't know. I saw people fighting or arguing a lot about if this really was a win for the gays or if it was not. And I'm not entirely sure, actually. If you want, please feel free to discuss this in the comments of this video. But on one hand, we all know this is something we can grasp. It happened, and we know it happened, and we can refer to it happening. And of course, we knew Aziraphale and Crowley were in love, and it didn't need a kiss for people to understand or for it to manifest that they were in love. It was clear. It had to be clear. But again, this is so heartbreaking on the other hand. But I suppose I'm still happy it happened, and I hope you are happy too. And yeah, please discuss your opinions. I've read a lot about it, but still I'm curious of your thoughts and opinions on it. It's a difficult topic. Okay, I had to take a break to cry a little, but now let's talk about the playlists. The Good Omens playlists were another thing posted by Amazon Prime to promote the show, and I think they were done very beautifully, so let's have a look. Aziraphale and Crowley's playlists were posted first, and they were done so well. I mean, look at the choice, look at the music choice. I literally screamed when I saw that I Will Follow You Into the Dark by Deathcap for a Cutie was on Aziraphale's playlist, because it's one of my favorite songs ever. It's just imagine that. Ugh. And on Crowley's playlist, you also see a lot of songs that make a lot of sense. You see The Velvet Underground, Every Breath You Take by The Police. Every Breath You Take is also a song I'm quite familiar with, because it was on another show I loved to watch, which was called Stalker. And okay, this sounds a bit bad at first. It's a show about a person who is a stalker but also works for the police. And the episodes are... It's a crime show, basically. The episodes are a bit sad, but also exciting, and at the end of each episode, they have a scary version of a popular song, which changes the meaning from a happy song to a really creepy song without changing the lyrics. And Every Breath You Take by the Police is one of them. And it's just this very scary song. And I mean, if you watch a few parts of the show with that perspective, we do see Crowley watching Aziraphale quite often, and we do see Crowley following Aziraphale around most of the time, basically. There are also quite a few beautifully edited videos out there which show Crowley following Aziraphale. But, I mean, the thing is, obviously, Crowley is not a creep. He's not a stalker. He's not a weirdo. He does belong here. And yet it fits very beautifully. I mean, it fits well with the happy tune by the original song by the Police. And, yeah, other things, of course. I'm in Love with My Car by Queen. Of course, there had to be a Queen song. And everyone was freaking out about Take Me to Church by Hosier. Hosier? I'm so sorry. I'm German, okay? Sorry for pronouncing stuff weirdly. But it's... I remember when it came out. It really fits so well. This playlist really is spot on. I'm not so familiar with the other songs on Aziraphale's playlist, but freaking out about I Will Follow You Into the Dark by Death Cab for a Cutie was more than enough, I think. But still it had these... I Will Follow You Into the Dark has very sad vibes because... not because, but it also made me think that Aziraphale would follow Crowley into the dark and they would go to hell. And I don't know. So the song starts with Love of mine, someday you will die, but I'll be close behind. I will follow you into the dark. Right? So this is someday you will die. This was the point that I started to freak out, and I was starting to at least consider that the every moment could be a sad moment, that perhaps Crowley was about to die and Aziraphale would be trying to save him and they would go to hell together. But still, I was so convinced season 2 would end on a happy note. Can you imagine? Oh. But yeah, sorry, but I can't say a lot about the other songs. They mostly are happy vibes as far as I know. Fly Me to the Moon, I know it does have very calming, happy vibes. What a Wonderful World does have very happy vibes. If you've seen it on TikTok and then of course also on X and on Tumblr, there is an edit of Aziraphale and Crowley to What a Wonderful World, but it's a cover version in the same style. I did know Every Breath You Take. which made it more What a Wonderful World was more, how do I say it? How more sad? More, it had more oomph. Not really oomph. It was more powerful somehow. It's a very beautiful edit. If you spend enough time online, you probably already saw it, and if not, you will find it quite easily. I think it's basically everywhere. So yeah, let's continue. Next slide. There were also later on posted some playlists of Muriel and from Gabriel and Beelzebub. Of course, the playlist with Gabriel and Beelzebub came out after the season had aired, because as you can see, it would be quite of a spoiler, because we all can see the way Beelzebub is looking at Gabriel with all the love in their eyes, just looking at him. It is beautiful. I find it interesting that they also have Every Breath You Take by the Police on their playlist. I'm not sure what to think about that. Maybe it should show how heaven and hell are actually watching each other. We've seen a few times that they had been working together to thwart Crowley and Aziraphale, or to get the huge war going and stuff like that. But still, I think I'm not really know what to think, actually. Because I do feel like it's less of a watching each other thing and more of a working together thing. And of course, we can see in season 2 that they are working together even more closely than we first expected. In season 1, we've seen Michael in hell bringing the holy water, and we saw Eric in heaven bringing the hellfire. And yeah, they have been working together from the start. And we do see the angels on the phone with demons, and yeah. So, but again, I feel like it's probably not to be taking word by word each song. I think they just looked for songs to bring a bit of vibe across. And of course, Every Day by Buddy Holly is on the list, which makes sense since it's their song. And when we look at Muriel's perfectly plucky playlist, the first thing I noticed was Let It Go by Demi Lovato. And it made me think that Muriel would probably love the movie Frozen. I like that they also have Every Day by Buddy Holly on their playlist, and that they also have Another One Bites the Dust by Queen. And Dancing Queen, also very beautiful and very fitting. And I love that they also have Get Lucky by Daft Punk. Also, although I'm a little bit traumatized by that song for personal reasons. We did play it in the school band, which I played the keyboard for many years ago. And yeah, it didn't sound well when we played it, so this was a bit traumatizing, but this has nothing to do with Muriel. I'm not that familiar with the other songs, but I mean, I do know Owl City because they wrote Fireflies. And yeah, look at their little face. And here is an article on the Mary Sue website by D.R. Madeleine from July 13th, 2023. And it's called Good Omens confirms Aziraphale and Crowley listen to all the angsty songs that shippers love. The author wrote, "Again, just the chorus alone feels perfect for these two. Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the shrine of your lights. I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that deathless death. Good God, let me give you my life." Yes, I can 100% picture Crowley listening to the song and thinking it encapsulates all of his feelings about Aziraphale. And yes, I'm screaming over it. I'm just going to listen to these songs on repeat until Good Omens Season 2 premieres on Amazon Prime and await the slew of new fanfiction that will soon follow. However, there's a song for each character that exactly matches the Ineffable Husbands fandom playlist. Aziraphale's heavenly playlist includes I Will Follow You Into the Dark by Death Cab for a Cutie. I'm a connoisseur of fan mixes and this song has popped up on a lot of them over the years, but it fits so well for this pairing. Seriously, the chorus alone seems like it was written for them. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I will follow you into the dark. Just imagine Aziraphale listening to that and thinking of his beloved Crowley. They've given up being with heaven and hell. They are just them until the end. I know you are crying through the pain and beauty of it all. I am too. No. I am no longer crying because of the beauty of it all. I'm crying because that's not what happened. This did not age well. Beautifully written article. I love it very much, and I love that these two quotes from the two songs were chosen because they also stuck out to me a lot. But yeah, this was from July 13th when we were still hopeful and full of hope and love and happiness, but we are no longer. Yeah, and there was also another fun thing about the playlists, which was the first lyric of every song on the Aziraphale playlist, for example, spells out ineffable. I see trees of green, red, no, my French, no rien de rien, earth angel, fly me to the moon, feelings nothing more, ahaha, birds flying high, you love of mine, and even when the darkest clouds are in the sky. Someone wrote, Good Omens Prime making the first letter of each song's lyrics on their playlists spell something relevant to the character because Gabriel shelved the books by the first letter of the first sentence is literally the peak of marketing, by the way. They love the show so much to do that. There's literally nothing more to say about this. I'm pretty sure the other playlists also spell out something. I'm not entirely sure right now, but I think it does. I didn't look it up any further, but this is your homework to do. It's also been a while now since we all found out about this. So yeah, again, it's about 2 months later now that I'm recording this. Again, it's 9/11/2023 as of today. But still, we have to keep in mind, those playlists were made by Amazon, not by Mr. Gaiman. Since Amazon doesn't know how the series will continue, it is difficult to use it theorizing for theorizing purposes. Wait. Yay. Okay. So. Um, yeah, I don't want to theorize too much about it. As soon as I found out that Mr. Gaiman did not choose these songs, it calmed me down a little because it made me think that they were not going to die or to go to hell together. Because, again, this one lyric, Love of Mine, Someday You Will Die, was making me so sad and scared. But, yeah. I suppose it turned out even worse than that. Next slide. The creation of the universe. You might be wondering about the order of the slides and the concept I used to bring these slides into some sort of order. But I cannot explain it to you, but trust me, in my head, it did make sense. So let's have a look. Someone asked, I'm at a point where every time we get to see a new photo from the James Webb Telescope, I wonder if Crowley helped build that one. Pillars of Creation kinda has a style, I think. And Mr. Gaiman replied, so do I. We have to talk about how this ask was sent before season 2 came out. So this person was quite right, because Pillars of Creation, you can see it here in this very picture, the three little things Aziraphale and Crowley are looking at here. I'm not sure if the recording device picks it up, but I'm pointing my mouse at it. Here you can see in the middle of the picture, these are the Pillars of Creation. They really are Crowley style, and I think that's very beautiful. And it's very beautiful that people agreed that much, right? Okay, so here's another post I really liked. Thinking again about the very first scene and how Aziraphale was fascinated and besotted by the Star Maker. Not yet Crowley is so full of light and joy and innocent intent, and Aziraphale is already afraid. He already knows not to ask questions. Whoever he's been with, they aren't like the Star Maker. Heaven already isn't safe. They don't love what they've made. They're blithely planning They are planning its destruction. But the Star Maker loves his stars. He wants them to live. And even though Aziraphale doesn't have words yet for what is wrong in heaven, he feels the fear of it. And he sees the Star Maker hasn't gone wrong yet. And he loves him for it. He loves him for loving the world. And this post also really well captures the whole vibe of this and what I too thought when watching the show. It really shows how Aziraphale kinda is already in love with the Star Maker, not yet Crowley. And it's also this very scene at the very first start of the very first episode is so important to the end of the show, because it shows how happy Crowley was before he fell, and how happy he was as an angel, and how full of love for his creation. And it really shows why Aziraphale wants to make him an angel again, so he can see this happiness again. When we see Crowley during season 1 and 2, the rest of it, everything after the fall, he rarely, very, very rarely looks happy. He only ever smiles when he's with Aziraphale or when he's watching Aziraphale. And even then, it's not that level of joy he showed in the very first few minutes of the first episode of season 2. And also, as you can see in the hashtags of this Tumblr post, this person asked, who frightened him? Who frightened Aziraphale? What happened? I really do hope that we see more of the angels in season 3. Hashtag pay your actors, hashtag pay your writers, hashtag give me season 3 or give me death. But it's a very valid question. We need to know what happened to Aziraphale, that he's already afraid. That he's already afraid so soon after the creation, so close before the fall. It's very beautiful. Also makes me think about if there had been a mistake, if it really has been a mistake, and actually it was Aziraphale who was the person who was meant to fall, and Crowley who was the one meant to stay an angel. And yeah, we can talk about this later in the presentation when I talk about good and evil more. But let's stay at the creation of the universe. Here is another tweet. This is actually made by me. I'm Sam. Hi, this is my tweet. So I wrote, hence, did you know that the pillars of creation here photographed by the Hubble Space Telescope we see at the beginning of episode 1 of Good Omens 2 is in the Serpents constellation. Hey, Snake. Anyway, hashtag give me season 3 or give me death. So I hope you can read it. Sorry for choose. Maybe I just wait a second. There you go. The Pillars of Creation is a photograph taken by the Hubble Space Telescope of elephant trunks of interstellar gas and dust in the Eagle Nebula in the Serpents constellation, some 6,500 to 7,000 light years, 2,000 to 2,100 parsecs, whatever, from Earth. So, first of all, I did study astronomy for a while. So, yeah, this is why I took a closer look at the constellations, because I'm actually interested in this kind of stuff. Let's look at the Wikipedia article on the name, because at least I find it very interesting. So the name is based on a phrase used by Charles Spurgeon in his 1857 sermon, The Condescension of Christ. In calling the Hubble spectacular new image of the Eagle Nebula the Pillars of Creation, NASA scientists were tapping a rich symbolic tradition with centuries of meaning, bringing it into the modern age. As much as we associate pillars with the classical temples of Greece and Rome, the concept of the pillars of creation, the very foundation that hold up the world and all that is in it, reverberates significantly in the Christian tradition. When William Jennings Bryan published the world's famous Orations in 1906, he included a 1857 sermon by London pastor Charles Haddon Spurgeon titled The Condescension of Christ. In it, Spurgeon uses the phrase to convey not only the physical world, but also the force that keeps it all together, emanating from the divine. And now wonder, ye angels, Spurgeon says of the birth of Christ. The infinite has become an infant. He upon whose shoulders the universe doth hang, hangs at his mother's breast. He who created all things and bears up the pillars of creation hath now become so weak that he must be carried by a woman. First of all, nowadays it doesn't have the same. It's a little bit problematic to be phrased like that. It doesn't have good vibes, but still, I think it's very important because since the pillars of creation are that connected to Christ, this, at least in my opinion, it might be a hint of what might happen in season 3, since we are going to probably, perhaps, maybe see the second coming of Christ. This might actually be connected to the pillars of creation, or maybe, I don't know, the condescension of Christ. He who created all things and bears up the pillars of creation has now become weak. It does fit, doesn't it? I don't know. Discuss in the comments, please. But let's look at the next slide. Here is a screenshot of a TikTok on a tweet. Someone commented, Crowley couldn't finish that part. And someone else said, on Tumblr, they asked, hello, I was wondering for some reason if we see Crowley kickstart at the beginning of the first episode is like all space or only a quadrant. Thank you. And Mr. Gaiman replied, it's just that little area of space. It's not the whole universe. I like to think that the construction of the Good Omens universe was rolled out in stages, which happened before time properly started, and there may have been delays caused by, for example, the great war between the angels and the rebel angels, which needed to happen and be wrapped up before the Earth bit and the Garden of Eden could happen, and the 6,000-ish year clock officially started ticking. So here you actually see an explanation on why parts seem to be missing. Just leave it at that, I think. But I think it was beautiful to mention. It was a good question. It was a good question. So, next slide. Do you guys know what Alpha Centauri actually is? This is more about season 1, but also season 2, because Gabriel and Beelzebub also wanted to go to Alpha Centauri, and it was also a huge thing in season 1 when Crowley wanted to go to Alpha Centauri. But let's read. Alpha Centauri isn't chosen at random. Alpha Centauri is a binary star system, and a very special one. The two stars in it orbit so closely together that until modern telescopes, we thought they were one star. Two stars so close, orbiting each other, that their light appears as one from Earth. That's poetic symbolism. It is indeed. And yeah, again, this also fits well to the dancing, I think, because in the intro of season 2 we do see Aziraphale and Crowley orbiting each other among the stars, just like the two stars of Alpha Centauri do, and I think just very beautiful symbolism. I mean, can you imagine how much thought was brought into this book and the script, and how much research must have been done before, as it was written, before it was written, while it was written. And I mean, look at all those beautiful little details. Just very, very poetic. Next slide. Ineffable bureaucracy. Ineffable bureaucracy. Let's have a look at that. Someone wrote, liking a ship that's canon but also somehow a rare pair. Sick. Someone replied, Beelzebub and Gabriel somehow. Someone else replied, from the Bible. I've seen that quoted so often, but I mean, yeah, basically, you're not wrong. They are in the Bible. I've seen so many tweets about how we really need a season 3 because fans have started reading the Bible as source material for fan fictions and stuff like that. And I mean, it is Bible fan fiction, at least a little bit, and it kind of makes me want to pick up the Bible again. I mean, I've read it before, but yeah. Let's look at the next slide. Let's continue. So, someone wrote, Neil Gaiman. In season 2, the fan favorite angel-demon couple will fall in love, overcome great adversity, and eventually defy heaven and hell to run off together to the stars. Smiley. Fans. Cool, I can't wait. Does Aziraphale confess first or does Crowley? Neil, holding Gabriel and Beelzebub figures and making them kiss? Does who do what now? This also sums it up perfectly well. They continued to write, obviously this is a joke simplification because Neil cares very much about Aziraphale and Crowley, but the mental image just was too fun to resist. And I'm glad you didn't resist. Mr. Gaiman, if you see this, I love you. Thank you for making the show. Just wanted to read that out loud as well. This really breaks me every time I read it. Because it's so on point. Someone else wrote, why are Beelzebub and Gabriel allowed to be happy but Aziraphale and Crowley aren't? This is a question people often ask on the internet. And I like the reply to that, which is, because this story isn't about Beelzebub and Gabriel. It's not that they got their happy ending and Aziraphale got fucked over. Gabriel and Beelzebub's relationship is meant to show Aziraphale and Crowley what they can have if they were on the same page. This is what Aziraphale and Crowley can achieve in the next season, because Gabriel and Beelzebub's story is done, for now. Aziraphale and Crowley still have at least one more season. And also, we will need to talk about communication, but this will also come a bit later in the presentation, which is, I don't know already, how long have I been recording? 2 hours? I don't know. But, yeah, this sums it up perfectly. It's no notes, perfectly analysis. Let's look at the next slide. Sorry, still crying. Yeah, someone wrote, genuinely, one of the most cathartic, most jaw-dropping moments of season 1 for me. Aziraphale speaking out against his abuser and calling him awful. That takes both strength and courage, man. Was so proud of him when he did this. This is also a very important thing to mention, because it does show Aziraphale's growth and how he learns to speak up for himself. Because in season 1 we saw him very, very scared of Gabriel, and he's not in season 2. And this might also be because Crowley didn't tell him about what actually happened in heaven. But also we are going to talk about that one later. Let's look at a reply. Look, this is why I think it's weird Aziraphale suddenly thought the Metatron was a good guy and he'd misjudged him. Jim was there, acting completely innocent for days, and Aziraphale was still wary of him, as you should. But with the Metatron, it was a matter of minutes. We will also talk about Metatron theories later. And I'm not entirely sure if acted is the right word, since Jim wasn't really acting in sense of pretending, but just in a sense that he was behaving according to his memory loss. But it's a very good point. We have to talk about that one later as well. Just wanted to make you think for a moment about how things have changed in season 2 and how we can be proud of Aziraphale and what he managed to do. Even though there will be some there were some arguments in the fandom, and still are, about the way Aziraphale is behaving. But in that moment it is clear that he has grown and he is more sure of himself, and like it is said in the tweet, that it took very much strength and courage. And yeah, just think about that one for a moment. And after we've been serious, let's look at another meme. I love that the minute Gabriel is freed from heaven, he turns into Elton John. It's literally this meme. It literally is. I love the costume choices so much in season 2. Just look at Gabriel. Look at that coat. Sorry, still crying. But also look at the next slide. Someone pointed out, I'm not sure if this might be considered a plot hole in quotation marks, but as we said earlier at the very beginning of my presentation, we are now on slide 81, by the way. We are not that far in. Plot holes can be explained away by them just being stupid. So here we have a meme. Michael is saying, I went back through the Earth observation files. And they look at the pictures of Crowley and Aziraphale together. And Gabriel is replying, yes, Bildad the Shuhite, I remember. What about him? And I think this is so beautiful. Because these pictures you can see here right now are from season 1. And obviously Bildad the Shuhite is from season 2. And this meme, if I may, or incorrect quote actually, made me really think, how did Gabriel not recognize Crowley? and later what happened in between him meeting Bildad the Shuite and him learning about Crowley. What happened in between? Didn't that make it obvious what happened back then? And again, this in quotation mark plot hole can be explained away by them just being fucking stupid. It's such a beautiful show. I'm having so much fun. And someone else pointed out, heaven and hell must think they're super glued together because there is not a single photo with them alone. Yeah. Now that we've laughed a little, let's also don't forget, or perhaps even think about, that in season 3, what if Aziraphale is on his desk in heaven and he just has a drawer full of pictures of them? Just imagine that for a moment. He's very sad, he's missing Crowley, and he has all those pictures at his desk. Imagine that for a moment. This would be truly beautiful. I hope this will happen. Hashtag give me season 3 or give me death. Now that we've cried a little, let's look at another funny meme. Look at Gabriel. Look at Gabriel looking at Gabriel. Just look at that for a moment as we try to calm down again from the pain. And here is another question also regarding Gabriel. Someone asked, Dad, are you aware of the theories that Crowley is the Archangel Gabriel? What do you think of them? Just one more thing, I see you as a father figure. Heart. Mr. Gaiman replied, no, I hadn't heard that one before. I'm not quite sure how it would work, though. I'm not sure either. Still, I love the question because it really makes your brain work and it really makes you think, how could that work? Maybe, I don't even know. Maybe it was an old question because I saw theories very, very early on when the season 2 was not out yet, and we just saw the promo videos, and also the every moment had already happened, and people were like, what if Crowley and Gabriel switched bodies and it was actually Gabriel kissing Aziraphale and stuff like that. I think I would assume that this ask came in before season 2 actually aired, so that's my interpretation of this. I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, just think about it. Could it be that Crowley is actually Gabriel? I'm not sure. But it would be an interesting plotline if they switched bodies in season 3. Yeah, just let that sink in for a moment. And now, next slide. Being good and being bad. Let's have a look. Someone wrote, Crowley visibly cringes and rejects Aziraphale when Aziraphale calls him good, calls him nice. He doesn't want to be considered good or nice by what he thinks is Aziraphale's, heaven's, definition of good or nice. Not just because he's scared of hell's retribution, but because he knows heaven's definition of good and nice is wrong, is black and white. When Mrs. Sandwich calls him good, he doesn't cringe. His rejection of I'm not actually is half-assed and cheeky at best, is his automatic response. But then he says, thank you. Crowley appreciates being called good by a human. He knows that humanity's definition of good is nuanced and complicated. When a human calls him good, He sees it for what it is, a genuine compliment to his character and his actions, but not a divine declaration about his being as a whole. He reveres the morals of humanity more than he's ever revered the morals of heaven and hell. Or revered? I'm not sure. But, I mean, you can read this word yourself. This is also a very interesting take, and I didn't even think about it. When I watched Good Omens for the first 3 to 6 times, I thought that Crowley goes through an path of acceptance. The very first time he's called nice, I think it's chronologically it should be at the graveyard in Scotland, and then in season 1 again he's called it at the paintball place, and his reaction gets less aggressive, I think. And in my opinion, it should just show that he comes to terms with being nice, and he's starting to accept that really deep down he is a nice person. But, and again, at the Ritz, he doesn't react angrily when Aziraphale says it. This is another point that's probably very important at the end of season 1, when Aziraphale says that deep down he's nice. He doesn't get angry. But also I love this take because it does show that niceness is something you have to define for yourself. And he might appreciate it more coming from Mrs. Sandwich. And we can also consider that being... I mean, there's no right or wrong, really, as long as it's not confirmed by Mr. Gaiman. But this is a very interesting approach, and I like it very much. Let's look at another post, which says, I had to put this again, and I have to talk about it again. I already talked about it earlier in the presentation, but let's read it again. Without the pressures of either heaven or hell, we've seen that actually Crowley is the more natural angel of the two. I mean, he takes extra care making sure the bookshop hostages get out safely. Meanwhile, Aziraphale is like, oh, lonely female hitchhiker in the middle of a road at nighttime. Sorry, stepping on the gas and sending good vibes. This really shows it. This sums up how Crowley really is a good person, again in quotation marks, quote unquote good person. He's not a person, he's not. But let's think about that for a moment, because let's think about my theory again of there being a mix-up, and Aziraphale was the one actually meant to fall, and instead Crowley fell and he didn't deserve it. Let's think about that for a moment again. And now, in that very moment, now that I think about it, in a very early post made by Mr. Gaiman, he talked about how he thought David Tennant might have played Aziraphale first, and then Michael Sheen should have played Crowley, but then he changed his mind and switched the position of who they were supposed to play. let's think about that for a moment. And perhaps it was... I wanted to be sad in case it happens in season 3. What if Aziraphale was the one who was supposed to fall and not Crowley? Just think about it and know that I said it. I said it here first. What if it happens, right? What if it happens? And here's another post I love so much. Tiny Good Omens Season 2, Episode 2 spoiler. When Jemima is turned into a lizard, the pot she made is on the ground beside her. Perfectly intact, completely safe, not a crack in sight. I'm no expert, but I believe a pot like that would have shattered if it hit the ground. Big bad, not nice Demon Crowley was thoughtful enough to make sure this child's pot didn't break when he turned her into a lizard. This is also a beautiful little thing that was noticed, and I think it was so important to the story. And so important and tells you so much about Crowley. Let's talk more about being good and being bad. This is something also written by me, and it was very late at night when I wrote this. Are you sure Aziraphale knows he is in love with Crowley? The thing is that, yes, in season 1 it looked like he had fallen in love, but season 2 really took away from this. In the zombie episode, you can clearly see that it isn't really about love, but about Aziraphale seeing that there is actual good in Crowley. Although the whole season we watch Aziraphale watch Crowley do good things. Wait, all through? Sorry, I can't read, and I also can't write. Please don't pay any attention to any spelling mistakes. All through the whole season we watch Aziraphale watch Crowley do good things. Saving Job's children, saving Elspeth, saving the books, and most importantly, saving Aziraphale. It all leads up to Aziraphale wanting to restore Crowley's angelic status. Because there is good in Crowley. He says, that was very kind of you. Aziraphale has been obsessed with Crowley being good ever since season 1. And it became so much more clear in season 2. It's what the show is actually about, I think. Michael Sheen materializes with a shotgun from Aziraphale's bookshop in my room. However, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do love him. Like Michael likes to point out, like Mr. Sheen likes to point out, Aziraphale is in love with Crowley. Most likely since the creation of the universe, staring at Crowley instead of the nebulae, I think it's actually. He just doesn't know. Ever wondered why it's called Good Omens? Because it's about being good. Not just pretendy good, but properly good. I don't know, Hans, not in a gender way. That's the vibe I got. Feel free to prove me wrong. I'd prefer to be wrong. I'm not entirely sure about the Aziraphale thing, but I'm very sure about the good thing, the Good Omens thing, and about Good Omens being actually about what it means to be good and what it's like not to be good. And in everything we really see, we see in the Job episode, we see that the angels don't want to intervene when Job's children have to be killed by the demons, or again, just everything they do and just the way they treat Aziraphale. It makes it very obvious that there isn't this clear line between good and evil, and you have to think for yourself and decide what means for you to be good and what it means for you to be evil. And it's really about shades of gray, like they said in the Nazi episode. So that's very important to reflect on, and I think that's what the whole series is about being good and being bad. The Nightingale. Let's continue with the Nightingale. Please prepare for some heartbreak, please. Yeah. Someone wrote, maybe I'm late, but do you think that every time they dined at the Ritz, they tempted the pianist to play the Nightingale song, like Gabriel did, so it became their song to them? And why Crowley says no nightingales, not to be meta, because it has meaning to them. And here we also have the lyrics of A Nightingale Sang in Berkeley Square. And in the lyrics it says, that certain night, the night we met, there was magic abroad in the air. There were angels dining at the Ritz, and a nightingale sang in Berkeley Square. I may be wrong, I may be right, but I'm perfectly willing to swear that when you turned and smiled at me, a nightingale sang in Berkeley Square. When season 1 aired and season 2 was not confirmed yet, and we didn't know that there would be a season 2, I made a post about analyzing the lyrics of the song, and I did talk about how there were angels dining at the Ritz, and this probably meant that they Aziraphale and Crowley kissed and said goodnight. Because of the second, not the second, but of the next paragraph. What's it called? The next verses of the song talk about. And as we kissed and said goodnight, a nightingale sang in Berkeley Square. And I was so convinced that they kissed after the end credits of season 1. But now I feel like they didn't. Now I feel like it, at the end of season 2, it was the first time they kissed because of everything that happened, but we will talk about that later. I also was very curious about what nightingales actually mean, because as we already found out, everything has a meaning in Good Omens, and also because of what we found out about the Pillars of Creation and Alpha Centauri, and the nightingale really made me wonder about it. So again, Wikipedia wrote, the common nightingale has also been used as a symbol of poets and their poetry. Symbol of poets, or their poetry. Poets chose. Someone made a mistake on Wikipedia. I didn't even notice. Chose the nightingale as a symbol because of its creative and seemingly spontaneous song. Aristophanes, the birds, and Callimachus both evoke the bird's song as a form of poetry. Virgil compares the mourning of Orpheus to the lament of the nightingale. And here it gets important for Good Omens, because here's Shakespeare. In Sonnet 102, Shakespeare compares his love for poetry to the song of the common nightingale. Our love was new and then, but in the spring, when I was wont to greet it with my lace, as Philomel in summer's front doth sing, and stops his pipe in growth of riper days. Surely, if you are very good at analyzing, you can probably see a parallel somewhere, but I'm not that versed in Shakespeare's poetry. So if anyone wants to make a deeper analysis, please feel free to use the comment section of this video. Let's look at the next slide. Someone wrote, "Yeah, I just found something wild. I figured this out by pure accident, because musically I'm not a big fan of Tori Amos' singing style. I'm sorry, besides the point though. So I pulled up the original instead to put on my playlist. And guys, I don't think A Nightingale Sang in Berkeley Square is about them at the Ritz together in the 21st century, or at least not at first. It's about this. A Nightingale Sang in Berkeley Square originally came out in 1940 by Vera Lynn, 1 year before Crowley pulled the most romantic ass stunt Aziraphale has ever seen, and, let's be honest, the vibes are changed. I mean, there was a reason the rumor of them being an item spread in hell around this time. And that's not all. The song was actually meant to be part of a musical on the West End, the place where they made a fond memory together for the first time in nearly 100 years. Took care of each other, trusted each other. Hell, were Crowley and Aziraphale both friends of the theater in different ways, probably heard the song about causing the impossible and falling in love just a year prior for the first time. Yeah, so I fully drank my own Kool-Aid and completely believed that they already associated the song with each other. Not only saw it as a fond reminder of the night in 1941, but the quiet, gentle reality they might have together someday. But they wouldn't dare say that out loud. Wouldn't be ridiculous enough to let themselves hope for it. Perhaps one day we could, I don't know, go for a picnic, dine at the Ritz. I think this was Aziraphale breaking the unspoken rule and acknowledging this thing they share. Him saying, "I know, I see you, I hope so too." And I'm about to cry again. I just love so much how everyone pays so much attention. And notices so many things about this, and I love that there are so many things to notice. Look at it. Let that sink in for a moment, and after we all stopped crying, let's look at the next slide, which is about Doctor Who. This is a very short section because I didn't want to just point out all the Easter eggs. There were so many Easter eggs. For example, the number plate on Crowley's Bentley. There was Mr. Arnold playing the theme on the musical instrument he was playing it when he was in the music shop. There was that scene at the magic shop with Crowley and his... I don't know what that red kind of hat is called, but I'm sure it has a special name. Let me know in the comments. But yeah, please don't cancel me, but I did not watch Doctor Who just yet. It's still on my list. There are so many things to watch, but I have not watched that one yet. But yeah, I still do appreciate all the Easter eggs. Someone pointed out Mr. Arnold went back to grab the Doctor Who annual, and I love that very much, that he had to grab it before he left the building. And also, someone wrote one of Crowley's two hobbies, being David Tennant. Someone wrote, canonically, Doctor Who exists in the show, so Crowley did actually play the 10th Doctor. Or David Tennant is canon. Someone wrote, I choose to believe being David Tennant is just one of Crowley's current hobbies. What do you believe in? Write it in the comments. Someone asked Michael Sheen, since we know Doctor Who exists within the Good Omens universe, who do you think Aziraphale's favorite Doctor is? And Michael Sheen replies, Peter Davison. I love this reply so much. I just wanted to show it in the presentation. But let's move on to the next slide. Like I said, there are so many Doctor Who Easter eggs. Just, if you're a fan of Doctor Who, you probably spotted them yourselves. Let's look at the car. Someone wrote, can we talk about the car loving Aziraphale as a manifestation of Crowley's repressed feelings? I wasn't convinced of it until it started inching towards him, but Crowley can feel everything that happens to the Bentley, because it's an extension of him. It's full of his essence. It loves Aziraphale because Crowley does. I'm going to be sick. And so am I. Someone else wrote, I just put together that Crowley, despite his whining, fully accepts the idea of our car, which fundamentally transforms the Bentley. That's why Shax then has to play hitchhiker instead of just popping in, like she had previously, now that it's the earthly property of an angel as well as a demon. She needs an invite. I just had to pause after that scene and sit there for a bit. I didn't even notice, I didn't even realize. I just thought the scene was there to show that, to show some kind of scary scene, because it is like out of a horror movie, seeing this woman at the side of the road and then she keeps reappearing until you stop the car, and this is how horror movies usually go. And I find that very funny. And also, we talked about this earlier in the presentation. It shows how Aziraphale is not fundamentally good, because he steps on the gas and just sends good vibes to her as he's seeing a hitchhiker, a female presenting hitchhiker. But yeah, this post really got me, because this explains why it happened the way it did happen. It was just not just for cinematic purposes, but it has a lot of meaning on different levels. So let's go to the next slide. Hear me out. We say Aziraphale turns the Bentley yellow because it's pretty like Crowley's eyes. Now, what if I said Aziraphale made the exterior of the bookshop red because it's pretty like Crowley's hair? I didn't even notice, but I like this. I like this idea. I'm not sure. It's not really the correct color, I think. But I'm not sure. I'm a little bit colorblind. It's inherited. But still, I love this take. It's valid. Someone wrote, Bentley could have been light pastel blue, could have been pink like a rose, could have been lilac, could have been light orange, the softest green, still pretty, but no, it's pretty by being yellow like Crowley's fucking eyes. No comment. Next slide. Someone wrote, anyone else noticed the Bentley bloody purse when Aziraphale pets her? I didn't notice it. I didn't hear it, but also I'm not very good at hearing it also. Remember, I'm old. and I listen to very loud music, but I didn't hear it. But still, if people hear it, this is a detail I would love very much if it does happen, which I can't confirm because I can't hear it. But if you rewatch it when you rewatch it the next time, pay attention if it purrs and let me know. So someone took something from Tumblr and put it on Pinterest, and then it was put on Twitter, on X. So someone took the Tumblr post we saw earlier. It's that one by redbastard.fuck and put it on that picture, and it was seen on Pinterest. And someone replied, so what if it works both ways and Aziraphale can reach out to Crowley through the Bentley as well? What if that's why it played Nightingale at the end? Can we talk about that for a moment? What if it was Aziraphale's last message to Crowley? To let him know he loves him too, and that the nightingales are singing after all? What then? What's that? Okay, I'm crying again. Yeah, there are several theories on why the Nightingale was playing in the Bentley at the very end. A few days ago, someone looked at the timing of how long the song takes and how long the kiss takes and how long it takes for Aziraphale to leave the bookshop and go to the elevator and all like that, and it all matches, it all fits together, and I don't know if it was intentional. Again, both theories are very valid, but I personally prefer this one. I prefer Aziraphale reaching out to Crowley, but still, both theories are valid. So, next slide. Someone wrote, so you know a couple of things. Season 2 is set in 2023, around 4 years after Season 1. Voluntary UK driving tests were introduced in 1935, so around 90 years ago. The Bentley in the show is the 1933 model, and Crowley has had her from new. I'm fairly certain I'm connecting dots here. This bitch. And the person also wrote, this might have been obvious, but I'm slow. I don't even know what to make of this. Like, bitch. Okay, but you have a point, and also, how would people know that the UK, the voluntary UK driving tests were introduced in 1935, around 90 years ago? How did anyone know that? Yeah, I mean, probably people knew, but not everyone just knows this. So it's beautiful that you pointed that out, and it's beautiful to know that the Bentley that is shown 1933 is a 1933 model, and so Aziraphale took the driving test around the time Crowley got the Bentley, which of course could be a coincidence, but I prefer to headcanon that it wasn't a coincidence. So someone wrote, oh my god, lol. Funny thing I noticed in Good Omens 1, while driving through the fire, Crowley is saying the Bentley that I had you for 90 years. Then in Good Omens 2, is there Aziraphale mentions that he got his license 90 years ago. So, someone has held onto that license secretly for 90 years in hopes of one day driving Crowley's baby. I mean Bentley. Yeah. So if you pay attention to the text, to the script, you actually, it makes it more obvious that this might have actually been the reason, since it specifically says 90 years and then again it says about 90 years. So there's that. I just love that about the show. Again, just look at the color. It really is exactly the color. First time I saw Aziraphale in that room, I thought it was a little bit jarring. I thought it didn't fit to Aziraphale to have a room painted in that bright color. I saw him, the bookshop seemed to have more muted colors, more brownish colors, more softer vibes. But seeing the comparison to the wall, the car, and Crowley's eyes, it makes it so obvious why yellow is Aziraphale's favorite color, and I love it so much. Another thing someone noticed, and I find it very important to mention, is that the Bentley seats were brown when it was just Crowley. Then when Aziraphale changed it, they were black. So the ending scene, Azzy had control of the Bentley. So it was him playing Nightingale, sang in Berkeley Square to Crowley. And it seems to confirm our theory from earlier. At least I hope it does. Let that sink in for a moment while I catch my breath. And then we can continue with the next slide. The rain. Let's talk about the rain. Someone wrote, "This whole time we've been fixated on a sudden rainstorm forces them together beneath a canopy. And yes, that's obviously referring to Crowley and Aziraphale sheltering each other at the start of both seasons. But what we never actually see is them together under a canopy. They are always protecting the other person. There has not been time or opportunity for them to look into each other's eyes and vavoom, or whatever the fuck Crowley was on about, because they are always too fixated on protecting rather than working together to protect themselves as a group of the two of them. Big old metaphor for their whole relationship." So this is a perfect analysis. No notes. Let's see for a moment, because in the promotional posters for season 2, we actually do see Aziraphale and Crowley under a canopy. I just have to jump slides for a moment. I just realized I put it much later on slide 261. Everyone remembers the original promo photo for Good Omens Season 2, right? This one, in case you don't. Anyway, I just feel like pointing out that they are sheltered under something together during a rainstorm. Neil has been dropping clues from day one, bro. He knew what he was doing. Now, you could also point out that they are not looking at each other. They are looking in different directions. But still, in the promotional picture, they are under a canopy together, and I think that's quite important to mention. Now I have to scroll back all the way to slide number. We're only at slide 103, but yeah. And still we can have a look at that. You mean like a sudden rainstorm forces them together beneath a canopy. They look into each other's eyes and realize they were made for each other. Here, they are looking at each other's eyes, but they're not under the same canopy, like Crowley Stardust has pointed out in a perfect analysis. Yeah, it really can make you sad. But let's continue. The next section is called Between Times, because I'm looking at Crowley and Aziraphale between times from the flashbacks. Someone wrote, still stuck on how Aziraphale ate that meat like he was starving, like he'd been starved for millennia, and he hadn't even known it, because he'd never once been fed. But we know they don't have to eat, nor sleep, etc. So what he'd been starved for is pleasure, being present in his body, feeling the joys and longings it could feel, understanding what taste buds were made for. He hadn't known, he'd never learned to miss it. Now imagine what a kiss has done to him. And a kiss from someone he loves, as he loves Crowley. It's like learning all at once what lips and souls were made for. Very, very beautiful. And also, please have a look at this meme. Aziraphale was starving. And yeah. Again, perfect analysis. Very beautifully done. No notes. Perfect. And here's a bit of a longer text, but it's very important to talk about. So this post was made by Media Circus Pod, and they wrote, this scene was absolutely beautiful, but it's also the crux of the issue. You guys, this is where the problems start. Because Crowley's already cast out. He finds comfort in the idea that they are lonely together. As far as he can, becoming as far as they can. Is an end to his complete otherness and something to appreciate, to covet, and to find solace in. He's finally not alone. But, and this is important, Aziraphale does not feel that. He can't. This moment is completely and utterly devastating for Zira. He finds out he's not damned, and sure he's relieved, but he's no longer an angel, in the way that he's learned is right. He's now unchangeably and forever less holy, a concept that is dearly important to his identity. Going along with heaven as far as he can is a failing on his part, not heaven's, at least to him. There's no solace or comfort. He finds existence like that. Just the two of them, achingly lonely. And that's just how his perspective demands to be taken. It's the only perspective he is capable of in that moment and after it too. This is also a very beautiful analysis, but we also have to think about what we talked about earlier in this presentation, which is at the very beginning of season 2. At the very beginning of season 2, episode 1, we can see that Aziraphale is already afraid, and it really shows how there's something wrong already in heaven, and he knows it. And I feel like he already was lonely back then. Again, this is just a personal opinion, but it does feel like he's already lonely in heaven, and that's why he clings to Crowley so much, and he would hate for something to happen to him. I mean, also because he's already in love with him, obviously, but still, I still think I can sense some loneliness in the very first episode of season 2. But let's continue. Take into account Crowley has went from having no one at all to having someone, and he puts everything he has into it. This is not good. It's unfair to Aziraphale, and it's unfair to himself. On the opposite side, you have Aziraphale, who has just went from having the entire heavenly host to having this single demon, who 1 minute ago Aziraphale thought would be dragging him off to hell. And the part that aches is that this perspective hasn't changed. Aziraphale feels like his existence is lacking because he wants so badly to be good. And good is holy. Good is heavenly. He's the problem for having morals that are misaligned. So let's think about that for a moment. How he does have his morals, and he does have this problem with questioning his morals, and how he has to go through all of this and still choose to go to heaven, which did lead to a lot of fighting and arguments within the fandom as of why Aziraphale is acting the way he acts, or choosing what he chooses. But let's continue to read. Spoilers for the last episode. Aziraphale has just been given the validation that he is not only good, but the most heavenly angel there is, the supreme archangel even. And if heaven's morals are now his morals, then that's every problem solved. With a bow even, because Crowley basically on heaven's side anyway, he's good, isn't he? He's been good this whole time. So why wouldn't heaven want him back? Reinstating him as angel would fix everything. They can be together, they can be good, they can be holy. All Aziraphale's conflicting emotions about loving Crowley can be packed away, because Crowley will be perfect again, and surely Crowley wants to be perfect, wants to be forgiven. Sorry everyone, that hurt me too. Oof, yeah, I feel that, I feel that hurt. Aziraphale is shocked by Crowley's refusal. He is devastated that this version of perfect is treated as something naive and distasteful. Crowley's devastated too. He just lost their side, a concept that for 5,000 plus years has been the only thing he puts love into, besides his car and perhaps even his plans. And humanity, but he'll never admit to that. I'm looking at the no more dying scene. Crowley is constantly being devastated by Aziraphale. He's too fast, he's too evil, he's too good sometimes. Crowley has always been too much. But this is different, because for 4 years he's had them on their own side, without the hiding, without the denial, and without Aziraphale constantly putting former jobs between them. Plus, he has a mountain of trauma centered around the concept of forgiveness. So that's not great, considering Aziraphale's last words to him, that he hasn't said all season, even when he made Crowley apologize in the first episode. He's losing everything and he's desperate. Why isn't he enough? Hasn't he been enough these last 4 years? Hasn't he been enough the last 6,000? Let that sink in for a moment. that it really does seem like Crowley is always too much for Aziraphale and just never right, and I see how that can be a very horrible thing to feel. It's the opposite of not being enough, but yet there are still some aspects about not being enough. Perhaps the not being enough is more of an he's still a demon, not an angel, and it really makes one sad to think about it. Because then again, Aziraphale has always been enough for Crowley, but being enough for Crowley doesn't fix how Aziraphale has never been enough for himself. Not since Job. He looks at this offer as a chance for him to be enough and for Crowley to be forgiven. Crowley looks at it as a betrayal because it's Aziraphale saying Crowley isn't enough and he never has been. But that's not what Aziraphale is saying. He's saying, let me fix it for you. Crowley is hearing, let me fix you for it. Two completely different and completely horrifying concepts. Crowley's devastated too. He's just lost their side. A concept that for 5,000 plus years has been the only thing he puts love into, besides his car and perhaps his plans. I just wanted to stress this again. And then Crowley needs to say his piece. Oh my gosh, by the way, this was heartbreaking. Let's be together on our terms is basically what I've distilled it down to. But Aziraphale hears, let's run away from our problems. Aziraphale doesn't want to run away, and Crowley doesn't want to change who he is. They both want to be together so badly, but they don't understand why they each want it so differently. And Aziraphale can't compromise because he's brainwashed and loathes himself. And Crowley can't compromise because he's traumatized and loves Aziraphale just as he is. Crowley doesn't want to be good on heaven's terms. He can see heaven for what it is. Toxic. He hates heaven not only for what the host did to him, but for how they treated Aziraphale. They both don't understand each other because for all the pleading and presenting and monologuing, they never once in that whole conversation actually talked. And yeah, I will talk about this later on again. I have a whole section about how they don't talk, but it's around slide 300 perhaps? I don't know. We need to talk about this more, but I wanted to already mention it together with the whole Job episode, because it's very important. Now that our hearts are severely broken, let's look at the next slide. Sorry, I'm still crying. Someone wrote, I think the most important thing is how Aziraphale always believed Crowley was good, even if Crowley always denied it. He always saw right through Crowley and never once did he feel unsafe with him. They always had each other's complete and utter trust. Someone replied, remember, Aziraphale questioned God in this minisode, a thing he hadn't seen him do yet this early on. Yet he never doubted Crowley. He never doubted Crowley wouldn't kill the children, even if he doubted God would. He did think for a little bit that he would kill the children, right before he notices that the crows are actually the goats. So he did doubt Crowley for like 5 seconds perhaps, but still, let's count it as he never doubted Crowley. It's okay. Valid post. Only good vibes. Okay. let's continue with the next slide. Okay, I will read this now. Someone wrote, "This sex scene was so beautiful. It's not over-sexualized. It's not even about sex. It's about Azira Crow being vulnerable with each other and having a raw moment, realizing they see each other for who they are, showing the beauty of queer relationships and two men deeply in love." And someone else said, "It's the fact that their story isn't just about getting to know each other, it's about forming their identities with each other. Crowley discovering gardening, Azira discovering food and books, Crowley getting the Bentley, Azira his bookshop. Bitch, I'm crying. Bitch, I'm crying too." The metaphors in this scene are very pretty, because you can already see the temptation of the ox ribs, and then later if you want to see it like that, the temptation of the kiss, if you want to see it as a temptation, which also people can argue about. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet, but yeah. This is Bildad the Shuite having a permit. And also, later on, someone noticed. So, when do we think Crowley gave Aziraphale his pocket watch? Yeah, it's very obvious that in the first picture, Crowley has a pocket watch. And in the second picture, Aziraphale only has a pocket watch. Only Aziraphale has a pocket watch. I'm not entirely sure if it's the same one. Someone pointed out that Crowley has a woman's pocket watch and Aziraphale has a different kind of pocket watch. And I do think they look a little bit different, but still I would like to headcanon that it's the same pocket watch, and Crowley just changed it a little bit so it fits more Aziraphale's style. So that's what I believe in, and that's what I will go with. Next slide. Someone wrote, "Dear Mr. Gaiman, regarding whether Aziraphale or Crowley could resurrect a person, you responded that they couldn't. However, the miracle they performed to hide Gabriel had a power equivalent to 25 Lazari, meaning the strength to resurrect 25 people. From this, I deduce that they have enough power to resurrect someone. And here comes my question. Why didn't they resurrect the Scottish girl? Best wishes, Blanca?" And Mr. Gaiman replied, "They didn't have the power. They could bring fish or birds back from the dead, but not people." So here's the reply. Later on we will talk about how there are theories that together Aziraphale and Crowley are much too powerful, and this is why they needed to be separated. And still it's sad that Morag had to die and they couldn't save her. And I did see some theories about only Crowley being powerful enough to resurrect someone from the dead. But yeah, I'm not sure, but here's the official reply to that. Next slide. I'm just pretending. Yes, fantastical actor, me. 1941 Crowley is so funny to me, especially the bookshop scene, because he says, Imagine I'm a man in uniform and I'm just so horny. I am painfully, incredibly turned on and I need to see you do something, anything. Haha, what would you do right now? I mean, for me. This is also something I needed to put here because this was one of my very favorite scenes. This little thing that could have been interpreted differently if Aziraphale was paying attention. Again, in the car ride home, Aziraphale might have been offering something along the lines of what Crowley might have been offering over there at the bookshop when he sits down. They really seem to talk past each other, and one of them never ever hears the other. But yeah, let's continue with the next slide. Magic and coffee. Just short little excurse. The coffee theory will come much later. So here we have. Someone wrote, Crowley tried to miracle the crowd when they were booing Aziraphale. I repeat, he tried to miracle the crowd when they were booing Aziraphale. Not once, he tried twice. They make me sick. Someone replied, what did he do? I don't remember what Crowley did to stop them. He tried to form a miracle too. I'm guessing silent them, but they had miracle blockers, so it wasn't working. I didn't think of it that way. I need to rewatch that scene. And Mr. Gaiman actually replied, no, he's just trying to magic the turnip. And I saw it just as the original post person. When I saw it, I thought he was pointing at the audience as well, and not at Aziraphale. So just read what I wrote. When I watched it, I also saw it as Crowley trying to silence the crowd. Maybe it is because of the angle it was filmed. Also, this explains why Crowley doesn't want Aziraphale to do this kind of magic in season 1. And there's this beautiful parallel to Crowley playfully aiming the paintball gun at Aziraphale in season 1. Just wanted to point that out. Again, just so we can appreciate all the beauty of Good Omens. Which is very important to me. Next slide. Someone wrote, some of your books make it seem like you believe in actual literal magic, do you? Mr. Gaiman replied, I can write down a few words and make people thousands of miles away, whom I've never met and will never meet, laugh tears of joy and cry tears of true sorrow, for people who do not exist and have never existed and never will exist. If that isn't actual literal magic, I don't know what is. And someone said, someone asked, is it legal to give someone 6 shots of espresso in a big cup? And Mr. Gaiman replied, I got an email from a friend the other day that said, the baristas at the Starbucks I go to were so excited to tell me that my coffee order was on TV. I had no idea what they were talking about until I saw the first 2 episodes. This is 6 shots of espresso with a splash of oat milk and a dash of sugar. The baristas now call it the fallen angel. These were just 2 things I wanted to include in the presentation because they are very important to me. And they never fit, and they didn't fit anywhere else in the order I chose to make this. Next slide. Let's continue with Muriel. there was a very fun thing happening at X, which was someone noticed that Muriel is quoting Peppa Pig, and they showed a clip from Peppa Pig where the police officer says the same thing Muriel is saying. But something I didn't know either, because I'm not British, is that hello, hello, what's all this then? First of all, it's often referenced to be from the children's cartoon Peppa Pig, but British people have since claimed that that's just the way British people talk. So this was just a very fun thing that happened in the fandom. So the person wrote, "Not Neil quoting Peppa Pig for Muriel's character, bye." And then a few hours later there came an update. Update, the Brits are coming after me because apparently this is not a Peppa Pig reference, but just a police officer stereotype. Yeah, I'm an American, I don't bleed tea leaf, leave me alone. Key smash, Eagles. And again, don't come for this person's ass. But I still wanted to include it because it's very funny, and truly I wouldn't have known. If I saw this in Peppa Pig for the first time, I would have thought, all right then, Mr. Gaiman is quoting from Peppa Pig. I had no idea this is what actual British people say. So I wanted to leave the tweet in to educate people that this is actually how they talk, which is funny and very adorable. Still, no hate at all, only good vibes. Next slide. Interesting that Crowley seems to know, at least remember Muriel from when he was an angel. When Muriel and Crowley get off the elevator in heaven, Crowley asks them about records. Muriel says records, and Crowley replies, "You are a scrivener 37th class. Where do you keep your records?" Crowley knew their rank to the T without being told. Or at least not told on screen. Maybe he recognized Muriel in the bookshop and kept it to himself, like so many other things. Crowley repeatedly denies recognizing other demons and angels. Furfur, Sarakiel. So I think who he knows, remembers, admits to knowing might matter a lot actually. Muriel, who is implied by Gabriel's trial to be the lowest ranked angel in heaven, and the Metatron, who is implied to be the highest ranked, below only God. Someone replied, "Wait, I didn't remember this. That would go well with the theory that he is lying about not remembering things, especially since he talks about how to make yourself remember." Yeah. So this is also very important to keep in mind, but also we do not know if Muriel might have told Crowley, or he might have found out that they are a 37th scrivener, a scrivener 37th class. Maybe he learned it off screen, but still I do like the thought of him just remembering. Next slide is just showing where the bookshop is, because I found this very funny. The slide afterwards says, "I do love how we've all decided that Muriel is Aziraphale and Crowley's child when they are all the same age. This is not a complaint or a bad thing. I've bought into this too. I just thought it's very funny that we are like, Yes, this is a family. Aziraphale and Crowley are Muriel's dads. Yes, they are all the same age. Do not ask questions. Smiley. I saw some people argue about how Muriel shouldn't be depicted as a kid because they are the same age, but I'm not sure how to think about that. So some people feel quite uncomfortable with Muriel being more seen more childlike, but still I feel like you can have any headcanon you want to have, and you just should be respectful to other headcanons. And yeah, that's just all I wanted to point out again. Also, there were a few memes with how people had hoped Muriel would be the child Aziraphale and Crowley adopt, but then things went wrong and it was actually Gabriel who they adopted. Those memes were quite funny, but I didn't add them to the presentation because we already have more than 300 plus slides. Let's talk about angel theories. Let's talk about angel theories. Next slide. Little angel fun fact, because I wrote a term paper about this. Laughing out loud. So, let me just read this. According to a survey of 1,003 people in Germany in March 2019, 40% believe in the existence of angels. Among Catholics, 48%, and Protestants, 43%, the belief was significantly more pronounced than among the non-denominational, 26%, and more pronounced in West Germany than in East Germany, 41 to 36%. Yeah, I just found this fun fact pretty funny for my term paper. Yeah, this is according to Dietmar Pieper, Der Himmel ist leer in Der Spiegel, Nummer 17, 2015. And it's interesting how many people believe in angels. And I'm pretty sure somewhere for this term paper I also found a survey which talked about how actually more people believe in angels than believe in God. But I cannot find it anymore. I can't find the source. I don't know where I got this from. This is just what I remember. So I can't even find out if it's true or not. It's quite upsetting to me. Yeah. Yeah, but let's have another look at the angels. In the series, Muriel tells Crowley you'd have to be a throne or a dominion or above to access the files about Gabriel. So here is a little graph? Not a graph. Here's a picture of angels, which my friend Jackie sent to me. And I mean, we do know that Mr. Gaiman didn't write Good Omens according to this hierarchy, but I found it interesting to look at it anyway. So really down here we have the angels, then we have the archangels, and above the archangels actually are the principalities, which would be interesting if Aziraphale actually would be higher in hierarchy than the archangels, but I think it's pretty clear in the series that he is not higher than the archangels. So above principalities are the powers, then the virtues, dominions, thrones, cherubims, and seraphims. I'm aware you cannot read it like it is right now, so I zoomed in a little. So in the first triad, the angels contemplate and adore God directly, and here you can see what they look like and where it's described what they look like. So we have seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. For example, the thrones represent the steadfastness of the love of God. They contemplate God's power and judgment, and they appear as the most unlike the others when revealed. So that's interesting. Cherubim's name means the fullness of wisdom, and they contemplate God's providence assigned to protect special places. And for the seraphims, name means the burning ones, and they are attendants at the throne of God. They praise God, singing, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts." If we look at the second triad, they fulfill God's plan in the universe. Dominions are lord over the lower choirs and humanity. They take illumination from the higher hierarchies and govern the universe. So this might sound a little familiar here, but let's also look at the others. Virtues run the operation of movement in the universe. They are often associated with planets, elements, seasons, and nature. Powers assist in governing the natural order. They are warrior angels tasked with fighting the war against the demonic choirs. And then, third triad interact and serve humanity closely. Principalities, princes of the lowest triad assigned to care and guard communities, kingdoms, states, and parishes. They are associated with transitions of power. Then there are the archangels, leader angels assigned to communicate and carry out God's important plans for man. Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael are the only three names we know. And then we have the angels. Angels are closest to the material world and humanity. The lowest choir is where we get the majority of our personal guardian angels. So the angels are symbolically depicted with wings, but they are purely spiritual beings that do not have a physical body. They can take on the appearance of man to better communicate with humans. Sources are sacred scripture, the celestial hierarchy, Pseudo-Dionysus, and Somatheologia from Thomas Aquinas. Let's look at it some more. The archangels, if we look at the archangels, you can see there are Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. And people have been arguing a lot about whoever Raphael is. And there are quite a few theories about it, and quite a few theories about why Crowley should be probably Raphael, but it was never made canon, and Mr. Gaiman never confirmed it. I'm not sure if he denied it. I have to look again, but yeah. And if we look at the angels, it makes me wonder if Muriel might be a guardian angel, or might become a guardian angel. But yeah, let's look at the next slide. Someone wrote, the way we keep getting little snippets of how powerful Crowley was as an angel is driving me wild. Like, first, he was in charge of creating galaxies. What? Second, he casually knows all the archangels and they all know him and talk to him like they've personally met before, including Metatron with that comment about how he always wanted to go his own way, asking too many questions. Third, he has access to confidential information available only to the minions or higher. Fourth, we only see the angels do the let there be light thing and exactly one demon. Guess which one? And he still chose damnation over power. He chose freedom over compliance. He chose what he believes in over being a relevant angel. He saw the chance of ruling heaven with Aziraphale, the love of his life, reinstated back to all that power, but he still said no. I'll make my own way, because I will not give up my freedom and my morals for your scraps of power and love. We gotta respect him for that. Hashtag back on my Crowley was Raphael bullshit. They are hinting at it directly now, come on. Like he was up there for sure. Definitely in the first triad. Let's look again. This one was the first triad. Hashtag renew Good Omens. And also hashtag give me season 3 or give me death. So yeah, I like this analysis very much. And we also have to add, he also had the opportunity to take over power in hell, which he also declined, because he thought Aziraphale was more important. Let's look at the next slide. Someone wrote, I knew I forgot one, let there be light. So, I do think it's quite possible that Crowley was formerly the archangel known as Lucifer, and I've written about how the narrative so far supports this theory, or at least hasn't jossed it out yet already. I want to clarify what I really mean when I say I think Crowley was Lucifer before he fell. I think he was the angel humanity sometimes calls Lucifer. First, here's the wiki on Lucifer. It's not a traditional angel name, but actually a Latin word for the one who brings light. Lucifer has been both synonymous and separate from Satan, Beelzebub and the devil. Humanity just can't decide or agree who this tricky one is. As a former Catholic schoolgirl with years of qualifying religious trauma, I can say that I only know of one mention of the name Lucifer in the Bible, and it's something like, Lucifer, oh fallen angel, the morning star who struck the ground, blah blah, whatever. In Revelation, Jesus actually calls himself the morning star, which is funny. So, not a lot of Bible canon to go off. We could look at Milton or Dante, or literally any other intentionally fictitious stuff about Lucifer to look for clues. But honestly, I think that's kinda pointless. I think only Good Omens canon matters. And we've gotten exactly one name drop of Lucifer so far, by Crowley, while he's wasted, thinks Aziraphale is dead, and is waiting for the world to end. He's talking about his fall, he says. I was just minding my own business one day, and then it's, oh, look here, it's Lucifer and the guys. It's ambiguous if he's referring to himself or someone else. But really, I'm not super interested in that either. What's in a name, right? Crowley changes his all the time. I don't think it matters if Crowley's name was Lucifer. What I'm interested in is if Crowley is the fallen angel that humanity sometimes calls Lucifer. The things we sometimes attribute to Lucifer in Western culture include being the serpent of Eden, tempting Christ in the desert with the kingdoms of the world, and causing a third of all angels to fall by challenging the authority of God. So that's something to think about. but it continues. This is a really, really great post, and I couldn't help but put all of this into the presentation because it's so, so important. The writer of this post continues, I think Crowley was the other Prince of Heaven mentioned in Season 2. I think he was the former Supreme Archangel of Heaven. I think he was the one of the morning stars. I think he was God's first angel. Aside from the scene where we see him literally creating the heavens, flowery archaic term for the cosmos, Crowley says he worked closely with upstairs on the design. He seems confident enough in his relationship with God to question her. He makes the statement, if I was running things, which is hugely blasphemous and definitely something humanity has attributed to the fallen angel we sometimes call Lucifer. I don't think Crowley's angel name will ever be revealed, to be honest, but I think enough about him and his former angelic identity will be revealed that we'll know. I think names, especially Crowley's, are super important in Good Omens as signifiers of identity, and Crowley's whole existence, the point of him, is about casting off the identities others put on you and forging your own. Who cares what his name was? I wanna know why he's so certain that Aziraphale won't be able to make a single bit of a difference by going back to heaven, even as the Supreme Archangel. I wanna know why Crowley could access those high clearance files, why the actual archangels followed him around, listened to him, and seemed to give him a weird measure of respect, why Shax called him Arch-Traitor, and why he said, I know, when Gabriel said it hurt to try to remember, why he and the Metatron did that look, why he's so different from all the other demons and angels. What's the story there? What's he hiding from Aziraphale when he chooses not to tell him about any of this? Why does he give different accounts and reasons for his fall? What's his secret shame, besties? I think Crowley was the angel who inadvertently triggered a rebellion by asking too many of the wrong kinds of questions. I think he thinks he's responsible for the first war and for the fall, and by extension, for the different sides. So, this also has the hashtag, he's not beating Raphael allegations with this either, though, which I do agree with. But I also really, really love this take. With both takes, with the Crowley was Raphael and the Crowley was Lucifer. Both did a very great job of argumenting, and if I only had these two sources, I wouldn't even know how to decide what's right and what's wrong anyway. But let's have another look at another take on this. Crowley was Raphael. Warning, major Good Omens 2 spoilers. Okay, so in the last few years we all enjoyed the headcanon that Crowley was the Archangel Raphael pre-fall. To be completely honest, in Season 1 this theory didn't make a lot of sense because we knew basically nothing about Crowley as an angel except for the fact that he helped create the stars and fell because he asked too many questions. So even though it was a nice and interesting theory, I thought it would remain that, a theory. Well, seems like the theory is basically confirmed now at the end of Season 2, but let's start at the beginning. First, we have to talk about the hierarchy of angels in Christianity. This hierarchy was theorized by Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite in his book The De Coelesti Hierarchia on the celestial hierarchy. Dionysius or Dionysius described 9 levels of spiritual beings, which he grouped into 9 orders. We already looked at that, even with pictures. So, now, a lot of people asked Neil why the archangels have so much power if they are so low in the hierarchy. And he said that he and Terry actually thought of archangels and archangels as different beings. So we have the archangels in the sense of being just above the lowest choir of angels, and then we have the archangels in the sense of being above all angels. Actually, the term archangel itself is not found in the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Old Testament, and in the Greek New Testament, the term archangels is used referring to Michael, who is called one of the chief princes and the great prince. The idea of 7 archangels is most explicitly stated in the apocryphal book of Tobit, when Raphael reveals himself, declaring, "I am Raphael, one of the 7 angels who started in the glorious presence of the Lord, ready to serve him. Ready to serve him. I cannot read, I'm sorry." So the person continues to write, "In Judaism, the archangels are given the title of Sharim, I think, meaning princes, to show their superior rank and status, and they are also called princes of heaven. In season 2, episode 6, when Crowley is in heaven trying to find any info on Gabriel, Muriel gives him the missing archangel file, explaining that even if they wanted, they couldn't show it to him, since only angels above the rank of dominions could access it. Immediately after, without putting in any effort, Crowley opens the file, saying that he was an angel once, and they never bothered to change passwords. I totally read a fic like this, by the way. I think same, and I think I wrote one too as well. But the person continues. When the archangel Sarakiel meets them and recognizes Crowley, she says that they worked together on the Horsehead Nebula. So Crowley must have been pretty high up in the ranks if he worked with an archangel. When they show us the scene of the trial, Gabriel is ready to be cast down to hell, but the Metatron stops him and says, "You are not going to hell. For one prince of heaven to be cast into the outer darkness makes a good story. For it to happen twice makes it look like there's some kind of institutional problem." So, we know that one of the 7 archangels has fallen, and it could be Lucifer, even though in the Bible it is never stated that he was an archangel. But wouldn't they have said so if it were the case? Also in episode 2, when Shax tells Crowley that heaven and hell think Aziraphale has something to do with Gabriel's disappearance, he says, "A miracle of enormous power happened last night, the kind of miracle only the mightiest of archangels could have performed." Reminds you of something. Raphael, one of the mightiest of archangels. Yeah. It's so much fun reading these. Let's look at the next one. Someone wrote, "Okay, listen. We all know the theory that Crowley was Raphael before he fell, right? What if Gabriel didn't go to the bookshop looking for Aziraphale after losing all his memories? He was looking for Raphael, cause he knew even subconsciously that Crowley would be there. The whole 'everything will be alright if you are near one particular person' speech is him talking about his brother. If you're down with the idea that all the archangels were created together, who has been fallen for millennia, but is the only thing he can vaguely recall. Look me in the eyes and tell me this shit doesn't make sense." I'm looking you into the eyes, and I say I prefer to think of them not as brothers, perhaps, not as siblings. Let's not call the angels siblings, please. My brother in Christ, please don't. But again, just joking, and it's probably not meant that way. So even if it is, let's be nice to each other. Okay. So Crowley was Raphael, some people argue, but then we also have to look at this. Someone asked Mr. Gaiman, "Hello, am I mistaken, or is Crowley able to see the contents inside Gabriel's box and Aziraphale isn't? Because at the beginning we see Az looking inside and it's empty except for the fly, and when Crowley looks, it's not empty, and Az looks quite confused when Crowley tips it out, squinting at it on the floor. Seems odd. Am I reading into it too much, or was it intentional? Thanks." And Mr. Gaiman replied, "Aziraphale had been using the empty box to store things in." So, this neither confirms nor denies anything, actually. But this is one theory I had ruled out. But let's look at the next slide. Someone showed us some snippets. God asked Job, "Can you send lightning bolts and get them to report back to you?" And underneath we see Crowley sending a lightning bolt. And the person who wrote this said, "No, but Crowley can. So what does it mean? Question mark, question mark, exclamation point, question mark." Someone replied, "I'm convinced that this exchange between God and Job isn't actually God. It's someone else using their voice." And someone replied, "Yeah, I thought that might be the case too. It even sounded a bit artificial." So this one's a whole new take, saying that God talking to Job might have been fake. Also a great take, and beautifully pointed out. I didn't even make the connection between these two scenes. But I don't think it was not God herself who talked to Job. I think in the episode it sounded a bit weird to show how hard it was to understand her. And this was why she was talking so fast. And yeah, just show how weird it was to talk to her. But look at the next slide. Someone asked Mr. Gaiman, "Good day, Mr. Gaiman. I don't know if you've been asked this before, but what's the hierarchy of the angels in the Good Omens universe?" And Mr. Gaiman replied, "The Metatron is at the top, but he wouldn't actually show up on an organizational chart. He's just above everyone and below God. Then Gabriel. Then the other fancy archangels. We've met Michael and Uriel. And then some somewhat less fancy archangels like Sandalphon. Then Aziraphale. Then all the angels as important or less important than Aziraphale. Then all the angels significantly less important than Aziraphale, all the way down to the least important of all, probably a 37th degree recording angel Scrivener, but don't quote me on that. And as to how the Good Omens angelic hierarchy maps onto the various contradictory human-made angelic hierarchies, pick your hierarchy. Here are 5 contradictory Jewish hierarchies for you to get started with and enjoy making it work. So, in the Gaiman cinematic universe, the hierarchy of angels is different. Still, it would be possible for former Angel Crowley to have been on the highest position under Metatron or under Gabriel. We don't know yet. It's still neither confirmed nor denied. Let's look at the next slide. We are at slide 137 now, by the way. So the next theory is brought to you by the same person who gave us the Lucifer theory. So you can expect some great writing right here that already starts off great. The Raphael we need but don't deserve, etc. Okay, babes, I'm bringing my Catholic schoolgirl education and Googling skills fully to bear on this one. Our Archangel Raphael has been hiding in plain sight all along, and they aren't Crowley. Aziraphale is Good Omens Raphael. Possibly this was theorized like 3 years ago during my Tumblr hiatus, so like apologies if I'm just repeating meta, but most people seem to think Raphael is Crowley and not our best bitch Raphael. If you look at it like that, even just that single piece of writing, even if you just look at that, Aziraphale, what name does it sound like? Yeah, but let me just continue to read. The angel Raphael. Let's start with this scene of Raphael in Eden talking to Adam and Eve. That's an artist's depiction of John Milton's Paradise Lost, which I read in high school 100 years ago, so you don't have to. Milton wrote that God asked the angel Raphael to warn Adam and Eve that they would be tempted to eat fruit from the tree of knowledge. Here's another depiction of the same. This angel with his pale hair is not a bad likeness for our Aziraphale. Milton is kind of a big deal when it comes to cultural angelology, so it's more than fair to consider his work. Note that Milton does not call Raphael Archangel, just angel. More on that later. The angel Raphael is also called Azariah or Azarias in the Bible when he goes amongst humans in disguise. Here you can see his name derives from the Hebrew root meaning to heal and can be translated as God has healed. In Tobit he goes by the name Azariah. While disguising himself as a human. Sorry, I was just confused. I thought I can read some of the letters, but sorry, I don't know enough. But it says it right here. Yah and Yahoo has helped while disguising himself as a human. So, there we go. Raphael is also noted as an important angel to humans in particular. The glory of the Holy One in the pseudepigraphal first book of Enoch. Raphael is the angel of the spirits of man, and it is his business to heal the earth which the angels, for example the fallen angels, have defiled. Interesting. It's his job to heal the earth after the angels fuck it up, you say? Raphael from the Christianized tradition is most likely based on another angel. The angel Israfel. There's an angel in Islamic tradition to whom Raphael is considered the Christian counterpart, and that angel is called Israfel or Israfel. As far as word roots prefixes and endings go, we have now compiled all the parts to get Aziraphale's name, as from Raphael's secret human identity, Zra from Israfel, Israfel, and Raphael from literally the name Raphael, with 2 letters transposed, and to cover that, the homonymy way that Israfel and Aziraphale rhyme. It's like a portmanteau. The show even gives us Mr. Fell, as Aziraphale's human name is really cement. As Aziraphale's name... I'm sorry, this is such a difficult text to read, but it's very important and it's so well written. I'm just tired and sad. Give me a second. The show even gives us Mr. Fell as Aziraphale's human name to really cement this. Say this out loud. Israfel, Mr. Fell. So Aziraphale is Israfel is Raphael. But Raphael is an archangel in the Bible and in Western cultural tradition. Right, let's cover that. I've got 2 options and they don't even contradict one another. First, Aziraphale was an archangel before being demoted to principality. This would explain his position on Earth and his interactions with only, as far as we see, other archangels. He wasn't a super high-level archangel like Gabriel, Prince of Heaven, or Michael and Uriel, or Crowley, Calf, but more like Zarakel or Sandalphon. Good Omens has its very own angelology canon that draws from sources like Milton and Abrahamic religions, but does what it wants when it wants to, and guess who just got promoted to Archangel? If it isn't our baby girl Aziraphale, and Supreme Archangel at that. This also covers the cherub with the flaming sword at the eastern gate of Eden. Good Omens is leaning on Milton rather than the Bible for that bit. Actually, if you read Genesis, God sticks that cherub there after Adam and Eve are cast out of Eden to guard against humanity returning. So that angel can't be Aziraphale anyway. Oh, great text. Difficult to read, but great text. I really like this theory a lot, because to me it makes a lot of sense, and it's also explaining so well where the name Aziraphale is coming from, because we don't really have an Aziraphale in the Bible. And yeah, let's look at the next slide. Same person again. Wanna know something fun about Israfel? Israfel's role, among other stuff, is to blow a big horn that basically destroys all life. Yeah, he kicks off Armageddon and Judgment Day. Possibly Christian belief is similar about Raphael, but it's unclear. I'm not gonna get into trying to join up Islamic beliefs about this with Christian beliefs about Armageddon as written in the biblical book of Revelation, which is absolutely in play in Good Omens, by the way, as he even references it in season 1, because I'm super duper far from qualified to do so. Same. But my understanding is that Israfel destroys all life, Resurrection Day happens, then Judgment Day happens, which is also what the book of Revelation says that the second coming of Christ has come to do, judge all souls, etc. And then Israfel blows his biggest trumpet again and restores all life. new earth, new heaven, etc. So, that's interesting in light of things like the Resurrectionists, Season 2's theme of bringing people back from the dead, only pretending to kill them, Gabriel's prophetic moment talking about the dead walking the earth, catching bullets in your teeth but not dying, measuring miracle strength by how many people it could literally raise from the dead, etc. If you look at that, it would make so much sense for the next season. Like, so much sense. And let me also, bear with me here, let me read something in German. Die Hauptrollen übernahmen David Tennant als Dämon Crowley und Michael Sheen als Engel Erzi Raphael. Das ungleiche Paar rauft sich in der Fantasy-Komödie zusammen, um die ihnen lieb gewordene Erde vor der nahenden Apokalypse zu retten. According to Wikipedia. In English, this means it's just from the Wikipedia article about Good Omens Season 1. The main roles were taken over by David Tennant as the Demon Crowley and Michael Sheen as the angel Erzi Raphael. In German, they did mistranslate Aziraphale to Erzi Raphael, which could be short for the German Erzengel Raphael, which again in English would mean Archangel Raphael. So this was an interesting choice to translate Aziraphale's name like that, and it also goes hand in hand with the theory we just heard. I just wanted to point it out, and I'm very curious as to why I've never seen people talk about it. I can kind of explain it to myself because none of us Germans is actually watching the German version of Good Omens, since it's so horribly dubbed. It sounds so bad if you listen to it in German. You really have to listen to the original voices of Michael Sheen and David Tennant, or you just... Okay, again, it's my personal opinion, but I've talked and I've seen many Germans who can't bear the German version of Good Omens. So I suppose a lot of people don't even know how Aziraphale was mistranslated. Next slide. This was just a very fun thing I found. Here, Aziraphale using his halo is something that Neil and Terry came up with in 1991. So here's a bit of an article. We knew what they were going to be like. A version of them showed up in a Good Omens film script Terry and I wrote in 1991, although that was mostly interesting, if I remember correctly, for the angels using their halos as glowing killer discuses in the British Museum. At the insistence of the film company, we knew that people weren't interested in used bookshops. Aziraphale worked for the British Museum. Crowley owned a nightclub, although I cannot for the life of me remember why the film people thought this was a wise thing for him to do. I was delighted to be able to bring the angels in now, the way Terry and I had originally talked about. Let's don't even talk about Crowley owning a nightclub, let's not. But yeah, here's another, not really theory, here's another angel thing that's nice to know, that already in 1991, Mr. Gaiman and Sir Terry wrote about angels using their halos as glowing killer discuses. Okay. Next slide. Someone wrote, Aziraphale and Crowley try to perform the tiniest, most unobservable fraction of a miracle together, and they end up producing a massive burst of power, so astonishing in scope that it sets off alarm bells in heaven, where it can be seen as an enormous purple beam and radiates with a force 25 times the energy needed to raise someone from the dead. We are told only an archangel could perform an act of such earth-shaking consequence, which again is the result of them trying to exert their abilities in the subtlest way possible. So can you imagine what they are going to be like in bed? Yeah, but what I actually wanted to say is there are theories that the Metatron tries to separate them because they found out how powerful or dangerous they can be when they are together. Again, we already talked about this before, but it is so obvious how the Metatron dislikes Crowley, the way he talked about Crowley always asking too many damn questions. Okay, next slide. Someone wrote, Good Omens, a literal nebula being born in front of them, and Aziraphale only had eyes for Crowley. Someone replied, No, but you all, have you ever watched someone you love when they are so enchanted by what brings them joy? Because it's more beautiful than anything else, and I absolutely understand Aziraphale here. And I'm starting crying again, and again, I want to point out, I am convinced this scene was shown to clarify why Aziraphale wants Crowley to once more be an angel. Next slide. Now, let's look at the pillars of creation again. You can see them in the picture here. Someone wrote, Crowley wants to run away to Alpha Centauri with Aziraphale because it reminds him of the moment he and Aziraphale first met. Because you can see it here a little bit better. This was a little video and I took 2 screenshots. Alpha Centauri is here and Proxima Centauri is here. And yeah, you can see them at the pillars of creation. This is also a nice thing to know. And here, astronomy me really wanted to point out again, here are the pillars of creation. I think I already read about this, but I wanted to put it in the presentation again. And I was so amazed by the fact that the Serpent is a constellation in the northern celestial hemisphere, one of the 48 constellations listed by the 2nd century astronomer Ptolemy. It remains one of the 88 modern constellations designated by the International Astronomical Union. And how the pillars of creation are in the Serpent's constellation. I'm just amazed by this. Also, we can see this in season 2. There are 2 data and meteor showers that radiate from serpents, the Omega Serpentids and the Sigma Serpentids. Both showers peak between December 18th and December 25th. I don't know how far this helps us, but maybe it's nice to know that perhaps this happened between December 18th and December 25th. I don't know. I just love astronomy. New slide. The fact that Hell's directory of angels tells any demon who has had any interactions with Aziraphale to immediately report to Crowley is such a funny detail. They really have been playing the long game. And here is a little picture of the directory, sorry. Yeah, you can very obviously see, if you read through it, that the last part was written by Crowley. Well, I mean, I could read. Aziraphale, Principality, Angel of the Eastern Gate. Appearance, fair hair, suspicious ears, plump hands, repulsively soft. Can generally be found wearing various shades of loathsome beige. Occasional spectacles. Stationed Land of the Angels, Hemisphere of the West and North. Residences, Angelic Embassy X, also known as AZ Fell & Co., 105 Wickbus Street, London. Known earthly occupations: Guard of Eden, music tutor, white knight, garden designer, bishop, bookseller, plus terrible magician. Weaponry, flaming sword. On sighting, avoid. A wily opponent, this demon smiter, must be warily approached. Report any interactions to the demon Crowley. And then you can see little comments here. Very sweet. Changed his name, yuck. Someone commented, get these fuckers matching If Lost Return to Crowley and Crowley shirts. Someone else replied, excuse me, Aziraphale was a music tutor? I require a minisode dealing with this. And I do very much agree. And also, I need a mini-sode about Aziraphale being a bishop. I mean, hello? Excuse me? You can't just write down bishop and then not give us Bishop Aziraphale, who is secretly in love with the demon. You can't do this. And yeah, someone pointed out you can tell that Crowley wrote that last part because there aren't any spelling mistakes. So that's very cute. Love this little detail. Next slide. New fans need to know that in season 1, when Azzy says, "You go too fast for me, Crowley," after he gets out of the car and the Bentley starts to drive away, Azzy is standing under a neon sign that is flickering and looks like a halo, which means he's falling, but for Crowley. Doesn't he officially realize he's in love in 1941? Indeed he does. I'm not sure how much it's officially. I mean, yeah, probably he realizes it. But still, I like to headcanon that he was in love already before the fall. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, here's the thing from the script. The Bentley drives away. Aziraphale stands looking at it go. A neon sign is flashing on and off in a shop window, and from where we are looking, it could almost be a halo above his head. Blinking on, blinking off again. We hear a very 1960s style cover of Buddy Holly's Every Day begin, and we go into the titles. Yeah. So it's interesting that Buddy Holly's Every Day, a cover of it, was supposed to play. So that's very interesting that it was getting closer already in Um, wait, no. It was in the go too fast for me was in the 50s. Huh. Interesting, isn't it? Next slide. And the presentation continues with, who is Lucifer? Who is Lucifer? Next slide. Someone wrote, I'm committed for funsies to the Crowley is Lucifer theory because the evidence is low-key convincing. Lucifer is the light bringer and Crowley created the stars. He loved humanity too much. He was the one to tempt Eve. His was a high-ranking angel and a high-ranking demon who got all the big jobs like the flood, Job, Jesus. Someone said he signed his name last season with an L. But I would also like to consider that there may be more to Aziraphale than we know. Because he was there at the beginning of the galaxy with Crowley, he also got all those big jobs. He held audience with the archangels for his entire career and asked questions, was allowed a bookstore, stopped Armageddon, and wasn't punished more than getting fired. The miracle he and Crowley performed set off alarms. Metatron is trying to manipulate him and his power for the second coming. Something is up. I also very much like this theory because I would have never ever even thought of it. But I do find it a bit difficult to believe since we did see Aziraphale in his angel form in the scene with Adam, and this you can really see that he has angel wings, and it would be, I don't know, it would be weird if he was in disguise back then, I think. Can they disguise themselves as angels that much? Aziraphale does have a halo? I'm not sure. But it's a very interesting take, and something is very definitely up. But let's look at the next slide. Someone wrote, now we just need him to clarify that Satan and Lucifer are not the same demon when either name is mentioned. And Mr. Gaiman replied, Satan in Good Omens used to be Lucifer when Satan was an angel. Crowley wasn't Lucifer. Is this a new fan theory I missed? Someone replied, it is a new theory that Crowley was actually Lucifer before he fell. A rough explanation is that, in some beliefs, Satan and Lucifer weren't necessarily the same person, and that over time the names just became interchangeable after so many translations and iterations. So, many believe that Lucifer in Good Omens may not actually be Satan, leaving Crowley open to take that title instead. It's a pretty new theory though, but it did gain some quick popularity because there were a lot of things that Crowley did that could be tied to what we know of Lucifer. But since we still are unsure of who he was for certain, we all just kinda speculate. Mr. Gaiman replied, but he talks about hanging out with Lucifer and the boys when he's getting drunk in the pub in season 1, and he's obviously not suddenly talking about himself randomly in the third person while inebriated in a conversation in which he's complaining about the choices that led him to that pub and 2 bottles of Talisker. Anyway, feel free to write all the Crowley secretly Lucifer fictions you like, but that has to be fanfic. Someone replied, part of that got cut out, so he doesn't specify it was he himself hanging out with Lucifer. It's left ambiguous. You'd only know he was saying it that way if you read the script. I never asked to be a demon. I was just minding my own business one day and then, looky here, it's Lucifer in the guise. Cut. They say, hey, Crowley, my man, we are just on our way to discuss the whole job conditions and career advancement thing, so okay. The food hadn't been that good lately. I'd got nothing on for the rest of that afternoon. Next thing I know, I'm doing a million light year freestyle dive into a pool of boiling sulfur. I was totally in the camp that he might be Lucifer too, thinking that was a subtle little hint. And Mr. Gaiman replied, I remember the scripts much better than I remember the edits. So this totally tracks. Yeah, I mean, I still like to believe that Crowley is a very, very powerful demon because I just like the idea of it. But I feel like it's not necessary that he has to be Lucifer. And I mean, as Mr. Gaiman said, everyone can write their own fan fiction about it. So there's that. But then again, who really is Lucifer? I also find it difficult to believe that Aziraphale might be Lucifer. But then again, maybe as soon as Aziraphale falls, if he falls in season 3, this would be interesting if Aziraphale turns out to be Lucifer. I also like that idea. If anyone has a fanfic like that or wants to write one, please link it in the comments. I want to read. Please do. But let's continue with the next slide. We are now talking about the ball. Someone wrote a very great piece of writing about the ball scene, and I find it very interesting, so I'm gonna read it to you. They wrote, hey, I'd really like to talk more about the ball. Who's with me? Because for all its glitter, the ball is dark. No, seriously, it's dark. It's eerie, it's disturbing, and the narrative doesn't shy away from showing us just how much. As in a classic fairy tale, mortals are being spirited away into another realm to dance through the night. Here, however, we see exactly who is orchestrating the dance and why. And we empathize with them, but watching Aziraphale has never been so painful or so unsettling. Nina arrives distraught and is immediately hit with the realization that she doesn't feel distraught, even though she knows she should be feeling it. She confronts Aziraphale and he just tells her, oh yes, no long faces tonight, and she is disturbed throughout the ball, thinks she is losing her mind, questions and fights the enchantment. But from time to time, the enchantment still takes hold. And just... Aziraphale, you do know that manipulating people is wrong, don't you? You do know that. And yes, of course, neither Crowley nor Aziraphale approach to morality is human. They are eldritch. They are otherworldly. It was Crowley who changed the paintball guns into real guns. In season 1, though, of course, the humans still had choice in using them. But the ball is still different. We've never seen Aziraphale do anything quite so disturbing before, or go so obviously deep into his own delusion. There are moments during these scenes when even Crowley, permanently frustrated, is very nearly disturbed. "Angel, what are you doing?" Or, "Making it rain is one thing, but a ball?" I fully think that by that point in the story, Aziraphale is not all right. He is in an anxiety spiral, denying reality fiercely, obstinately, disastrously, not listening to any of Crowley's hissed warnings. Yes, he is giddy, he is in love. It's so very important for him that everything go right this night. The night he gets to dance with Crowley. Is he even aware of everything he is conjuring up, of the enchantment he has woven? The humans who step through the door of the bookshop change, their clothing, their mood, their speech patterns. By this point, is Aziraphale doing this consciously at all? Or is reality conforming to his expectations, forcing everyone into a replica of the 19th century, while Aziraphale himself, distracted and smitten, works himself up to inviting Crowley to dance? In the first few episodes, as fear and danger grow, as Aziraphale is faced with the danger specifically to Crowley, I don't see why he would risk his existence for you, Shax tells him in the car. Aziraphale only denies reality all the more fiercely, only holds on to his plans tighter, only puts more force into them and exerts more control, really rather like the Archangel with their great plan. And the ball, beautiful and otherworldly and eerie as it is also a dire warning. In the first few episodes, as fear and danger grow, as Aziraphale is faced with the danger specifically to Crowley. Oh, sorry. Damn it. I need to learn how to properly paste things. In the morning, it will be Crowley, not Aziraphale, who will get told off for manipulating Nina and Maggie. Aziraphale won't reflect on this. He won't be forced to reflect. Metatron will manipulate him in turn. There is a plan to follow. The show must go on. God, the ball is so dark. This is so beautifully written. So, many people talk about how something very clearly isn't right with Aziraphale when he, or after he goes to the coffee, to drink the coffee with the Metatron. But already right here you can see that things aren't quite right with Aziraphale. You can kind of sense that he already is delusional. He is ignoring the danger outside, the demons outside. He just has eyes for Crowley and his plan of dancing with him and perhaps even confessing. And I'm not sure. Again, tell me your thoughts and opinions down in the comments. But damn, I really love this analysis. It's so dark, I haven't even noticed, but when you really look at it, it is dark. There might be, from another perspective, this might be a horror story, right? There are many horror stories about people who can't stop dancing even when they want to, and this is a very popular type of story. Not really type of story, but there are many stories like that, because it seems to be a thing that actually happened some time back. Happened twice, if I'm not mistaken. but I'm I'm not a historian. I can't tell you for sure how things are. I've read about it a few times. I've seen it on YouTube. I've listened to some true crime podcasts who talked about this event. But this is actually what this scene reminded me of after reading the post. That only then it showed me how actually unsettling this whole thing is. And also look at Aziraphale. Look how he looks, how he watches everyone dance. His ball. So sad if you look at it like that. But yeah, the time, the moment Aziraphale took Crowley's hand, I actually screamed. This was the moment I actually screamed for the first time watching the series, because I did not expect them to hold hands like that, not like that. And can you imagine, they actually danced? But yeah, enough of that. Let's look at the next slide. Someone wrote, "Girl, help! The Eldritch Horrors are organizing a Pride and Prejudice party and making us dance to mirror their forbidden and repressed love. Yes, there is a Michael Jackson Thriller video reenactment outside trying to get in. No, yeah, I still want that rare Doctor Who annual." And Mr. Gaiman replied, "It made sense when I wrote it." I think it still makes sense. It just, I don't know, it showed how human that person who stole the rare Doctor Who annual actually was. And he actually went back and took it. I mean, it's hard to tell. Would I do the same in that situation? It's hard to imagine that kind of situation. Would I do it? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. Think for yourself. Would you do it? Someone wrote, "Crowley could have easily rented another flat, but like the dramatic bitch he is, he lives in his car with his little plants, waiting for Aziraphale to ask him to move in. Meanwhile, Aziraphale is living on another planet mentally, where he is too busy creating situations in which he gets to casually touch Crowley. 6,000 years, one brain cell bouncing around between these two." And someone else replied, "Crowley draping himself over the Bentley. My car is so small and my plants need space and light." Aziraphale, who still has not asked why the plants are in the back seat. Yes, but do you have a free evening to roleplay a Jane Austen book for absolutely no gay reasons? Damn. It's also very beautiful and sums them up perfectly. You can't tell me this didn't happen. Yeah, so there's that to the ball. Let's look at another question I found quite interesting. Is Maggie a demon? Is she? Yes or no? Tell me in the comments. I don't know what I have with the comments right now. I've been talking for hours. I want some interaction. Please interact with me. I'm lonely. Someone wrote, "I absolutely need to know why Maggie misspelled urgency in episode 1 and the implications, and I have to wait until season 3. I'm going mad." They also wrote, "I read some theories. Yeah, she could be a demon, but then why Crowley doesn't sense her? And if it's Metatron meddling, what's the point? Helping A and C split up? Could be, but not knowing makes me crazy. Neil, what have you done? Are you fooling us or what?" Yeah. But then also we can have a look here. Hey, what's the stance here on the Maggie is a demon theory that I've seen going around on Twitter? The evidence so far. Resisted Aziraphale's hypnosis miracle. Spelled urgency instead of urgency. Got the milk for the coffee Aziraphale drank. Goes with the Metatron Spike the coffee theory. Says her shop was owned by her grandparents the same way Aziraphale says the bookshop was owned by his grandparents. Let the demons in the bookshop on accident. I don't think she's anything but human really, but it looks like a lot of things don't add up. Yeah, it's I mean, if you ignore the first point, she is making mistakes, and this is what makes her human. I mean, if you look at the second and at the last point, it could have been a mistake because she's human. She makes mistakes. She could say that her grandparents owned the shop the same way Aziraphale's grandparents owned the bookshop, because she doesn't know that Aziraphale is an angel. So this could be a thing. If the Metatron didn't spike the coffee, also the milk theory falls away. But then again, it's weird that she resisted Aziraphale's hypnosis miracle. But on the other hand again, so did Nina. Does this mean that Nina is actually an angel? Does this make her a demon as well? I don't know. But on the other hand again, I could already see it. I could also see it. I could also see this theory. It's very interesting. Someone asked, we know that demons aren't good at with grammar and spelling. In the first episode, Maggie spells urgency wrong. Is it just a coincidence, or? Mr. Gaiman replied, or is every ask I reply to with a misspelling in it an indication that the person sending it is a demon? I mean, probably, we don't know that. Also, another fun thing I saw at the same time was someone asked, hi, does Crowley make spelling mistakes just as the rest of the demons? And Mr. Gaiman replied, nope. So, we've learned making spelling mistakes doesn't have to be an indication of being a demon. And someone sent a tweet. When I'm ready, I hope she'll be there, but there isn't any guarantee. There is. You're not helping, Angel. This was Nina and Maggie talking. And how are any of you sane about Nina calling Maggie Angel? I'm going to implode. Also, same. And then there is another theory. On the other hand, what if she is an angel? Also, if you think of the two of them mirroring a zero-cross relationship, there is a guarantee that Crowley will still be there when Aziraphale comes back. I hope so, at least. I hope so. I do hope so. But let's not be sad, or perhaps get even sadder, because I've seen so many people talk about this on X. I've seen it. I think one day there were like 3 tweets who said the exact same thing right after the other. And I was going insane over this. Crowley can see the stars. It's literally in the script of season 1. If I hear one of your hosts talking about that he can't see the stars theory, I'm gonna start throwing hands. Yeah, so I saw that tweet and I really felt it. Again, it's valid if you think Crowley cannot see the stars because he has snake eyes and he can only see Aziraphale, and I even had it earlier, I think, in the presentation that he probably can't see the stars. Wait, where is it? It is here. Because of the glasses and the contact lenses, of course, David Tennant can't see the stars. And yet, I don't know. I think I personally do prefer the headcanon that he can see the stars, but he loves looking at Aziraphale more. Let's go with that. That doesn't mean I don't want to read fanfiction in which he can't see the stars. I think both opinions can coexist. Yeah. Next slide. We are continuing with Crowley realizing he is in love? Question mark. Someone wrote, Good Omens 2 appreciation post for that moment after Nina has just rocked Crowley's world with the revelation that no, he isn't slick, and yes, it is glaringly obvious to everyone just how head over heels in love with Aziraphale he is. Crowley takes himself off to the French restaurant and is drowning his sorrows in a bottle of wine while having the realization that he's been following the angel around like a lovesick puppy all day with no other possible agenda other than to be around him. And then he sees Aziraphale and whistles him over, but the angel is too busy to join him for a wine in the middle of the day, and Crowley tries to divert questions by complaining that he is scared Gabriel, Jim, is gonna smite him and he'll be well and truly smote. No, smoted? Smited? What's the word he's looking for? And the angel gives him a knowing look and says, smitten, I believe. Perfection. Grammatical correction and diagnosis in a sentence. Aziraphale just read him like a highly collectible book and doesn't even realize he hit the nail on the head. This is my new favorite double entendre. Smitten as the past tense of smite, and the exact reason Crowley is drinking in the middle of the day. He's realizing he's smitten, Your Honor. I hope Neil closed the laptop with a dramatic flourish after writing that line. Hell, I if I'd written a moment that perfect, I'd take a victory lap of the kitchen and then call someone to tell them how clever I'd been before I pop. Yeah, this post is also very cleverly written. Also, one of my very favorite scenes. Crowley has just realized he is in love and he wants to confront Aziraphale, but then it goes sideways, unfortunately. But let's continue. Someone wrote, the literal funniest thing in season 2 is the implication that Crowley didn't realize he was romantically involved with Aziraphale until that conversation with Nina. We all thought he'd been playing the long game waiting for Aziraphale to catch up. We all thought, no way is he not aware of what's going on between them. That's been our collective understanding of Crowley's motivations for years now. But no, apparently he just walked on hallowed ground and ran into a burning building and tried drinking himself to death and stopped time and thought, literal, actual Satan himself, risking total annihilation for Aziraphale because that's what best friends do. Platonically, apparently. This is worse than Steed not realizing he was in love with Ed. Well, it literally is. But still, did he not realize he is in love? Or is it more like, did he realize it was that obvious he was in love? I'm not sure, actually. I think you might be right, but I'm not sure. Next slide. Someone wrote, the fact that Aziraphale's been crushing on the hotshot probably popular star maker since they made the nebulae in front of him makes this eyebrow raise so much more funnier and bitchier. Yeah, that's right. I bagged him by being weird and off-putting. The fuck are you gonna do about it? This was when Aziraphale was in the car with Shax, and Shax said, "You don't seem his type at all." And Aziraphale is doing the eyebrow raise. And that's also my favorite scene, by the way. So this just shows how everyone around Crowley already seemed to know. And perhaps even Aziraphale knew that Crowley loved him. It's hard to tell. Do they know? Do they know of each other? What do we know? Do we know anything at all? I don't know. So, the reason Crowley says at the bandstand in season 1 that they've been friends for 6,000 years, and to Maggie and Nina he says that they've been talking, implying friends, for millions of years before the fall, since the creation, is that he starts to remember the time before the fall. He remembered the Metatron, while he didn't remember Furfur. Also the whole conversation with Jim about looking where the furniture isn't. The only thing he remembered on the wall was Aziraphale. This goes hand in hand with some of the Book of Life theories, I think, but we'll talk about that one later. Really, it's hard to tell. I've been looking at so many theories and analyses, and I've re-watched the series so many times, and yet I'm still not sure were they friends or not, and who was in love with whom first, and who realized they were in love when. I'm not sure. I cannot tell anymore. I don't know. Tell me in the comments. Someone wrote, I was today years old when I realized Crowley mouths the word love here. It's the scene right after Crowley talked to Nina. And someone replied, no, same person also realized, let's clown even more people. Aziraphale also mouths a little no here when Crowley is leaving. This one is much more obvious though, and much more heartbreaking too. Yep, that's very true. Like, yeah, it's very heartbreaking. But you're right, in this very scene, the scene where Crowley mouths the word love, it appears to be the first time he actually realizes in 6,000 years that perhaps he might be in love. Let's think about that. Yeah, we've already talked about this post, and I wanted to bring it up again. Are we sure that Aziraphale knows he is in love with Crowley? Or is it more about him just wanting to see a special version of Crowley, a very particular version of Crowley, which is Angel Crowley. And yet, I mean, we all watched both seasons, right? We know Aziraphale is in love with Crowley. But does he know, though? Perhaps when he planned the whole ball thing just to dance with Crowley and perhaps confess, but yet we do not know. He never said it. In season 3, my wish is that they actually say it. They need to say that they love each other and they need to hug. Please make it happen. Hashtag sad life. Next slide. I just wanted to add that one. Someone said, hey, whatever you do, don't think about the possibility of Crowley being a venomous snake and his saliva stinging a bit to the touch. I just had to put it here so we can start to mentally prepare for the kiss. So, but some more things have to happen first. For example, someone wrote, Crowley quietly and lovingly cleaned up the bookshop for him. Without even needing to be asked, he just did that of his own accord and waited patiently for him to come back. He shooed everyone away just to be alone with him. He had a nightingale sings in Berkeley Square queued up in the Bentley to play on their way to the Ritz. They were supposed to have us time at the Ritz. They are so tragic and in love. I can't take it. I hate that elevator. I hate her. Again, same, very relatable post. And also, in that very scene, have you seen how the light falls on Crowley when he sits in the armchair and waits for Aziraphale? ? 3 times. I think we need to talk about the light in Good Omens more. I think in that very shot it symbolizes clarity. He knows that he's in love with Aziraphale. He knows he needs to tell him, and he thinks about how to tell him that he's in love with him. And yeah, if we go back to season 1, there were quite a few scenes where it was very clear how Crowley was always in the shadows and Aziraphale was always in the light. And if you pay attention to this season, it has switched up a bit more. Crowley is a lot more in the light. And now let's look at the next slide. I have to lean in a bit closer to read better. Oh, it's so small. Why did I make it so small? Yeah. Aziraphale was about to confess too before Metatron and his coffee came into the bookshop. Okay, hear me out. In episode 2 of season 2, when they are talking about how people fall in love, Crowley talks about sudden rainstorms, which is an obvious reference to how he fell in love about 6,000 years earlier. Poor demon thinks everyone falls in love the way he did. Aziraphale doesn't get it and answers, seems a bit unlikely. He didn't connect the dots. He doesn't think Crowley loves him that way. All he knows about falling in love is what he reads in books. Of course he fell in love with Crowley too, but I'm pretty sure he did in 41 when Crowley saved his books from a bomb, and that's a bit hard to recreate, so balls. Balls. Anyway, that's his idea. you make two people dance together and they magically fall in love, which is so in character, I want to scream. Now let's go to Season 2, Episode 5. We know Aziraphale always tried to avoid organizing those meetings, but he's suddenly so excited about it, he is willing to give away his books. Why would he do something like that? There's no way it's actually to make Maggie and Nina fall in love. At that point, Muriel doesn't even care anymore about it. They all know the truth about the miracle is about to be revealed, so there's no point in being so persistent about Maggie's and Nina's relationship. He's an angel. Of course he cares about humans being happy, but I don't think he cares so much about two semi-strangers' love life that he's willing to give away books for the off chance that the Jane Austen method will actually work on two humans he knows nothing about. So my conclusion is he's organizing that night for him and Crowley. They are the ones that he hopes realize they are deeply in love with each other, and that is something worth giving away books for. Which explains why he's so excited but also a bit scared when he asks Crowley to dance with him. It explains why he ignores the fact that Crowley is trying to tell him that something important and dangerous is about to happen, just so they can have a little dance. It also explains this reaction when he sees Gabriel and Beelzebub being in love with each other, and the way he looks at Crowley while they are talking about them. I mean, I know he always stares lovingly at him, but not like that, right? That's a face that screams, I am so going to tell you I love you when all this is over. So my point is, fuck Metatron. That's my point. Hashtag Metatron, kill yourself. Hashtag cancel the Metatron. I also like that analysis. Again, we can argue about when they did fall in love and when they realized, and I don't even know, but hashtag cancel the Metatron, please. I need Crowley and Aziraphale to be happy in Season 3 at the end of it, and be happy and live together forever. Let's look at some memes and cheer up a little bit before it gets sad again. Aziraphale saying, "You're the bad guys and not they are the bad guys," will never sit right with me, because why the hell are you including Crowley in that? Especially considering the entirety of Season 2 only emphasized even more that Crowley has always been on his own side. After everything that has happened that season, it seems weird that Aziraphale is reacting like that. Also, it seems incredibly weird how Aziraphale isn't even really reacting to anything Crowley is trying to say. See coffee theory. Oh, we will talk about the coffee theory. There are so many opinions on the coffee theory. And someone wrote, maybe I'm not looking hard enough, but I haven't seen anyone mention the fact that during the conversation with the Metatron, there is literally an apple tree arcing its branches towards Aziraphale in that shot. Yes, I see it now that you pointed out, but I feel like that's not how apple trees grow, at least not those I know. I thought those were, I'm not sure how to call them, some kind of fairy lights, like they glow up when it gets dark, you can turn them on. I thought so at least, but of course I'm not entirely sure, and I haven't seen it being confirmed or denied yet. So there's that. And maybe it's not supposed to be a real apple tree, it's just something metaphorical reaching out to Aziraphale, which would make sense because, of course, why not? But it's a tiny little detail which you spotted very well, and it's so cool. Very, very cool. And I think now it's time to cry. The Kiss. We watched it at least 20 times. Yeah, so when I watched Good Omens Season 2 for the second time, together with my best friend and her boyfriend, we rewatched the kiss scene actually many, many times, 20 or more times in different languages to have a better look at it and analyze it some more and really see what they are saying and compare it. And yeah, it's always sad. It's always very sad. Someone wrote in actual YouTube comments, "My friend and I went from screaming in joy when they kissed to yelling no, no, no at the scream for the rest of the episode." Someone else wrote, "It breaks my heart to see that Crowley had his glasses on. He uses them like a shield. He didn't have much hope it'll work. It was a goodbye kiss." And those two comments summed up our experience. We did yell no, no, no. Or the German version, 999. And yeah, that's, I mean, in hindsight, of course, but I promise, I also thought about it when Avery happened. The fact that Crowley had his glasses on during the kiss really was a hint that things weren't as good as we, or at least most of us, hoped it would be. So it really was a shield, apparently. And I'm sure someone did point it out when Avery happened. And I've seen posts about it, but I do not have screenshots because they very quickly disappeared, the posts like that, because we were not allowed to talk about it, which is fine. But I know they were there. I know people already knew that the glasses were a shield, and that wasn't a very happy kiss. But let's continue. Guys, the kiss was so important, especially from a narrative and storytelling perspective, because it was literally Crowley taking everything that's happened between them, every unsaid intention, every unspoken promise, and making it physical. He's taking their arrangement and every other bullshit excuse they've ever used to hide how they feel about each other and throwing them out the window to put their feelings into an undeniable physical action that holds a lot of meaning to humans in order to be absolutely sure that Aziraphale knows exactly what he means when he says, "We could have been us." He wants to be absolutely sure that there are no misunderstandings between them and know that Aziraphale will be committing to this decision with absolute reassurance that he's been understood and rejected anyway. Sorry, I'm starting to cry again. I'm actually starting to cry again. Shit. Yeah, this is a very beautiful post, and it also sums it up perfectly. This is beautifully written, and I have nothing to add, actually. Let's read the next one. The way Aziraphale caresses Crowley's back. He slightly pulls Crowley in. You can't see clearly, but he holds him with close hands. I need a portrait view, please. Same. Someone else wrote, okay, but you know that what also makes me cry besides Aziraphale's hand? Either Crowley is pulling him even closer, or, as it happens right when Aziraphale actively touches him with his hand, Aziraphale pushes himself closer to Crowley for a second, and I can't believe this weird kiss holds so much love in it. Once again, don't leave these juicy observations in the text. I think Aziraphale is going up on his toes a little, pushing toward him for one last moment before he tears himself away to try and save the world again. And Aziraphale's mouth is open when they tear apart. Those fuckers were kissing with tongue. Hey now. You are right, and he's actively crying. And I am actively crying right now. It's a good thing I don't have a camera on. Just think about it for a moment and we go on. We've known each other for a long time. We've been on this planet for a long time. I mean, you and me. I could always rely on you. You could always rely on me. We are a team, a group of the two of us. And we spent our existence pretending that we aren't. Thanks to the Brazilian dub of Good Omens for making this heartbreaking scene even better with adding Crowley dear to it. Someone had to thank you for your service. Ah, Crowley querido. Just stare at that for a moment and we look at the next slide. I will continue crawling. I will continue crying for this whole section. There is no point in stopping to record because I will just continue. But okay. Someone wrote, now, the next time his left hand moves up, look at the progression. It does not go down the same way as before. Instead, it moves inward and against Crowley's waist. And it stays there right up until he moves both of his hands away. Look at the angle. Look at how it moves inward and towards Crowley instead of straight down like before. Still moving towards Crowley with a slight downward drift because he is aiming for his waist. Now it is too low for us to see, but I think it is very obvious where his hand has settled. Maybe I'm going insane after only thinking about this show for almost a month straight. Maybe not. Call me crazy, but the angle here is different. The second one very much looks like he is holding onto Crowley. Aziraphale kisses back, fully kisses back. Somehow that wasn't enough for Michael Sheen. No, he had to fully commit to it and close his eyes when he reciprocates to. Look at this. This way his eyes flutter shut when Crowley first grabs him, then open and then close again when he starts holding him in return. Kiss him back with his eyes closed and his arms wrapped around him. The last picture is right before he moves his hand to his waist, the frame after the camera angle changes. Anyone else losing it right now? No, just me. That's fine. Although I most definitely am not. Fine, that is. Michael Sheen, I'm sending you my fucking therapy bills. Yes. Same. I'm losing it. I've been losing it for a while now. Weeks have passed. A month has passed. I'm still losing it. I can't believe we are on slide 181. Let's continue. Someone wrote about the nature of the kiss. I don't read much anger there, if any at all. After Crowley gets in the last word, could have been us, he fully intends to walk away. Probably expects Aziraphale's usual measured denial, his righteous superiority, yet another one of his reactions. But this time it's different, because instead of dismissal, Aziraphale turns away and cries. It's the first time Crowley ever done that, made his angel cry. So he goes to him reflexively, a rescue, an apology. There's hope there too, because in the moment after no nightingales, Aziraphale just stands there, vulnerable, unable to summon a composed smile or defensive laugh. But he knows their coat's been laid bare and there's no more hiding. Aziraphale crying means that his heart is breaking too, which means that there's love there to wound. And Crowley's reaction is to try to fix that hurt in a rush of love and dismay. So, I don't think he means for the kiss to be part of the argument at all. No strategy, no antagonism, no temptation intended. Though, when they break apart, it's clear that Aziraphale has received it that way, because anything is better than feeling what he's about to lose. Okay. Someone else wrote, "Is something cut off out of the kiss footage? The kiss footage has always seemed so choppy to me. We go from tight close-up to extremely tight close-up. We're whipping around for an almost 360-degree view. The message seems to be almost, look, you're seeing it all, no tricks up our sleeves. And yet so much of their bodies are out of frame. Is anything happening out of frame? I know you can have an unreliable narrator. Is there such a thing as unreliable camera work?" I think there is. I think you're right. Someone wrote, "All I know is people on Twitter have been bugging the Prime account and the person who runs it for a full body kiss shot for weeks. They won't give up." No, and they should not give up. You're doing great, sweeties. Continue God's work. To properly analyze, we really do need a full body shot. Just for scientific reasons, of course. So, someone asked, "Hi Neil, hope you're doing great. I have a thought that I would like to ask. We know that the second season was a bridge for the third, and most of the fandom already knows the ending it had. Really great, actually. Hard. But why a kiss? I mean, I loved it and I was very emotional when it happened, but why? A particular reason?" And Mr. Gaiman replied, sorry, still crying. "Because nobody could argue with the kiss having happened. It definitely happened, and we are now in a world in which it happened. If it hadn't happened, the story would have been different, and it would have affected people watching it differently." So, someone wrote, and I really keep referencing this person because they have awesome points. They wrote, "Not to be a total Neil simp, but I love that Neil said if they kissed, then that was something that definitely happened, that nobody could argue with. Like, yes, I've been so sick and tired of living in a world where you need a 60-page essay on subtext to prove a queer ship is legit. Like, this kiss is something the homophobes or even well-meaning straight goggle viewers cannot deny. You're a teen and you're in the closet and you're terrified and you're watching Good Omens with your family, and then it's like those men locked lips in front of your very eyes. Mom, what are you gonna do now? If a demon and an angel can have such a devastating and beautiful love for each other, then maybe you will be okay too." Okay, I had to stop for a moment. I had to stop recording for a moment because I was crying too hard and I couldn't speak. But again, that only shows that it's very important to have representation. And I know, as when I was a young child, I would have needed that kind of representation. And it's a good thing that it is out there now and people can see themselves. And I mean, okay, right now we are all crying. But, did the gays win or did we lose? Which one is it? Now that we are all properly crying, let's talk about the I forgive you. Do you, though? I am once again asking you to run away with me, and I am once again rejecting you. Let's look at some funny memes before we continue with more heartbreak. No, Crowley, he isn't trying to change you for heaven, he's trying to change heaven for you. Aziraphale, he isn't rejecting your happiness, his heart. And no, heaven can't be trusted. No. I'm in so much pain right now. Okay. Someone wrote, Inspector Constable, I would like to report a murder. The way Crowley keeps tilting his head up during the confession, the way he tilts it up even more just before putting on his glasses. He is crying by then, and he doesn't want the tears to roll down. But here's the most heartbreaking part. Crowley and Aziraphale love each other more than I think the other is able to comprehend. It is 6,000 years worth of love, and it's not going anywhere. You can see it on their faces in that last shot. They are still so in love. But Nina and Maggie are right, they don't talk to each other. Did you notice something in that last scene? Though through all the tears, did you catch it? At no point does Aziraphale nor Crowley ask the other what they want. They only state what they themselves want. And when the other obviously doesn't want it too, they don't sit and go, well, what do you want then? Because I want you more than anything, and I want us. So what do you want, and how can we make it work? They just try to convince the other that their idea of together is the best together, but it isn't because they haven't decided on it together. At no point do they talk to each other in that scene. And maybe if they had, things would have been different, but they didn't. So this happened instead. Next slide. How are we all feeling about Aziraphale's last I forgive you? Does it mean I forgive you for kissing me to try to get me to stay? I forgive you for choosing this moment to reveal your feelings. I forgive you for not coming with me. I forgive you for kissing me, period. What? I keep going back and forth on it. I need to hear what everyone else is thinking. Lay it on me. I'm open to new interpretations because everything hurts and I'm dying. Yeah, I'm giving that back to you. Write in the comment section what you think. I think it's a forgive you for not coming with me. That's my opinion. I'm not going to explain it because I don't know. It's a goodbye forgive you. Or is it? I'm not sure. What if I forgive you is I forgive you for revealing your feelings right now. Please come with me still. But then Crowley just walks away. I don't know. I'm sure we all thought about it so many times. Let me know what you think. Forgiveness brings the forgiver peace of mind and frees them from corrosive anger. While there is some debate over whether true forgiveness requires positive feelings toward the offender, experts agree that it at least involves letting go of deeply held negative feelings. In that way, it empowers you to recognize the pain you suffered without letting that pain define you, enabling you to heal and move on with your life. So this is what I found. And yeah, what does it mean? Does it mean that Aziraphale is moving on with his life? Is that what's happening right now? I hope not. Before we continue, I saw a lot of people being very angry with Aziraphale, and I'm not one of them. I think they are both making a huge mistake, and I am an Aziraphale defender, and I can relate to Aziraphale. I just wanted to say that no Aziraphale hate in this comment section. If I find any, I'm giving you a thumbs down. So, someone wrote, I do think people are forgetting sometimes willingly that Aziraphale is just as heartbroken over the rejection as Crowley. Please don't forget that Aziraphale is also heartbroken. Did you even watch the episode? If you think Aziraphale is not just as heartbroken as Crowley, did you even watch it? And I say that with love. I'm saying that with love. Did you watch it? They did not walk out of there with Crowley destroyed and Aziraphale bummed, but getting over it once he was in the elevator. Aziraphale went to Crowley all giddy and excited because he really thought this was finally it. This was finally their chance to be happy. And he sees it as Crowley taking that chance and stomping on it. Wasn't lying when he said he needed Crowley. He does. And now he thinks Crowley chose his hate for heaven over his love for him, just as Crowley thinks Aziraphale chose his devotion to God over his devotion to him. It wasn't as simple as Aziraphale rejected Crowley. They both think the other rejected them, and it was essentially the messiest mutual breakup you've ever seen. They are both completely heartbroken and do not see the part they played in their own heartbreak, both thinking the other caused it. It's such a mess. It's such a mess, and I cannot stand these two. Again here, he's not rejecting him. They are both rejecting each other. I just wanted to go back and say it. Oh no, I have eyeshadow in my eyes from crying. Ah shit, I can't see anymore. Next slide. It's the fact that Aziraphale still thinks Crowley's demon status is something that needs fixing. But it's also about Crowley not understanding that his holiness is an inherent part of Aziraphale and not something he'd give up voluntarily. It's about personal identities being lost in relationship. It's about the romanticization of us. It's about Nina not understanding why Maggie sells records when you can't stream it. It's about the inherent struggle between keeping you while still finding space for us. So this is one point of view, but let's look at another one. The thing is, I don't think Aziraphale thinks of it as changing Crowley at all. To him, pre-fall Crowley and demon Crowley are the same person, kind and fun and sweet and cool and equally beloved. So to him, there should be no difference whether Crowley is here on Earth or up in heaven with him. He'll just still be Crowley, and at least this way they would be safe and protected. All the while Crowley sees it as Aziraphale's long-term love and acceptance being conditional, like God's that was already ripped away, that Aziraphale has just been slumming it with him being a demon because there wasn't anything they could do about it, and that he's jumping at the chance to fundamentally change Crowley the first chance he gets. So, does Aziraphale think Crowley needs fixing or not? We cannot tell, can we? Can we? Can we tell? I don't know. I really don't. Aziraphale's character was not assassinated. His choices make sense when you remember he's not rejoining heaven. In his mind, he is rebuilding it. A character doing something you don't like does not make them out of character. So we need to keep that in mind. Still, huge ouch. Someone wrote, okay, one last thing, then I will go to bed. Crowley and Aziraphale are both wrong. Hear me out. I see people dogpiling on Aziraphale for abandoning Crowley, and I get it. My heart is broken too. But Crowley's solution isn't the correct way either, because regardless, heaven and hell will always be a threat. They can run away, run off like bees and Gabriel did, but then they are just ignoring the problem. Eventually, heaven or hell will come back and have to be dealt with. Running is not the correct choice. Aziraphale knows that and believes genuinely that he is sacrificing for the greater good. He isn't going to put out God's will, he's going to put out his will, their will. But he's not taking a step back to see the true problem is all of it, not just heaven but hell too. He cannot make a difference from within without perpetuating that harm even indirectly. But Crowley's solution of inaction also means nothing will change, and they are just delaying the inevitable. Neither are the solution. What is the solution? I don't know. That's what season 3 is for. Now I'm going to go cry into my fishbowl again. Yeah, I too was crying, but you already know that. Someone else wrote, to be honest, Crowley needs this breakup so that he can learn to stop trying to abandon the world. He obviously loves every time he senses Aziraphale might be in real danger. He's gotta let go of the idea that he can and should always rescue Aziraphale at any and all costs, and give himself permission to care about the fate of humanity. That's the character development I want to see for him, and his flight response is so obviously trauma-based, and probably because he wishes he had escaped heaven before the fall. It's always too late. It will be so good for him to choose to stay even if Aziraphale isn't at his side again yet. Admit you love the lovely, clever human, Crowley. We've been there before. I'll fix heaven. I'll fix you for heaven, is what Crowley heard Aziraphale say. I'll fix heaven for you, is what Aziraphale actually said. Once again, I'm thinking about the fact that Aziraphale 1 lied to God, 2 defied God's plan for Job, 3 the contract of the bed, 3 actively stood against heaven and hell on the side of the Antichrist, and now his latest shenanigan literally going, Crowley never did anything wrong and God was wrong to cast him out, and I will undo God's decision and try to rebuild heaven to deserve him. And people have the audacity of being mad at him. Yeah. Someone wrote, really sad to see the villainization of Aziraphale in some circles. I feel like it's a dangerous side effect of the over meowification of Crowley. We need to baby girl that angel more. He's trying really hard. Okay, he's learning French the hard way just to impress Crowley. Do you have any idea about and une? French is so hard. Have you heard about French numbers? Next slide. Good Omens has banger lines, but nothing in history of literature will ever compare to Hear That? I don't hear anything. That's the point. No nightingales. You idiot. We could have been us. Shakespeare was rolling in his grave wishing he came up with it first. I knew you would come through to me. You always do. Well, you said trust me, and you did. Can we bring that back? Can we have that in season 3 again, and they trust each other and they come through for each other and stuff like that? But also, Mr. Gaiman, I am inside your walls. Someone wrote, Crowley thinking he's unforgivable because it's part of a demon's job description, and Aziraphale saying, I forgive you. Anytime they fight just shows how much he loves him. Bonus point for him going from may God forgive you to I forgive you. There's literally nothing Crowley could do that Aziraphale wouldn't forgive him for, and the fact that Crowley doesn't even believe Aziraphale when he says it makes me want to lay on the floor and cry. Well, I'm sitting and crying. Let's look at that one for a moment. And then take a deep breath and fill ourselves with good vibes, and let's continue. Aziraphale had to leave because he's Aziraphale, and Crowley loved him because he's Aziraphale. It's the fact that ever since the Flaming Sword in Eden, Crowley fell in love with Aziraphale for his kindness and his compassion and his empathy, to always do what he thinks is right, no matter the cost, even if it means defying heaven, and even if it's all his personal expense. And how it's this very same trait of Aziraphale that he fell for, and eventually it drove them apart. Oh, but how can he blame his angel in the end? Aziraphale had to leave because he's Aziraphale, compassionate Aziraphale, kind Aziraphale, boar-headed Aziraphale, and Crowley loved him because he's Aziraphale. It's the prime formula for a tragedy, if you look at it that way. Why must God put something you can't have within your reach, indeed? But also, someone wrote, I'm a firm believer that Aziraphale will make up. However, I think Aziraphale will never hear the end of it. 500 years later, Aziraphale doing something accidentally. Oops, sorry. Crowley mockingly. I forgive you. Sigh. Crowley, I said I was sorry. Will you let it go, please? Crowley dramatically falling back on his chair, still doing the mocking voice. Come with me to heaven. Let's have a minute of quiet. Okay, that's enough. Let's cry some more. Ineffably amusing indeed. Cheers to Good Omens Season 2 debuting as the #1 comedy on Prime Video. Me after sobbing for 7 days because of this show. Comedy? And with that, Aziraphale successfully discorporated all happiness within the Good Omens fandom. Oh, Crowley, nothing lasts forever. Oh. Someone asked, everyone's got these headcanons about why Aziraphale says, I forgive you, and why Crowley says, don't bother. I think they are all right. It's a combination of everything they've been through that they can't put into words, because communication is exactly what they are struggling with. I think it's all they could think to say. Mr. Gaiman replied, Neil will simply point people back at the show and play the scene again and ask them, so what do you think Aziraphale meant by it? Which is what you do when you wrote something normally. If I had wanted him to say something that there could be no discussion about, I would have written a different line of dialogue. Some people's Good Omens headcanons are so devastating, like what do you mean demons cry holy water? My headcanons are all like Aziraphale's forklift certified. Talk to me. Talk to me. Aziraphale doesn't know Crowley is homeless. I wonder why Aziraphale thinks Crowley has the plans in the Bentley. Someone asked, Hi Neil, I've just finished watching Good Omens Season 2 and I found it absolutely adorable, but I do have a question in mind. Why doesn't Aziraphale suggest Crowley to stay with him when he finds out he lost his apartment? Or why doesn't he say anything at all about the situation? Mr. Gaiman replied, He doesn't know. Crowley doesn't tell him. Crowley doesn't tell anyone. The only reason Shax knows is that she's living in his old apartment. No, 'cause they literally do not talk to each other at all. Crowley lives in his car for 4 years, thinking, well, surely if Aziraphale wanted me to move in, he'd just ask. And Aziraphale sees Crowley living in his car for 4 years, thinking, well, surely if he wanted to move in, he'd just ask. And that literally applies to like every aspect of the relationship. Head in my fucking hands. Unfortunately, they are just like me for real. It's like when your phone call fails and both of you are waiting on the other one to call you, but in the end, no one does. Crowley didn't know Aziraphale loves dancing and can dance the gavotte. Aziraphale didn't know Crowley had been living in his car. Crowley didn't know why Aziraphale couldn't speak proper French for centuries. Aziraphale didn't know that Crowley turned down a position as a Duke of Hell to save him from being potentially erased from the Book of Life. Crowley didn't know Aziraphale had a derringer in his bookshop. Aziraphale didn't know Crowley had never shot a gun before 1941. Crowley didn't know Aziraphale had the nice and accurate prophecies and had already found where the Antichrist was during the bandstand scene. Aziraphale didn't know there was eventually supposed to be a hellhound coming to the Dowling house for almost all of the 11 years that he and Crowley were raising Warlock. Aziraphale and Crowley both didn't know that they had recruited the same Witchfinder army. Some of these are comedic at first, but when you put them all together, it's just like, man, you've been together for 6,000 years and you don't know a damn thing about each other's lives or hobbies or thoughts or feelings or anything. Humans, with a fraction of the time they have, will tell each other plenty. They don't say a word until it's too late. French is the language of love, the only language Aziraphale is not fluent in. Someone replied, No, wait, hold on. French, the language of love, is the only language Aziraphale decided to learn the hard way. He chose to do it the human way, without the aid of a heavenly miracle. And yes, he's bad at it. He's awkward about it. But the important bit is he still keeps trying. I had headcanon that they had to learn all the languages themselves. They did have enough time for that, and French is just the hardest language. I too speak several languages, and French seems to be the hardest of them. So, but yeah, them being able to use a heavenly miracle does make more sense, actually. So someone wrote, I spend a lot of time thinking about how Aziraphale doesn't react to this at all. He's not surprised, he doesn't pull away. It doesn't catch him off guard in the least, even when Crowley leans in. Things like these are why I can't believe they didn't see each other often. They are so physically comfortable with each other, and I don't think that happens overnight. Surely they must have seen each other in between the seasons often. We know they quarantined separate though, but we also know that Aziraphale keeps calling Crowley whenever he's done something nice and he needs to tell someone before he pops. Someone wrote, last time Crowley gave someone knowledge, it ended with humanity being casted out of paradise. Now he keeps knowledge to himself to protect the ones he loves. Protecting Aziraphale from knowing what could hurt him. That's why he doesn't tell Aziraphale what he knows. Do you ever wonder if the reason Crowley tries to play off how much he cares, enjoys something other than I'm a demon of excuse, is because the last time he was openly happy and passionate about something, the stars, it was taken from him. I know we give Aziraphale and Crowley shit, affectionate, for not communicating properly, but if you go through 6,000 years afraid of being seen together, relying on coded speech lest they kill you, I don't think they even know where to start, because it was never an option before. And here we have the tweet about, not the tweet, the post about Aziraphale not being fluent in French. Someone replied, I'll take this as foreshadowing that they will understand each other and solve their miscommunication issues in season 3, because I need it right now. Okay, and then he forms a nonsense sentence, but Crowley translates it anyway, and then as he says, but you understood me. Yeah. Hope this happens. This is also something people could discuss. I saw them talk, but we did talk about this before. Crowley isn't really trying to dismantle the system. He's just trying to run away, doesn't he? But still, I like the vibe of that, and I hope perhaps we will have that in season 3, that he will dismantle the system. I would really look forward to that. Pre-Good Omens season 2, everyone was like, we demand a kiss. And now for Good Omens 3, everyone is like, we demand open, vulnerable communication and a big hug. Someone posted these thoughts last season. Okay, but how hard did Aziraphale go for Pride and Prejudice when it first came out? I bet he lost his goddamn mind. Alternatively, Anthony J. Crowley, who not only knew Jane Austen but spent days lounging around her study in Bath, complaining why he could never be with his true love because of social conventions in class. And just the actual idea of Crowley crashing on Jane's couch, just knowing her as a spy and not a novelist, accidentally becoming the inspiration for Pride and Prejudice, is hilarious. Meanwhile, Aziraphale is somewhere hanging on edge for the latest publication to come out. Okay, this might be my favorite theory ever. Forget foreshadowing and the meaning of whatever minute thing we fixate on in some random theme, though I accept that a great many of those things aren't that minute, but the given scene isn't necessarily that random. Just the idea that Crowley inspired Pride and Prejudice and that Aziraphale went nuts for his own love story without even knowing it. I fucking love this idea so hard. Same. Now we talk a bit about what came out after the season, because I found this very interesting. Just leaving this here in case it wasn't that obvious for some non-affiliated with the Catholic Church. Aziraphale's pose is based on the most popular variant of Madonna Immaculata statue from 1830, Marianne Apparition in Paris, France. Crowley's, well, his crucified Jesus. No, but like, they're in the same place, but one is warmer, one is colder, one is stuck in the past, the other is trapped in the present. And this is also my fucking last straw. God damn it. Someone wrote, very random, but I just realized this is 2 depictions of Jesus. One is the famous Jesus with his hands down artwork. The other is Jesus on the cross. Like, look how Crowley is standing with one leg slightly bent. It's so subtle, and that's why it caught my eye. Aziraphale standing with his hands out gave it away. I told my friend this and decided to just tag it here. And now that we compare it, it's even... No, it's the same position, isn't it? Which one was intended now? Also, everyone remembers the original promo photo for Good Omens Season 2, right? This one, in case you don't. Anyway, I just felt like pointing out that they are sheltered under something together during a rainstorm. Neil has been dropping clues from day one, bro. He knew what he was doing. He really knows what he's doing, isn't he? Doesn't he? He does. Let's talk about fanfiction, but I keep this one rather short. No, it's not that short. Okay. Good Omens 2 looks like a fanfiction. The tags: miscommunication, betrayal, angst without comfort, goodbye kiss, first kiss, love confession, goes wrong, pining, toxic ex, lot of miscommunication, sorry guys, breakup, sad ending, slow burn. I hope you won't stay at the sad ending. I can't say it often enough, but yeah. Good Omens 2 was like reading a 100k fanfic in the middle of the night that you realize was left unfinished and last updated 5 years ago, and you are left alone with this earth-shattering cliffhanger. Someone asked, do writers make fanfics about other shows? Oh, do some writers make fanfics of their own shows? And Mr. Gaiman replied, mostly. It's called making the show. Someone wrote, Good Omens 2 feels like fanfiction not because of its contents, but because the author is here on Tumblr posting things like, hey, not sorry, and getting hate on it. Neil, David, and Michael about fanfiction. Neil, I can't read fanfiction due to legal reasons. David, I can't read fanfiction. That is not for us to read. And Michael, I read it all and I write most of it. One of us, one of us. There are compilations on YouTube of Michael being a fan of the Zero Crow ship and of David Tennant. But, I mean, not but. Sorry, I've been speaking for so many hours. Did you know we're on slide 221 by now? Could you tell? I've been crying for hours straight. Yeah, what I actually wanted to say is there are so many cool compilations of Mr. Sheen talking about fan fiction and talking about how much Aziraphale loves Crowley and so on. There are many good ones. If you just search for it, you will find it. Please enjoy. Next one. And that's what, with only 2 seasons and 12 episodes. More than 50,000 Zero Crow fanfics. This is insane. Also wrote quite a few of it. I did write a few of it. I think mine are a bit more happy. This tweet really made history. All hail Michael Sheen. Someone wrote, at Michael Sheen, for the love of all that is holy, please quit catering to the 12-year-olds who comprise the fanfic universe. Can nothing be allowed to be clever adult entertainment? The Good Omens news on the interweb today is all about you and how you are courting that group. And Mr. Sheen replied, I will unashamedly and unapologetically celebrate the joy and warmth and the creativity of a community of people sharing something positive and beautiful and connective, and if you don't like it, you are most welcome to fuck off. Beautifully said. I could make a whole new presentation about why Michael Sheen is awesome. There are some podcast interviews with him I could recommend. Just go and look yourself. You will find plenty. One of them is his interview with David Tennant's podcast. You could start with that one if you're interested in podcasts at all. And here some other stuff I found very funny. Mr. Sheen is so supportive of his fans, and so is his mother Irene. Just putting it out there, and I just wanted to appreciate it, and let's all take a moment to appreciate it, because it's something that really makes a fandom a welcoming place. Here's an article I liked very much. Michael Sheen, inspired by Good Omens fanfic for Aziraphale's love of Crowley, written November 28th, 2018, and I'm so sorry I could not find the source of it. If someone does, please let me know in the comments. I searched, I didn't find. But they wrote, Michael Sheen, one of the stars of the upcoming Amazon Prime adaptation of Good Omens, has confessed that he turned to the large body of fanfic inspired by the 1990 novel, on which to base his portrayal of the angel Aziraphale. Michael co-stars with David Tennant, who plays the demon Crowley in the 6-part series, which is due to launch worldwide in the first quarter of 2019. Michael said, I want to play Aziraphale being sort of in love with Crowley. Sort of. They are both very bonded and connected anyway, because of the two of them having this relationship through history, but also because angels are beings of love. So it's inevitable that he would love Crowley. It helped that loving David is very easy to do. And asked whether he meant platonic, romantic, or erotic love, he added, oh, those are human, mortal labels. But that was what I thought would be interesting to play with. There's a lot of fanfiction where Aziraphale and Crowley get a bit hot and heavy towards each other, so it'll be interesting to see how an audience reacts to what we've done in bringing that to the screen. So, you heard it here first. Perhaps there will be gay sex in season 3. We don't know. We know Michael Sheen would do it, but let's hope and pray. Someone asked Mr. Gaiman, do you consider fanfiction legitimate writing? And Mr. Gaiman replied, I won the 2004 Hugo Award for Best Short Story for an H.P. Lovecraft / Arthur Conan Doyle mashup fiction, so fanfiction had better to be legitimate because I'm not giving the Hugo back. Or the 2005 Locus Award for Best Novelette, I'm not giving that back either. Let's talk about season 3. Again, hashtag pay your writers, hashtag pay your actors, renew Good Omens, and give me season 3 or give me death. Someone wrote, not to be that person, but what if the season 3 opening sequence is just Crowley alone, and the end of the journey it turns out he's walking towards Aziraphale? Someone else wrote, what if the title sequence in season 3 has Crowley going down and Aziraphale going up, and the screen splits into two but horizontally, and they keep switching between the two levels until they meet up in the end? Those are two ideas for the opening sequence, which I love so much. And I could really imagine them both happening. So, yeah, let's hope. Someone wrote, not to be that person, but what if season 3's first scene is a shot of a sky with shooting stars, but we zoom in on the stars and we start to hear screams, cause at the beginning there was a great fall, and when you fall, you can't ask questions, you can only scream. When I saw this first, I started crying. And also I have to say, this would make so much sense from a storytelling perspective, to be fair, because we did have in season 1, Crowley and Aziraphale standing on the wall, and in season 2 we had them, Crowley creating stars and all that stuff. But this would be pretty jarring. But I think it would be also... I just hurt myself. Sorry, my table. This would also be quite catchy, wouldn't it? It would really catch your attention, and then you'd have to continue watching the season. I mean, of course, people will do that, but still... and yet it's a very sad idea. I wonder if you had to go to Good Omens jail on Twitter for that one. I'm not sure, but you might have. Okay, someone wrote, I love that Crowley was about to pass out when he had to shoot at Aziraphale. I love that Aziraphale couldn't come up with anything more threatening than, I'll never talk to you again. They are both idiots and down bad for each other, and if y'all think they'd fight each other, y'all are just dumb. If they ever go up against each other, it's gonna end with both of them, but mainly Crowley, shaking and crying and throwing up on the floor. Trust me on that. I do trust you on that. I've seen quite a lot of tweets talking about how Crowley needs to reject Aziraphale, like Aziraphale had rejected Crowley, and then I saw people talking about how Crowley was not going to reject Aziraphale because he's already done that. He rejected Aziraphale when Aziraphale asked him to come to heaven with him because he needed him. And that's when Crowley rejected him. So I think we are done with the rejection part of their relationship. I do think he would shake and cry and throw up on the floor if he had to go up against Aziraphale. And he wouldn't do it. They're not going to fight. I hope, let's pray. But yeah, someone else wrote, I feel like Aziraphale is gonna do a massive saving in season 3. I don't have explanations, if it just feels right. I'll save this tweet just in case, you never know. And yeah, I agree with that one. We saw Crowley saving Aziraphale so many times. It would make sense for Aziraphale to have to save Crowley. Yeah, let's keep that in mind and see if Mal was right. Another person wrote, thinking about how Aziraphale is going to have to learn how bad Heaven actually is by himself in season 3 without Crowley there to help him. That's going to hurt to watch. I also agree with that one. He'll have to learn about how bad Heaven is, but then he has to be saved by Crowley. That's my personal opinion. You can disagree, but this is what I want to see. Someone wrote, in season 1, Aziraphale covered up Crowley. In season 2, Crowley covered up Aziraphale. In season 3, they are gonna get wet and both gonna cover up each other, looking into each other's eyes, and vaboom. Hopefully. Someone wrote, first shot we get of Crowley in season 3 is set to Queen's Somebody to Love, and it starts with, each morning I get up and die a little, can barely stand on my feet. We see him literally getting out of bed, been sleeping for months, and bump into countless bottles of wine scattered on the floor. He looks around looking for a half-full bottle and starts drinking again. Doorbell rings multiple times. He drags himself to the door and opens it as the song says somebody to love. It stops abruptly and turns to complete silence as we see Aziraphale at the door holding an infant, baby Jesus 2.0, looking like he just ran a marathon. Let's manifest that one as well. These posts and tweets are all so on point. Lovely. 10 out of 10. Thank you for writing this. And also, if there are any fanfictions just like that, let me know. It's so hard to find stuff sometimes. There are so many, as you've seen, 53,000 and more. Drop some links in the comments, please. Next slide. Someone wrote, Good Omens 3 opening idea. It begins with a shot inside Southdowns' cottage. The pair are curled up on the sofa and Aziraphale is reading a book. Then there's a pause effect. And Neil walks on screen and goes, I'm not going to let you have it that easy. Let's take this right from the beginning. And then it flips to shot split in half. To a shot split in half. The bottom is Crowley inside his car and the top half is Aziraphale arriving in heaven. Then we go forward into the story that way. We start with a happy ending to assure us that we'll get there, but we have to wait and see. I also love that idea. All very beautiful ideas. And this would make sense from a film perspective, because it would look pretty cool on screen. But also, let's cry again. Someone wrote, if we get Aziraphale pulling the 40s picture out of his coat while he's in heaven and starts tearing up, looking at it, I'm done. I'll be also done. And if he finds all the other pictures somewhere filed away in heaven, because there are only pictures of them together. So this is me right now. This was me when the omens weren't good. Here's another sneak peek at Good Omens Season 3. And also, Muriel answering, oh, he's gone to heaven, when someone asks where Mr. Fell is, so the Wigbos Association holds a funeral for him. I may sound like I'm laughing, but I'm actually starting to cry again. I mean, this would also make sense, and it could have a comedic effect. Like them having the funeral in the background of something else happening. Or this would be fun. Someone wrote, I hope Crowley and Aziraphale come up with a stupid fucking plan to stop the second coming, similar to what they planned in season 1, like once Jesus is let loose on Earth and they are forced to work together again, they're like, damn, we have to re-crucify this bitch. It's always two dumb bitches telling each other exactly. But also, this one's also fits in so well. Aziraphale getting into situations he is perfectly capable of handling himself, so that Crowley can be happy about rescuing him. Crowley, come pick me up, I'm scared. I think this will happen also in season 3. He will be in heaven and Crowley will have to save him, and then something else will happen, and then Aziraphale will have to save Crowley, and yeah. I don't know. I just like the idea. Someone wrote, am I the only one who dislikes the crying holy water theory? I understand it's all for angst, but holy water just immediately destroys demons, doesn't it? So then the tears would burn Scar. It wouldn't burn Scar. It would just immediately destroy Crowley. Yep. I agree. I also saw the theory a few times with Aziraphale crying holy water, but yeah, it just would immediately destroy him. So that's debunked, I think. Someone wrote, if you're in despair by the idea of Aziraphale and Crowley being separated, don't forget that Anthony J. Crowley once said, look, wherever you are, I'll come to you. And also that the book said, because underneath it all, Crowley was an optimist. If there was one rock-hard certainty that had sustained him through the bad times, he thought briefly of the 14th century, then it was utter surety that he would come out on top, that the universe would look after him. Keep faith. But also, can we have Crowley wearing eyeliner for season 3? Please, I just need it because of reasons. Yes. Someone else wrote, Metatron voice. Yeah, the last guy who had this job was an absolute disaster. He fell in love with the demon and failed an attempt at starting Armageddon. Hey, Aziraphale. This is why so many people think it just doesn't make sense and this is a trap. It can't be not a trap that Metatron picked up Aziraphale. Listen to yourselves. Someone wrote, if the angels and demons don't realize they can do whatever the fuck they want in season 3, if they don't just one by one look at their partners of choice and think, you know what, let's do this. If Shax and Furfur don't hiss and scream and then make out with all the malice and theatrics. If Uriel doesn't shrug and lay Michael back in the most fuck it why not kiss. If Zarakir and Sandalphon don't stare at one another for an awkward amount of time before Zarakir tells him, don't even think about it. If Muriel and Eric don't stare at a cup of tea together. If Metatron isn't made Satan's bitch, I will riot. This post is sponsored by Shenanigans and Sin. Courtesy of two ineffable angel plus demon couples. Good Omens season 3. I totally agree. Although, I do have to say, Michael and Dagon have shared a few looks in that one scene they shared together. So my money's on them, actually. For a while, also, if we look at the next post, there was an ask for Neil to please apologize, do the apology dance for what he did to Aziraphale and Crowley. And so there was a poll if Neil should apologize with tears or there should be a Good Omens season 3, because he gave us a choice. Either he'll apologize or he'll give us a season 3. And someone had the amazing idea. I need Good Omens season 3 and then a random Stan Lee style cameo of Neil. Imagine someone walks down the street, I don't know, maybe Nina, and a bit of water falls onto her head. She looks up and sees Neil watering plants. Aren't you sorry? No, they needed to grow. Shuts the window. This is genius. This is so genius idea. Beautiful. Just think about it for a moment. I won't even analyze it. Just think about it. Okay. Then someone wrote, I'm not really getting the Aziraphale hate, because even without all the pressures of religious brainwashing, etc., etc., we've literally just seen through his eyes. Crowley radiating joy at the sheer wonder of the universe, only to be crushed by orders from high up. Those orders being the only reason Crowley fell. Aziraphale knows and has always known that Crowley fell simply because no one wanted to listen to his ideas. 6,000 years of Crowley clearly aching to do good in defiance of his own nature. Crowley admitting how desperately lonely that defiance is for him. Crowley being better than Aziraphale at morality and making Aziraphale better as a result. Evidence that no one is ever going to be chill with angel-demon relationships unless they are too powerful to be stopped and or willing to vanish. That they are never going to escape the monitoring of heaven-hell. They literally were stalked by both sides the entire season, so they can't just live unnoticed among humans. Even during their last few years of freedom, Crowley has still been desperately unhappy. He's at the what's the point of it all stage, before anything bad happens in Season 2. For all he talks about the preciousness of their life, Crowley is radiating misery during his freedom, whereas Aziraphale actually seems happy. Like, why wouldn't Aziraphale see this offer as the perfect solution? Crowley can get what he always wanted, to do good without anyone stopping him, with Aziraphale helping. It can be exactly like the Nebula scene Forever, only this time Aziraphale can just bask in Crowley's joy. From his point of view, he is sacrificing his own life on Earth for that. Oof, we are in the last 20% of a very angsty slow burn, kiddos. Also, same person said, quick question, if them doing even a teeny micro miracle together, is that powerful? What sort of world-saving insanity will they unleash when they both try something big? Seems like a hefty gun that Chekhov is throwing down there. Also currently obsessed with this because it can't just be Crowley being super powerful, or it would have happened every time he did an unauthorized miracle ever, and he'd expect it, and Aziraphale certainly seemed to think it was both of them doing it that caused it. And yeah, so I'm starting to cry again, because, oh, chills, this sums it up so perfectly. So many great takes and so many beautiful observations, and this is why I'm Aziraphale defender till death. Just try to look at it from Aziraphale's perspective. And after we wiped our tears away, here the person who wrote this wrote about Chekhov's gun, and let's have a quick look at that for those who don't know. I'm sure a lot know, but also probably a lot don't know. Chekhov's gun, principle in drama, literature, and other narrative forms, asserting that every element introduced in a story should be necessary to the plot. The concept was popularized by Russian playwright and author Anton Chekhov, who frequently illustrated the principle by using a gun as an example of an essential element. And this means irrelevant elements should be removed. For example, if a writer features a gun in a story, there must be a reason for it, such as its being fired sometime later in the plot. All elements must eventually come into play at some point in the story. Some authors, such as Hemingway, do not agree with this principle. And to be completely 100% honest, I disagree with the principle as well, because I still do read quite a lot of crime dramas, and as soon as you have a plot point of a Chekhov's gun, you know who did it most of the time, and if everything that happens needs to be used later on in the plot, it makes the plot very foreseeable, and you won't have as many surprise twists. I think, at least. Again, you are free to disagree with me. But also, I mean, I disagree with Chekhov's gun in general, but this time, this makes sense. This makes so much sense, and I need to see it happening. I need to see them try something big together. This would be great. Please and thank you. Yeah. Someone else wrote, oh, what if the only thing that can truly help Aziraphale and Crowley with whatever conflict they need to deal with from the Second Coming is the Antichrist all grown up? I like this idea. Having the Antichrist and the Christ against each other. But also, let's throw this in. What if Damien from season 1 is the reborn Jesus? I also like this idea. It's my own idea. I don't know if anyone else had it, but one day I just woke up and thought, I want Damien to be Jesus. But also, now that we are looking at Adam, in the intro sequence is a gravestone with the name Adam on it. Maybe that's something we should think about. Like, the title sequence, the animated one with the music, they, in season 2, they are walking through the graveyard at one point, and there is a gravestone with the name Adam written on it. So, when the intro sequence first came out, this made me quite sad, because I was convinced that Adam had died. And since we have not seen him yet in season 2, we have not seen him again in season 2, I don't know. Might also be something we need to think about. Also, someone wrote, these two are 100% going to have a higher role in Series 3. They are going to work together to save Aziraphale, and more best friendism from them too. I also like this idea. I just love Muriel very much. And Crowley, of course. But also, someone asked, are we gonna see Muriel again in season 3? And Mr. Gaiman replied, I'm not planning to answer any questions about season 3 here. Not even with the wait and see. Right now, it's just wait and hope we get another season, and probably not know until all the strikes are settled. Please renew us. Give me season 3 or give me death. And this is something I loved very much. Someone wrote, do you guys think Muriel is going to find Aziraphale's diaries and read them, not knowing they are private, and Crowley is going to say something self-deprecating while Muriel argues how it isn't true because that's not what Aziraphale said? This also made me cry. Someone wrote, okay, hear me out. What if Aziraphale's bad French is always pointed out because in season 3, Crowley's gonna tell him something like, I see your French game has leveled up after they kiss. I forgot that I put the scene. Make it happen, make it real. Someone wrote, I hope in season 3 they get in a thunderstorm and can't show their wings or get an umbrella, and they have no other choice than get wet like fucking humans do, and then look in each other's eyes and boom, kiss. Stop covering yourself, it's time to get wet like cats. Someone wrote, obsessed with the idea of the Supreme Archangel Aziraphale arc ending, not because he's demoted or quits or escapes, but because he's just so annoying. The Metatron is like, Jesus Christ, I can't keep doing this anymore. Metatron has no idea the depths of reassurance-seeking behavior he's just signed on for. I've also seen some comics in which Aziraphale sees the clothes he has to wear in heaven and turns on his heel to drive back down and hug Crowley. Yeah, I also have to keep that in mind. I hope to see it happen. Someone asked, so I'm having a debate with someone and they think that Crowley is going to date Furfur in the 3rd season. Please don't make another crack ship come true. And Mr. Gaiman replied, after Crowley and Sadie divorce, early in the 3rd season, Sadie and Dottie start a throuple with Furfur and go and live with him in Barnsley where they work in the biscuit factory. And please pay attention, now my favorite idea for season 3. Someone wrote, I think that one's from TikTok. I smiled so sadly because I have a theory that Aziraphale come back in season 3 with kids. With kids? Please explain that. Married and had kids? Kills me, but it's possible. Bro watched a different show. You have no idea who wrote the show. You have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, look at him. This is basically Neil Gaiman. Everything I make has homosexual implications. Every line, every pixel. If I draw a circle on a canvas, that circle is gay. Do you see? Married with kids. He comes back from heaven and he's married with kids. This had to be a true comment, right? And may I again request a head pet in these trying times? And then we got one. No, I'm cry laughing. But yeah, let's get into the theories and the most argued about theory, the coffee theory. To sum up the coffee theory, some people noticed that a miracle sound appears when the Metatron takes the coffee from Nina at the coffee shop. And so people started to theorize that he did something to the coffee which made Aziraphale choose heaven over Crowley. Some people argue that no, it's in Aziraphale's nature to put good above everything else. And then both groups of people started to argue, and now we have a lot of takes on the coffee theory, which we are going to look at now. Someone wrote, just to add to the Metatron did something to the coffee theory, I noticed when I first watched it that when he was ordering the coffee from Nina, he asked for a dash of almond syrup. But then when he gives the coffee to Aziraphale, he says that it has a hefty jigger of almond syrup. I just thought that was strange to specify. Maybe he was trying to hide the taste of something. I like this theory a lot, and we are going to talk about the hefty jigger later on. But something I want to say first is that in my opinion, the only point of him saying two different things is to prove or to show that he is lying. that he is lying when he promotes Aziraphale, which will be a trap later. Like I said so many times, this is my opinion, okay? Someone else wrote, I'm not a coffee theory enthusiast, but does anyone else feel like Aziraphale, like, literally didn't hear and or understand a word of Crowley's love confession? And I do mean literally. It seems Aziraphale did not get it at all. He never responds directly to a word that Crowley says about them. I mean, Crowley says they've spent their existence pretending not to be a couple, and Aziraphale doesn't address that? Crowley says that they can be like Bells and Gabe, and Aziraphale just looks at him like question marks. Then Azzy just goes, "Come with me," almost as if Crowley hasn't spoken. What is this fuckery? Let's just continue to read through all of the posts and then we talk, okay? Let me just read the next one. Someone wrote, okay, is anyone else talking about the evil coffee theory yet? Or is that just the Discord I'm in? Because, like, who the fuck puts that much emphasis on a random cup of coffee? I mean, Aziraphale literally says, I made my position clear. And then Metatron is immediately like, but I brought you an oat milk latte. With foreboding music and ominous shots like some scene straight out of a fucking Disney movie. Okay, I see you Jafar sounding bitch. Please rewatch that scene, he sounds so hilariously evil. It is so obvious on rewatch. Someone else said, can I just say, coffee theory is stupid and completely cheapens the choice Aziraphale makes. Aziraphale continues to say no to Metatron's offer until Metatron uses the real bait. If you take over heaven, you can reinstate Crowley to his angelic status. And that is what gets Zira to say yes, hook, line, and sinker. He can take Crowley with him, so Crowley doesn't have to be afraid of hell, and Aziraphale can run things, do it right as the head of heaven, and no one would say anything to Crowley ever again if Aziraphale was on his side. Zira doesn't know about the trial and the fact that Gabriel was fired for disagreeing with heaven and the Second Armageddon Front. He just thinks Gabriel was fired because he fell in love with a demon. And Zira's in love with the demon. Zira strongly believes that if he can reinstate Crowley as an angel again, then there would be no such objections from heaven at all, because they would both be on the same side and they can be together, and if anything ever goes wrong, both Crowley and he would be protected under Aziraphale's position as the new boss of heaven. Plus, the way he remembers it, Crowley enjoyed making things, creating things, and still likes to do good deeds, which he gets in trouble for. If hell finds out, but he won't if he's an angel, in Aziraphale's eyes, then Crowley would be free to do all the good things he liked. And because Aziraphale would be the boss, Crowley would be able to ask questions and work with him and make things better with his inquisitive perspective, something Crowley always wanted to do, and Aziraphale wants to give him that also. He doesn't know the full depth of things that Crowley knows, which is why when Crowley hears Zira's offer, all he hears is that Zira is choosing heaven after everything they have done to him. Zira is leaving Crowley for heaven. The way he sees it, Zira wants him to change and be heaven's definition of good, so they can be in heaven, conforming to a life Crowley left behind long ago, a life he knows Zira wouldn't be happy in either, which is the killing blow to Crowley's heart, because Zira would choose that instead of coming away with Crowley. Devastating. But he doesn't know that Metatron's offer was Crowley's angelification and henceforth security that got Zira to say yes. Crowley hasn't communicated a lot to Zira, but Zira also hasn't communicated a lot to him either, and they are both on very different pages with the information they've got and what they feel they need to do to be together and be safe and happy. Does Zira make the naive choice? Yes. Does he make so in full control of his mind and senses? Also yes. Having his coffee poisoned is an incredibly cheap tactic because as a writer, it's a coup out. It robs Aziraphale of not only his agency, but also the reasonings behind his choice. It absolves him from the struggles and consequences of his actions and robs him of the growth and realization and epiphany he will have in the third act. It cheapens their inevitable reconciliation. Metatron didn't hand him the coffee to poison him, he handed it to him so he can use the manipulative familiarity of, oh look, I brought your coffee order. Isn't it cool how I know your coffee order? Isn't it nice how we are close like that? That was the tactic. To get him to listen, not some elaborate coffee poison. Someone else wrote, give me coffee or give me death. I don't believe in the coffee theory per se. I think the whole drugged coffee thing is a bit too spy movie to be in Good Omens, but the fact that coffee is in the intro, the fact that you can see the Metatron in line waiting for his turn before he gets into the coffee shop, like if he was an out-of-place detail you were supposed to notice and ask yourself questions about. The very long, apparently superfluous dialogue about choosing coffee instead of death and how predictable that is. The fact that for 2 seasons we never see Aziraphale drinking coffee, like that's not his thing. That's Crowley's thing. He's the 6 espressos in a big cup guy. Aziraphale drinks hot chocolate or tea, and we have to assume the Metatron knows that, because he went into the coffee shop and asked for such a specific thing that makes you think that's something he chose specifically for Aziraphale, who still doesn't drink coffee, so why? He looks reluctant at the idea of drinking it at first, but he accepts it out of courtesy, I presume, and this is the face he makes when he tries it. Even he is surprised he liked it. He's on Earth since 6,000 years, so we can assume he tried coffee before and chose not to drink it. He's either lying about liking it out of courtesy, or this is the only coffee he's ever enjoyed, and the Metatron knew he would have liked it and chose that coffee on purpose. So the coffee is either important as a physical element, as something that had an actual effect on Aziraphale and changed him somehow, or it's important in its metaphorical significance. In Good Omens, almost everything is metaphorical, so the second option is very likely. Now, what's the coffee supposed to represent? The only certain thing we know is that the coffee is something the Metatron offers Aziraphale, so it probably represents the offer he's about to make. The same person continues, considering the whole does anyone ever choose death conversation, considering the fact that we don't know how the conversation between the Metatron and Aziraphale went, we only know the version Aziraphale chooses to tell Crowley, and considering the Metatron is the angel that decided to erase Gabriel's memory just because he said nah about Armageddon 2.0, and Aziraphale is the traitor, the one who stopped the Armageddon 1.0, so the Metatron has no reason to be friendly with him. My question is, did Aziraphale actually have a choice? Or the alternative was worse than leaving Crowley in the bookshop? Was it actually coffee or death? Oh, I'm having chills right now. Beautifully written. And, think about it. Think about it for a moment. I'm giving you silence so you can think about it. Because that's exactly the point. The Metatron has no reason to be friendly with him. How much has he seen about Aziraphale that he knows that the driving force, or perhaps the one thing to convince Aziraphale is bringing Crowley with him? How did he know that this would convince him? Let's just throw another coffee theory out there. What if the coffee was actually poisoned? What if it was actually poisoned, but it didn't influence Aziraphale's decision? Aziraphale made his decision himself, but instead the coffee made him hear what he wanted to hear. It made him hear what he needed to hear to make that choice. Let's think about that for a moment. What if the Metatron didn't even say what we heard him say, but instead we only saw what Aziraphale thought he would hear due to drinking the poisoned coffee? This theory wouldn't take away from Aziraphale's choice he made. And it would make sense with the miracle sound we heard. I just had to throw it out there. But we will see in season 3. We will see. Someone else wrote, my current thoughts on the coffee theory. I don't think Aziraphale was mind controlled, but I do think he was poisoned. Almonds are supposed to signify holiness, and I think that drinking the coffee pushed his belief in heaven much farther than it was. There is a basis for this belief, but not nearly as much. His interference with Job illustrates this perfectly. And the scene, does anyone ask for death? What an odd question to ask if you're just getting a normal coffee, as well as the strange miracle-like sound that came directly before the cup was handed over. Crowley's poisoning scene from episode 3 felt like foreshadowing, and I think it doesn't have so much to do with mind control as it does not being entirely aware. Aziraphale's "nothing lasts forever" line in particular alerted me to something being off, because isn't that his character? He's worn the same clothing for over 100 years. He upkeeps books and hates selling them. He seems to have a strong aversion to change, and yet he's ready to give it all away for power? He's a bookshop owner. He's never vied for power even on Earth. His motivations seem extremely off, in my opinion, because he knows Crowley wouldn't want to return to heaven. The last 6,000 years have been about them asking questions and coming together in a shade of grey. Different shades, mind you, but with similar motivations and goals regarding both humanity and Earth. All this to say, Aziraphale has never been cruel, and the smile in the elevator at the end seemed edged with a vindictiveness I've never noticed in him prior. Also, beautiful observation. I disagree with the power aspect. I do think what we heard before, his motivation is seeing Crowley happy again and making things right in heaven. But I don't think it's a power thing. But this was the first post I finally heard I finally read about someone saying that Aziraphale's smile had been cruel, and I think it was cruel at the very, very end. If you continue to watch it until the very end, first he looks absolutely devastated, and then there is this very creepy smile. And it's so scary. because you can see in his face that he either has a plan or he's forcing himself to smile so he looks like everything's all right. So he smiles like, I don't know, Gabriel always smiles. He also has this sort of creepy smile when he's acting as the archangel, this overly polite stone heart smile. Maybe that's Aziraphale's version of it, the archangel version of it. But let's continue to read. Someone said, I hate to say this, but the coffee theory is inherently bad and completely undermines the entire season of progression we've been seeing with Aziraphale. The coffee theory completely robs his decision of agency and accountability. It gives him an easy out and thus gives the next season an easy conclusion. And I'm sorry, but Neil just would not write that. He wouldn't make it so simple and easy, and I know this sounds harsh, poorly written. Aziraphale has spent thousands of years desperately clinging to the idea that heaven is inherently good, that serving heaven as an angel is inherently good. He spent thousands of years being gaslit and undermined and tricking himself into honestly believing that heaven isn't broken, it can still be fixed. The system still works if he just helped it. That's all Metatron did. He dug those seeds back up. He put it back in Aziraphale's head that it's not heaven who's bad, it's not the system that's broken, it just needs someone better at the helm, someone like Aziraphale. The coffee didn't brainwash him, the coffee was just a simple act of manipulation from someone who's been doing the same thing for thousands of years. I know you, I understand you, I am proud of you. I want you to be the leader of heaven. Here's a coffee. And Aziraphale went with it, because it's all he's ever known. If the coffee theory is true, then all of this characterization is gone. All of the tension and pain in his decision is gone. Any hope of Aziraphale having a satisfying character arc in season 3 is gone. Because if the coffee theory is true, then Aziraphale is stuck. His character is trapped in a place with no room to grow, to learn, to change. If the coffee theory is true, then Aziraphale won't even be able to apologize to Crowley for making the wrong choice. And that, as a potential culmination of their relationship, is so fucking sad. Aziraphale deserves better, because he's a complicated, flawed, and deeply traumatized person, and now he needs to make the wrong choice. He needs to make that wrong choice and hurt the person he loves most, because that is the only way he can grow, and the only way he can the only way he can break free from the bonds that heaven's broken system have put on him. Like Gabriel did, Aziraphale needs to have wanted that coffee, because without that, then no lessons are learned, no resolution is earned, and Aziraphale and Crowley deserve so much better than that. Bildad the Shuhite wrote, "Hurt myself by rewatching episode 6, but I noticed something. The Metatron told Aziraphale he's the choice for the position of Supreme Archangel because he's a leader, honest, he doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. But Azai does the opposite. He doesn't want to lead his platoon in season 1 or even go back to heaven, prefers earthly stuff. He lies a lot, like a lot. In Eden, the story of Job, hiding Gabriel, all of that. He expresses his thoughts and questions the actions of heaven, which annoys the other angels." just pointing it out, no theory. And again, what if it is a trap and they want to get him to go to heaven and erase him from the book of life, or do something else to him, erase his memory, whatever, because they need to separate him from Crowley because they are too powerful together, because 25 Lazari, etc. What if heaven is going to use an imprisoned Aziraphale to blackmail Crowley? What if, guys? What if? Hence, please look at this. Again, this observation, a new observation, and it makes so much sense. Aziraphale lies so often. Here's a meme to make everyone who started crying laugh again. And here, I just love this shot very much. Crowley on the side of romance, and Aziraphale on the side of coffee, accepting the Metatron's offer. Also, beautifully done. Beautiful. Someone wrote, Aziraphale ignoring Nina and Maggie when he comes back into the bookshop after speaking to the Metatron, not even acknowledging them, is so odd to me. You're telling me, Mr. Mind, how you go, tickety-boo, just ignored when his guests were leaving? Impossible. Yeah, this is also something I did notice. But again, perhaps he did just ignore them because he was so excited. I don't know. I do not know. Someone wrote, what the fuck? Let's go a bit further down that rabbit hole. There's another very common definition for jigger. This is from the Cambridge Dictionary. And it is to change something, especially unfairly or illegally. Jigger means to change something unfairly or illegally. Well, that is ominous. All this while the back of my mind is muttering, Neil Gaiman is very precise in use of his language. Second, this is probably a wild goose chase, a distraction. What do you think? Indeed, what do you think? We heard so many theories about the coffee theory, but it does seem important. I think it goes hand in hand with my own coffee theory. So, someone wrote, oh my god, I've been so stupid. Give me coffee or give me death. It was an outright goddamn death threat. You either take the coffee or take the death. Metatron, you nasty little piece of shit. I love how after season 1 everyone was inventing nice, cute names for the Apoca wasn't, and now everyone is doing the same thing, but with Metatron's name, because we all hate him. I've already seen Metatronome, Metatrash, Metadouche. Can't wait to see what else this fandom will invent. Lol. So, now we have to ask ourselves, did the Metatron poison the coffee? Yes or no? Yes, there was a miracle sound when he took it from Nina. He asked Nina about death. Maybe that's why we got to see the Laudanum scene, to make us see what happens when they take poison. The Metatron orders a dash of almond milk, but when he gives it to Aziraphale, it has a hefty jigger. No, Aziraphale has reasons to act like he acted. Or there's a parallel to the tempting of Eve, the tempting with the ox, etc. Yeah. I mean, there are different types of poisoning. So, in my personal opinion, of course, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. I think, yes, it was poisoned, but it didn't influence Aziraphale's decision. It just made him hear what he wanted to hear from the Metatron to convince him to go with the Metatron. He made that decision that he loved Angel Crowley so much, and he wants to see him happy again, and he wants to make things right in heaven, and that's why he chose to go back to heaven. But I also think it was poisoned and something will happen and it is a trap. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. You know what I'm referencing. Okay. Here is a chart which I completely made up. I have no idea how many people are for the coffee theory and how many aren't. This is entirely made up. But I found it funny that I can make a graph. Yeah, so there's that. Let's talk about the Book of Life. Someone asked, I have a question. Why does Crowley not react or do anything when Michael is talking about how she has power and will be removing Aziraphale from the Book of Life? How can he be sitting calmly? Thank you if you ever answer this, and I love the book and the series. Smiley. Mr. Gaiman replied, I suppose he could have got up suddenly and rushed around the room, but it might have been a bit out of character. So what I'm taking from that is Crowley was scared, but he just didn't show it because he very rarely shows his actual emotions. That's why he didn't do it. Someone else wrote, holy shit, I just had the worst thought. Aziraphale will be the supreme archangel. He will be given great authority and power and praise. He'll be convinced he did the right thing and will work hard to be able to make amends with Crowley. He looks forward to it. Metatron knows that, so he orchestrates a disastrous confrontation with Crowley. Manipulation, lots of manipulation and lies to paint Crowley and others like him as the reason for everything needing to end. And then, when Aziraphale is the most heartbroken he has ever been, Metatron will hand Aziraphale the Book of Life and command him to erase Crowley from existence. This is a bit harsh, but I think it's a tad tiny bit too angsty. I know I said this before whenever it came out. It is a comedy after all. It gets promoted as a comedy. Please don't break my heart like that. I do think the Book of Life will have another important role in the next season, but I do hope Aziraphale won't have to make that decision because it will be so heartbreaking. I am convinced he will choose Crowley and I don't know, not erase Crowley but someone else or anything similar to that, and then we have a big reveal or whatever. But yeah, I didn't see a lot of theories about the Book of Life, unfortunately, but I find it very interesting and I think we should think about it more. A theory I do not like is the human theory. Someone summed it up perfectly. If Aziraphale became human by the end of season 3, I will be so sad. I want them to be immortal lovers until the end of everything, I don't know. And I've seen many tweets like this, but this one sums it up best. There have been times when Crowley has been sleeping for 70 years. 30 years or so left to be together after they pined for thousands of years would be so unsatisfying, I'm going to cry. I am crying right now, but I will cry even more. Okay. But let's no longer think about the human theory and pray to our Lord and Savior, Mr. Gaiman, that there won't be human Crowley and human Aziraphale. Please don't. let's talk about the switching body theory. Someone wrote, okay, so this post will have spoilers for the very end of Good Omens Season 2, but I have a theory about that ending and I'll explain. Something was bothering me, so I just went back and watched the ending like actually 30 times, and I am fully 99.9999% certain they switched places. As they are pulling away after the kiss, they lock eyes, and Aziraphale's expression shifts in the teeniest way, like a confirmation glance before they shift back. And Michael Sheen is a master, so no chance it's not on purpose. Like really, go back and watch how Aziraphale's expression shifts literally a second before I forgive you, cause the change is so minute, but entirely different emotionally. Aziraphale's hands stay by his chest, by his sides. After that, he doesn't clasp them at all, and it's particularly noticeable while he's walking to the elevator with Metatron. The Bentley only ever plays other music for Aziraphale, but also Crowley drives away slowly. But also Crowley's collar is fully turned down, but you can see bits of the red underside in several scenes, particularly before he changes in heaven, but you don't see it at all after the kiss. And Aziraphale's face is weird in the elevator, like everyone says, but after going back and watching both, I'm pretty darn sure that's cause it's Michael Sheen's Crowley. It's the same as during Aziraphale's trial in Season 1. This also explains why they are on opposite sides than they are usually shown with while the end credits roll. Adding once more to this, from here to keep things short, but there are several lists with many points being made and additions, and then the writer continues to write, and now here's a couple of other very compelling points from over on Twitter that I wouldn't have thought to look into. The music right before the kiss scene is the same leitmotif, Life After Death, used when they originally started formulating the swap in Season 1. Also, in the movie Stairway to Heaven 1946, which is featured as a poster in both the opening credits and in Maggie's shop, the climax has one of the leads willing to take the place of the other in heaven. They also used a time-stopping mechanic, and the chess book Gabriel tests gravity with is also in the film. So that's interesting. That's very, very interesting theory. I think this one would also take away from Aziraphale's hesitation and his character development a little bit. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. But it's a very interesting concept if you want to write a fanfiction about it. I think this is more fanfiction material, to be honest. But I also love it very much. The person continues, and it gets even better. Okay. I hope this is okay, but I grabbed a few more screenshots and wrote down timestamps. Before the kiss, the clock is at about 9:25. And after the Metatron arrives, the clock looks like it's about 9:45. Only about 3 minutes of total showtime has elapsed between those 2 points. True, there's a cut between when Crowley leaves and the Metatron walks in, so it's possible that we are meant to think that Aziraphale has been standing in his shop crying for this whole time, but it looked pretty smooth of a transition to me. After the Metatron arrives, the clock looks like it's about 9:45. So we're keeping that in mind. Also, the next time we see Crowley, his watch is really prominently focused in the center of the frame and stays there for several seconds during a slow zoom. Maybe someone with better eyes than me can figure out what time it says on there, but it feels like it wouldn't be on screen for that long if it was pointless. Also, the clock was not only behind them, out of focus, the whole time they kissed, it was also looming in the background in the Season 2 release date announcement image. Someone replied to that, oh my, this fits so neatly with something I was thinking about and just about to write down as my theory on the Season 2 Episode 6 ending, because everybody's doing one. In the conclusion of the Job minisode, Aziraphale and Crowley reprise a trick we saw with the great ineffable plan casuistry at the airfield in Season 1, passing a con back and forth and cluing each other in on the next move without tipping off the authorities present that they are colluding or what the con is. Aziraphale typically drops the cues, Crowley picks them up and does something with them. That's totally how they snow Job's kids into the cellar. Also how they snow the angel pause on restoring Job's children to him. I love how Cetis picks up on the con so much faster than poor God befuddled Job or petulant Anon, even though Crowley explicitly miracled her into the Shuite business. It's also how the bullet catch works in the Furfur flashback. Mother. Again, I love how Cetis picks up on the con so much faster than poor God befuddled Job or petulant Anon, even though Crowley explicitly miracled her into the Shuite business. It's also how the bullet catch works in the Furfur flashback, because I still love that phrase and I will not give it up. Aziraphale repeatedly cues reluctant Crowley until the con trick is successfully performed. Notably, whenever Sheen is dropping cues, his voice and body language get a bit frantic, particularly with the placating hands thing. Notice how nervous and placating hands he is while he's explaining the Metatron's offer to Crowley. He's putting on a veneer of happy excitement, but to my eyes, he's all but screaming, "Help, Crowley, this is bad, I can't actually talk about it because the Metatron is right the hell over there. Pick up on my cues, please, and help me." And it sure looked to me like Crowley, absorbed in his epiphany from Nina and Maggie, completely whiffed the cues, which isn't very Crowley-like. He is painfully aware of that angel always. It makes so much more sense to me if Crowley caught the cues and stopped time for them to hash out the situation. First of all, I'm not sure about the time-stopping business, but I do love how you noticed that Aziraphale might have been sending cues for Crowley to pick up on. I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but I do love the idea very much. Yeah, I think there's nothing more to add to that one. Just think about it and perhaps write in the comments what you think. Someone wrote, "Thank you so much for the new season. It was amazing, and as sad as it was, I loved the ending. I was just wondering on a second rewatch about if the clock in the background of the kiss scene changing by 15 minutes was a continuity error or intentional. I hate get caught up in minor details when they weren't intended. I doubt it was, since you've always been so intentional in every minor detail of the story, but would love any answer you can give. Thank you." Mr. Gaiman replied, "Sounds like a continuity error to me, I'm afraid." So, nope, unless he's lying, of course. Someone wrote, "You guys, I stumbled across this Tumblr thread and the blogger was talking about their theories on the end scenes of Season 2, Episode 6. There were a few things I agreed with, a few things I didn't, all good, but they were also pointing out a bunch of little things that they think are hints that a body swap happened during the kiss, and one of those things was a yellow flower blooming behind Aziraphale in Crowley's body." So I was like, wait, what? And went off to Prime to check it out. And yes, there is in fact a yellow flower. See, Crowley gets in the Bentley, pause, and then starts it up and listen to the few beats of the song. If you look behind him in the back seat, you can see that there is a single yet yellow flower sticking up, despite there having never been any blossoms on any of Crowley's plants before. The Tumblr blogger hypothesized that this is a hint where we are really looking at Aziraphale. We know he likes yellow after all, because it's pretty. But dudes, there's something else. I could very well be wrong because it's not super focused in the scene, but the flower looks to me like a yellow tulip. So on a lark, I went and looked up what tulips mean in flower language. A deep and perfect love. A deep and motherfucking perfect love. And with that, I leave you to the tender fancies of your own sanity, because mine has up and flown away. Cheers. Someone replied, "I pointed this out in our Discord as well, but just to add to it here. In addition to all this, when Crowley glances at Nina and Maggie in their respective shops, Nina, Crowley's parallel, is wearing a yellow t-shirt, while Maggie, Aziraphale's parallel, is wearing black." And someone replied, "To be honest, for me it looks like a small leaf, and in the light makes it appear a little yellowish. Not that I wouldn't like it, if it was in fact a flower, but I just don't see it." The way I saw it, and I haven't seen it on Tumblr yet, is that perhaps Crowley brought flowers for Aziraphale because he wanted to confess he had the Nightingale song playing in the Bentley, and he wanted to give flowers to Aziraphale. That's the way I saw it. But also with the Nina and Maggie thing, and also the switching sides on the screen, I think it only has to symbolize that they did switch sides, but only metaphorically. So, I mean, it doesn't add up with Nina and Maggie, obviously, but I think Aziraphale did choose a bad thing. I mean, we do understand why he made the decision, and he has his reasons, but still, since they do not communicate, that's the issue. The issue is that they do not communicate. The sound of music. Someone wrote, "Good Omens and the sound of music." So I haven't seen anyone talk about how the plot of The Sound of Music is about a misfit nun in a convent where she can't conform, so she's sent to be a governess, and along the way falls in love with a very prickly man with a heart of gold who is unavailable and fighting against the totalitarian regime threatening him and his home. She's conflicted about these feelings and panics after they share a dance, and she flees back to the convent to take her vows. She's encouraged to return to where her heart lies, so she goes, and she and the captain marry and flee the war together with their family. And if we recall, I have heard rumors that your boss really loves the sound of music. Beautiful, isn't it? I think that perhaps they are not going to flee, but I do think the other stuff will line up. Aziraphale will go back where his heart lies, and he will go. This is a very important theory, and thank you for writing this. But also, let's talk about Judgment Day. First of all, Wikipedia. The Last Judgment, Final Judgment, Day of Reckoning, Day of Judgment, Judgment Day, Doomsday, Day of Resurrection, or the Day of the Lord, is part of the Abrahamic religions and the Frashokhereti and of Zoroastrianism. Christianity considers the second coming of Jesus Christ to entail the final judgment by God of all people who have ever lived, resulting in the approval of some and the penalizing of most. The concept is found in all the canonical Gospels, particularly in the Gospel of Matthew. The Christian tradition is also followed by Islam, where it is mentioned in the 43rd chapter as Zukhruf of the Quran, according to some interpretations. Christian futurists believe it will follow the resurrection of the dead and the second coming of Jesus, while full preterists believe it has already occurred. The Last Judgment has inspired numerous artistic depictions. And here, for example, the Final Judgment of Sinners by Jesus Christ, carving of the central portal of Amiens Cathedral, or Amiens Cathedral, France. Cathedral, I don't know. I don't even know how to say it in French. So, who would be good enough at Judgment Day? No one would be. Not the humans we see, not even the archangels or Aziraphale. The way we see them, they all sin. It's not gonna happen. Also, can we talk again about Damien being the Christ to Adam's Antichrist? I don't have any evidence, I just like the idea. Just wanted to point that out again. Crowley was rejected so many times. This, and Aziraphale was coping with religious trauma, the coffee theory, that. But you know who's the real victim? Michael Sheen. I'm not sure why I put this to Judgment Day. But yeah, here it is. Next, the cottage in the South Downs. What happens when in season 3 we get Aziraphale saying, I thought perhaps we could get a cottage and be us? What then? What then indeed? Someone wrote, it starts as it will end, with the garden. So we all agree season 3 will end with their garden, right? Right? I need this for my peace of mind. And someone replied, it better fucking end with them in their garden at their cottage in the South Downs, or I will riot. Same. Same. Someone wrote, someone found an article. The South Downs cottage is a trope in Good Omens fandom in which Aziraphale and Crowley share a cottage together. The trope came to be in 2005 when Neil Gaiman mentioned in a blog post that him and Terry Pratchett had dinner together and decided that their characters were in the South Downs. A few weeks later, a fan at a con asked Gaiman what Aziraphale and Crowley were doing in the South Downs, and the author responded, "Well, what they are doing in the South Downs is sharing a cottage." Someone wrote years ago why Aziraphale and Crowley wouldn't spend quarantine together. They don't share a cottage in the South Downs. Thanks, it's beautiful, by the way. And Mr. Gaiman replied, "Not in the TV universe. Not yet. Not yet, guys. Not yet." Someone asked, "Good evening, Ro. Does Aziraphale or Crowley actually have a cottage in South Downs? Big thanks." And Mr. Gaiman replied, "Not yet." Yet again, he replied that. And someone said, "This is deeply comforting to me. It's not wait and see, it's not yet. It will happen. They will have a happy ending and live in a little cottage in the South Downs together." Someone asked, "My question is, Season 2 was based on the unpublished sequel by Neil himself and Sir Terry Pratchett. So was the Season 2 ending where the second book was supposed to end? Was there more? If it had been published, would we have been in agony like this for 30 years? For 30 years. And Mr. Gaiman replied, "No, Season 3 would be based on the sequel. Season 2 was how we get to the beginning of the sequel story. Everything will be okay." Someone wrote, "If you are in despair by the idea of Aziraphale and Crowley being separated, don't forget that Anthony J. Crowley once said, 'Look, wherever you are, I'll come to you.'" We've already read this post before, but I just want to put it here again, because it's important to keep in mind that Crowley will come and save Aziraphale. And here's another important thing. Someone asked, "Hi Neil, did you and Terry have an idea about where Crowley and Aziraphale would go in the South Downs? Whenever I go to Arundel, I like to think that that's where they'd settle." And Mr. Gaiman replied, "Devil's Dyke," which makes sense. So someone replied, "So, Google Maps says Devil's Dyke is in West Sussex near South Downs. Anyone in the UK who can shed light on this?" And someone replied, "Devil's Dyke is a part of the South Downs. The South Downs aren't a town, they are a huge line of hills. Devil's Dyke is a channel cut into them. Some say by natural water courses, some say by the devil. There are legends and a fig which tells the same thing, and also a wet fig. I'm sure you can find that. So Devil's Dyke is literally a big valley most of the way through a chunk of the long line hills that is the South Downs. Local villages include Falking, if you want a slightly more peoply setting for them than just a cottage in a beauty spot. Source: I grew up not far away. Them's my hills. I've been to the Devil's Dyke. But here's a webpage. And actually, let's look at the webpage. Give me a second. Here. Oh, wait a second. Here. Devil's Dyke in Sussex. A legendary beauty spot on the South Downs. You can actually visit it. There are opening times. Here you can plan your visit. Here you can join. For everyone, forever. Look at how pretty. Here. This is what I actually want to say. Highlights. Things to see and do. Look at how pretty. But I suppose you can look at it yourself. Horsies. But yeah, history, myths, and legends. Probably interesting. Let's go back to the... Here. Yeah. Also, there is a Devil's Dyke Easter egg in the show. Crowley reads an article, Devil's Dyke Walking Trails, with subtitle, Devil's Dyke is perfect for a summer walk. And Mr. Gaiman replied, it is perfect for a summer walk. So I hope we will have a scene of them walking hand in hand in the South Downs. But yeah, now we're gonna get a new season. Are we? Now we talked a lot about theories, but first things need to happen for there actually being a new season. Wakes up in cold sweat. Dear God, what if Good Omens Season 3 renewal announcement happens while I'm asleep? Someone wrote, I've watched the recently released Season 2 of Good Omens, and I know a third series is dependent upon the audience and the writer's strike. In the unfortunate event that Good Omens is not renewed for a Season 3, would you consider releasing a script book of what would have happened for the fans to read? Mr. Gaiman replied, no, I'd write a novel. Someone asked, as delightful as it is to have you on here engaging in the Good Omens dialogue like it's AO3 or something, I have to ask, the plot of the theoretical Season 3 is set, right? It's not going to, as with certain other properties that rhyme with car, boss, squeakquel, brilogy, or possibly blame of drones, change in response to fan demands and attempts at prediction. And Mr. Gaiman replied, it was set a long time ago. The first episode and the end of the last episode are written. The rest is plotted. The overall story was figured out with Terry in 1989. The end was decided by Terry and me in 2006. I'm not promising you'll like it or even that it will be any good, but it's not going to change. So, is there hope for a Season 3? Mr. Gaiman replied, it's planned and plotted, and if there wasn't a writer's strike I'd be writing it right now. Ways to help make Good Omens Season 3 happen are A. Watch Season 2. B. Get people who know nothing of Good Omens to start watching Season 1. And C. Encourage the studios to negotiate with the WGA. Wait and hope indeed. Someone wrote, I'm noticing a distinct lack of if we get to make it type talk in the responses lately. Do I sniff Neil having any indication of Season 3 greenlight, puts on my tinfoil hat. And Mr. Gaiman replied, nope, but as long as the set is still standing, I believe it will get made. Someone asked, Good Omens started out as something deeply collaborative between you and wonderful Terry Pratchett. You've said before that writing the love between Aziraphale and Crowley was, in part, because they needed more of a plot than they had in the book. What do you think Terry would have thought about their relationship now? Thank you for creating something that has comforted, inspired, and emotionally destroyed me. And Mr. Gaiman replied, given the conversation we had in 2006 about the sequel, I think he would have been very happy. Someone asked, I mean this in good faith, I promise. Does it not violate strike rules for you to be posting on Tumblr about your work? Of course you are proud of it and want to promote it, but Amazon is definitely a struck company, and if influencers reviewing the show would count as crossing the picket line, engaging with fandom on social media would seem very much like promotional work. And Mr. Gaiman replied, the answer to your question is at the WGA FAQs. I've refused to do any mainstream media, TV, panels, etc. at Amazon's request, but I'm allowed to talk about my own projects on my own social media, especially on an internet backwater like Tumblr. Someone wrote, so here's the thing here. These are the FAQs from the Writers Guild of America. Can I promote my project on social media? And the answer is, you must refuse promoting a project at a struck company's request. However, it is not a violation to talk about your projects on your own accord on your own social media. Can I participate in a film festival to promote or get distribution for the film I wrote? No. Can I self-produce or premiere my self-produced film during the strike? No. My company wants me to give an interview on TV, on a podcast, on radio, or in print to promote a film or show I wrote on. Can I do that? No. You should let the company know you are prohibited from making promotional appearances at their request until the strike concludes. Can I promote my project at an event at the company's request, like for your consideration event about the film or show I wrote on? No. You should let the company know you are prohibited from making these promotional appearances about your work until the strike concludes. So, someone asked, hi Neil, how are you? Thanks for answering all these questions on Tumblr. I have a question regarding the WGA strike and the renewal of Good Omens Season 3. From what I understand, no writer can currently agree on future work with struck companies, so you couldn't agree with Amazon to work on Season 3, even if they reached out to you. Is that correct? I think many fans are anxious Good Omens wasn't renewed yet, but I think it can't be until the strike is over, right? Thanks for the wonderful Season 2. And Mr. Gaiman replied, right. I will actually put this link in the description of the video because I do find it very important and we do need it. Give me Season 3 or give me death. Yeah. But let's get to another part of the presentation. We are on slide 298, by the way, 298. Slide number 298, connection to other fandoms. Especially on Tumblr and X, it became very apparent to me that we all are in the same fandoms. we all like the same things. If you like Good Omens, you're also going to like Our Flag Means Death, What We Do in the Shadows. And if you're older than 18, also The Murder Has Husbands. So here. And all those queer shows have something in common, which is very important, and that is Let's Run Away Together, Gone Wrong. And the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. This also shows the if you really like religious trauma, these three series are for you. It's beautiful to have some of the parallels of the pining, of the being there for each other, and also the hurt. When I said same ship, different font, this is not what I meant. You have the kiss, you have the kissy, and then you have the sad. #queer agony. Note to gay people, don't ask the love of your life to run away with you. Please don't. Any respectable show must have a relationship that involves a grumpy non-binary person and a gym. Someone wrote, I feel like my dads went on vacation and left me with my equally gay uncles. And someone replied, gay uncles broke up, gay dads came back for a day, told us they were getting divorced, left again. Now we have no one. Can the gays please flirt normally for once? But I'm afraid we cannot. They really do keep parallel. Look at all those parallels. You confessed and kissed him, yeah, and he left you anyway, yeah. Gay people wallowing in self-pity can be so beautiful sometimes. The popularity of ships like Aziraphale, Crowley and Ed Steed makes so much sense because it's the classic good boy meets bad boy, except this time the bad boy is also a good boy and the good boy is insane actually, and both boys are middle-aged men. And someone wrote, don't know when we went from queer baiting to whatever the fuck this is, but I'm so emotionally drained. This getting dumped by my idiot blonde boyfriend, yeah, my dudes. Like, it's leaps better than before, but Jesus Christ, at what cost? But again, whatever else happens, at least we know it doesn't end with Aziraphale and Crowley separated in different dimensions, forever only agreeing to visit their park bench on the same day every year in their respective worlds, just to feel close to each other for a little. It took me a whole while to recognize where this is from. And I will not spoil the fun by telling you where this is from. If you know, write it in the comments, but I won't spoil the fun. No nightingales, only seagulls. As of today, the 16th of September, I am so looking forward to Our Flag Means Death premiering on October 5th. Hopefully they won't have a sad ending, but I've already seen some stuff and some theories. If you want me to create another presentation about Our Flag Means Death, for example, please let me know in the comments, or somewhere else, anywhere else actually. Please tell me if you want me to make another presentation, which is very, very long. Very, very long presentation. I can talk for hours. Probably would make sense after the new season came out, and we could collect a few theories. But yeah, let's do this. But only if you want to, because this was so much work. I was working on this for more than 2 months. So, what else to do until we get a new season? Here is a beautiful thread, which I will also link in the description. To new Good Omens fans, there are presently 5 iterations of Good Omens, including the book and the upcoming graphic novel. The book, the radio show, musical, TV show, graphic novels, coming soon. A thread where you can find what you can. Here, Book Omens. You find a copy from any bookstore, library, online, or borrow anyone's copy in a pinch. DM and I can send over a PDF EPUB. This is the OG version of the story, and I guarantee you will most certainly enjoy the book if you enjoy any of her adaptations. The fans who have been here since the book publication have their own niche and very strong opinions. Then the radio show, a full cast BBC Radio 4 dramatization with Crowley played by Peter Serafinovich, Sexy Shudder, and Aziraphale by Mark Heap. Below is a link to the full episodes on Internet Archives, and you will soon learn why we insist radio husbands are arguably the horniest husbands. Musical. A 2017 production by independent musical theatre company Squabologic called Good Omens, an apocalyptically atypical musical in Australia. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any full recording of the performance online, but there is a sizzle reel. Bonus, the Good Omens parody by the Hollywoods show. I personally haven't watched it, and the fandom was a bit torn on the matter, but there are a bunch of cameos, and I was assured it was very funny. You can find it here. I did watch it, actually, and although in quotation marks, it is a YouTube show, the production value is insane. It looks so cool. If I have to be completely honest, and if you were to hold a gun against my head, I had to tell you I'm not a huge fan of the plot, but it does look so pretty. It looks so pretty. The whole fire effects and the stunts, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Number 5, graphic novel. Illustrated by the Colleen Doran herself, the artist behind the adaptations of Chivalry and Snow, Glass and Apples. A campaign on Kickstarter you can pledge and support on the link below. There are tiers that offer insane bonuses and limited edition merch. Absolutely gorgeous. If I wasn't a broke Season college student, I would have pledged to any tier in a heartbeat. It does look very pretty, and it did already collect a huge ton of money. And here, a cursed edition. I'm obligated to share this on the basis that sheer unadulterated hatred of this potential adaptation has brought people together. Primarily referred to as the 1992 shit script, Neil was legally threatened into creating a straight, genuinely verbally abusive Crowley, museum curator, and even worse, traumatized Aziraphale. Bless the Lord, there isn't an easily found full version of the script online, but you can find bits and pieces if you look hard enough. I won't show you any for your own good. And I will not either. But there you have it, it's out there. I want to draw more attention to the Good Omens musical because the songs are absolute bangers, and it would be so cool if they could make it available online. It's here, you can see Aziraphale and Crowley, and I mean, look at them, and they can sing. So the producers were at IneffableCon in 2021. They said they did previews and test shows, but it was limited. Pre-pandemic, they were still working on getting a bigger version produced with an album on a larger scale. I don't know what theater in Australia is like, but I could still be going. And just really it came out, I think, 2 weeks ago. They finally made another post on their Instagram. They wrote, "Seems the Good Omens Season 2 TV series has brought new attention to our long-awaited musical. Apologies for the long silence. Thank you for your amazing support and wonderful comments about how much you are enjoying the snippets we've been able to post. All we can say is, the musical is coming in due course. Much love from the writers Jim Hare and J. James Moody, book writers, and Vicky Lanarch, music and lyrics, standing outside the Ritz in London after meeting Neil Gaiman and Rob Wilkins in a screening studio." Isn't that great? So they did meet Neil Gaiman. So I hope things are rolling right now. I hope things are going. This is from their website, from the Good Omens musical. "Terry and Neil granted Australian-American husband and wife team Vicky Lanarch and Jim Hare permission to begin adapting Good Omens as a musical in 2013. Vicky and Jim have crafted many drafts of the libretto and score for over the subsequent years. In 2015, James Moody joined the collaboration initially as a dramaturg. I don't know how to say it in English. Dramaturge and directorial eye, eventually evolving into a co-book writer. Vicky, James, and Jay have continued to evolve through countless more revisions and a number of private development readings with the support, time, and talent of numerous wonderful Australian performers testing the material. In November 2017, Good Omens was presented in its then current form and entirely for the first time before an audience of over 500 eager attendees. The cast included Luke Jocelyn, Lachlan O'Brien, Nancy Hayes, Barry Quinn, Brett O'Neill, Lauren McKenna, Nicholas Craddock, Paul Capsis, Rob Johnson, Amy Lehpamer, Deborah Krizak, Blake Erickson, Nate Job, Anna Maria Bello, Jordan Hare, Bella Thomas, Anthony Abramanov, and Samson Highland. Following a rapturous response to this reading, Good Omens continues to be refined and developed. Revisions will be tested in workshops, readings throughout 2018-19, with an eventual developmental production of the piece to take place sometime before the end of days. This musical adaptation of Good Omens has maintained many of the supernatural elements of the novel and has been written without limitation of budget, ultimately envisioned as a major West End fantasy musical. Flying mopeds, ascending angels, burning Bentleys. We want it all on stage in a unique theatrical experience that combines comedy, fantasy, music, and magic. So I will put a link to their website on the video down below. Please go support them. I want to see this happening. I want to see it so bad. And please also listen to the sizzle reel. The music is beautiful. Here you can also read the book and the script. Those are two things you can spend your time with. There are several pieces online on Tumblr. Let's read that one for example. Here are some of my favorites. In the background, Crowley and Aziraphale met on tops of buses, in art galleries, at concerts, compared notes, and smiled. In the jeep, Crowley was cursing. Aziraphale laid a hand on his shoulder. Crowley grabbed Aziraphale's arm. Aziraphale grabbed his arm. "What the hell is it?" he said. Crowley smiled like a snake. Crowley stood up, a little unsteadily. He reached a hand down to Aziraphale. Aziraphale held out his hand. "Nice knowing you," he said. Crowley took it. You have to read the book also. Someone wrote, "Was nobody on this fucking hellsite going to tell me there was no helpful, 'Hey Crowley, I've just been discorporated, no need to worry, I've just got to find a receptive body and then I meet you at the airbase' in the book?" So here Crowley is about to drive into the wall of flame in his Bentley like an absolute king, except in the book it sounds like he's gearing himself up to die. He's lost the angel he's been in love with for 6,000 years, and the only way out of London is to be discorporated, but he knows if he goes back to hell it's a lot worse than that. So what's his first thought now that he's lost everything and is about to die? What the hell? If you gotta go, then go with style. Let that sink in for a moment. Yeah, the rest I think you can read for yourself when you buy the book or when you already have the book. I just really liked these quotes, the Crowley quotes, him hissing, and some things from the book then made it into the series 2 in the season 2 later on. It's also a cool thing, I think. It's interesting. But now let's also look at Good Omens, the video games. I played most of them. So first one, Flappy Angel. It's like Flappy Bird, but with Angel. Crowley appears to give comments and advice, and you need to feed Azzy as many treats as possible. Get ready. I played it. I can't get very far, but that's a me problem. I'm not very good at that kind of games, but it's very cute and very flappy, 10 out of 10. If you follow this channel, I played this together with Mindy, and you can find the video. It's already uploaded. Then there's Transient, an RPG-style Good Omens fan game. I played this. Stunning art, great and funny dialogue, cried the whole time. First because happy, then because sad. 10 out of 10. I also played it with Mindy. Mindy is my best friend for those who are new to this channel. Hi. We play video games together and we do some other stuff. But yeah, we played this together and I'm still editing it. It's beautiful. It will come out soon, probably. Probably right after this video comes out. It's on the list, but we did play it. So, Ineffable Escape, an interactive story fan game where you solve a couple of mysteries post the Armageddon. Very nice, made me use my whole brain cell, made me happy. Also still on the list to be edited, we also played it. Beautiful, beautiful game, I loved it very much. Then there is Sauntering Downwards. Meet Aziraphale before the music stops playing It's not playable on Android, it seems, but it should work on any desktop. The characters are the shape of a zebra crow in the opening credits. I love the art style so much. The opening credits are so beautiful, and I love this game very much. Also, 10 out of 10, we played it. I'm editing the video. Then there is Good Omens. I did not play this one because I don't know how to play Stardew. I never played it and I don't think I'm going to. But it's cool that it exists. I mean, look at those little faces. Then there's also The End of Eden and Hopes. These two are made by Celestial Arcadia. I played, or by now we played The End of Eden and got all the endings. Loved it very much. This video is also already uploaded on this channel if you want to have a look or play it for yourself. The link is in the other video in the description. I think I can't put it here because I only have limited characters to put underneath the video. And we also played Hopes and got all 4 endings. Beautiful game, but I also still have to edit this one. Or do I? Did I already upload it? Oh, I think I already did. Yep, I already did. You can watch it. It's on our channel. So yeah, beautiful games. Go and play them and support whoever made these games. Then we can also have a look at signs. There are several Good Omens signs out there. I want to draw special attention to this one because it very recently started its creation period, and also all proceeds will go to the NCTE, and I think that's very important. You see the name right here. You can go and follow them on X and Tumblr and wherever you want to. Yeah, it's just, I found it very interesting and it already looks pretty cool. There are also some other signs if you are interested. And now to comics, because I love the comics very much. These 3 are my favorites. If I had to choose, I couldn't. Even if you were holding a gun to my head, just shoot me, I can't choose. I binged Used to Be HMC in one night when I first found it. Cleopatra is so funny, and this person, oh, them, they not only have Good Omens, they also have Our Flag Means Death, and absolutely beautiful. And also someone, it seems like not many people know, but I love the art style, and it's so fluffy and funny and cute. Is Ineffable Family Glow. They are only on X, and I talked to them just for a moment, and they are such a sweet person. Be careful, it is about a male presenting pregnancy, if that's not your cup of tea. But even if it's not your cup of tea, go and have a look. This comic changed everything for me. Go and have a look. It's so beautiful, it's so funny, it's so well written, well drawn. I'm in tears. I had to show it to all of my friends, and now I'm showing it to you, dear viewer. Please have a look. And also my favorite. Also my favorites. Sleepy Skele. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly, but one of my favorite things is the interactive comic he is doing, and go have a look. It's so much fun. It's so hilarious. It's great that it's interactive. I never comment on things, but I do comment over there because it's so much fun. And also Anne, I think, he has also an incredibly beautiful drawing style, but careful, here not safe for work. And also Cleopatra art is sometimes not safe for work, but the other things are. You can have a look. It's beautiful. And there are so many great artists out there. I can't name them all. Here's just a few more I really liked and wanted to share. Go and follow them and be nice. It's very, very beautiful. And also some other stuff you can watch. These are Sam's recommendations. I am Sam. Hi, I'm recommending you stuff. First of all, Our Flag Means Death, coming out October 5th, 2023, second season, which I look so much forward to. It's about gay pirates, and it's also very funny, and also it also can break your heart. Then there is What We Do in the Shadows, which is about gay vampires. It's filmed documentation style, and it's also very funny. And there are also a lot of 18+ scenes, actually. So be mindful of that. There are many dirty jokes and many swear words and stuff like that, but still I love it very much. And then there's Hannibal, but be sure to be over 18, because that's really, really a lot of blood, a lot of very graphic stuff happening. Then there is Sandman, also written by Neil Gaiman, which has a completely different vibe from Good Omens. The vibe is so different, but it's filmed so incredibly beautiful. It's so, so beautifully filmed, and the plot seems to completely change from episode to episode, and there are so many things happening. It's so beautiful. Then there's Staged with David Tennant and Michael Sheen. If you love them, watch this. There is Inside Man, which I liked. It's a crime drama about a priest, David Tennant as a priest, and then bad things happen. Don't pay attention to the plot holes, just enjoy Mr. Tennant. Then there is Prodigal Son. Michael Sheen plays a serial killer who is also a dad. And it's so beautiful. It's absolutely... I mean, I do love crime shows very much, and I did love that one. It's well written. The characters are very interesting. It's great. 10 out of 10. Then there is Much Ado About Nothing, which is from Shakespeare. And David Tennant plays Benedict. And also very funny. This was the play that made me interested in theater. It's very funny. There's music, there are cool outfits, funny scenes. You can find it online on the Internet Archives, actually. So you can watch it for free online. Legally, I think so. Even legally. Imagine that. Then there is Bright Young Things with Michael Sheen and David Tennant. You can see Miles over here, who is played by a young Michael Sheen. And the vibes. I mean, he's not a main character, but still he has a few very, very great scenes. And I love it very much. Then there is Bad Samaritan, which is a movie about David Tennant being a serial killer. he plays a serial killer there, and it's so creepy. It's so much fun. It does have a few shock things. It's great. Then there is Fright Night, which is about vampires. This one is a bit badly made, also in quotation marks, but still it's so much fun to watch. I think this one is most fun to watch when you're in a group. So when you're meeting up with friends, you can watch that one, make fun of it, and enjoy beautiful David Tennant. Then there is Death, which I also liked. But be careful and keep in mind this one's true crime. If you're not into that, leave that one out. But also Adam's dad is also there, so that was quite fun to watch. I mean, the rest of it was not fun. It was just fun that Adam's dad was also there, so it was interesting. But yeah, it's also well made. Good mini series. I think it was only 3 episodes, and tells the story of Dennis Nielsen, who killed a lot of people. But yeah, if you're not into true crime, it's not for you. Then there's that one Great British Bake Off episode with Michael Sheen, which you could have a look at. It's hilarious. You will find it online. So here's some other stuff to watch until the strikes are over, and hopefully in favor of the writers and actors. Hashtag please pay them. And yeah. Here sums up the roles of Michael Sheen and David Tennant. Yeah, just have a look at them, appreciate them for a moment, and we can come to the conclusion. The conclusion is, I am devastated, but also, what do you think it means? I think we can all have our own headcanons, analysis, and opinions on what was happening in Good Omens and what is going to happen, and how we want to see the characters and how we want to identify with them or don't. And it's just such a great story, and it means so much to so many people, and it brings so many people together. I enjoy talking to other people in Discord servers. I love seeing all those posts and theories online, on Tumblr, on X, on Instagram. I love seeing all those little comics, all the art that is born from that story, and how it brings so many people together. That's my conclusion. So remember to drink some water and touch some grass today. And remember, it's all because of love. Thank you so much for watching. Do you have any questions? This is how you can reach me. Let me know if you want another part of this. There are so many things I wasn't able to mention. There is so much else happening, so many other theories, so much other stuff. If you want to hear anything else in a presentation made by me, then please do let me know. And also credits, this presentation template was created by SlidesGo, including icons by Flat Icon, infographics, and images by FreePic. This was a beautiful template. I loved it very much. This is not sponsored. It's not sponsored. But I want to say, I've never heard of SlidesGo before, but a friend of mine, we had to do a presentation for uni stuff together. One presentation on fake news for a psychology seminar, and I was amazed at how beautiful our presentation was. My partner made it, and or better, my partner had the idea and chose the template, and then I did my part and added to it. This just sounded like I let my partner do the whole presentation alone. I did not. Keep in mind, I did not let them make it alone. So, yeah, credit to them for showing me this, and yeah, thanks to everyone contributing to the fandom. It makes it such a fun experience, and it's just a very beautiful thing. Here are the instructions for use, just so you know, fonts and colors used, and yeah, this is the very last slide. You can see we are at 335 slides. And this was it. Please like and subscribe. Please comment. And I'm going to cry now. Thank you for watching. Bye.